For those of you who can stand, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
And Councilmember Sweet, will you read our mission statement? The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy, the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you very much. All right, staff, would you like to
kick it off?
away?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Hi.
Morning. Everybody's amped up, ready to go?
Ready for the Rick Tatter Show.
Is it something?
We had a retreat 2 weeks ago, so we have asked a lot of you to come back and do it again. And it'll be good. We'll make it very worth your while, and we look forward to your engagement. We're going to start off with an introduction or two, but first some accolades or thanks for those who have prepped for this. Scott and team, thank you for the use of your wonderful facility. Much appreciated. And IT, thanks for getting us, and our city clerk, thanks for getting us dialed in on the computer. We are hybrid this morning. We have a large attendance in the room, and we have a large attendance remotely. That's wonderful. Where is Sean? Sean's up front. Sean, thank you for getting our food, nourishment, coffee. And Sean, who else is responsible for that?
We had a pretty good team yesterday. Doris, our new executive assistant to the council for everybody. This Councilmember Sweet went to Samsonite with
Yay.
And Stacy got their coffee this morning. So
Thank you. Thank you, Doris. Good to have you. Councilmember Sweet, thank you. And thank you all for your attendance and engagement in this. Now, the difference between this and the retreat of a couple of weeks ago is we touched on a number of things at a very high level, very introductory for the benefit of our newly elected officials. We had some background information that we shared. Hope that was beneficial. There'll be a little bit more of that this time, but really the focus now is shifting into budget. And we will continue to shift into budget spanning the next few months, getting into more and more detail, culminating in an ordinance to adopt the budget in June and early July. Yes. I want to give heartfelt thanks to somebody who's been really working hard behind the scenes, and it's going to be evident today. We have a large budget team, of course. They were introduced to you last time. We're not going to repeat all the introductions from last time, but Heidi Derryberry is, she's been busy with this agenda, and we have been busy changing the agenda, which has given her a lot of challenge, and she has met that challenge admirably, has done so much work to prepare for this. It is indeed a collective effort, but there are always those who kind of lead that effort. Heidi, thank you. I'm getting ready to turn it over to Katie Bidikin, who was here 2 weeks ago. I'm not going to reintroduce her, and she will walk us through some introductory stuff, kind of the rules of engagement, if you will. But I want to thank you again for being here. These retreats are invaluable for us. We like to do these. It used to be 2 or 3 times a year. I used to say that, but really it's 4 or 5 times a year. Oh, by the way, mark on your calendars, please. We will have a capital improvement project CIP retreat on Friday, April 7th. Stacy, that's dialed in now, right? We do have a facilitator for that retreat. It's not going to be Lancaster on that one. We are bringing in an engineer who works with the city closely on a lot of projects, and she has great familiarity with all the projects we'll be talking about. That is Julie Lee. She will be leading the discussion on the 7th, and the focus then will be capital projects. It's going to be a big day. And then we will retreat later in April back to other budget stuff. This is a bit of a replication of what happened last year. So strap in and be ready for all of that. Please get that on your calendar. Katie, are you ready?
Yes.
Katie Vinikind, everybody.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff in the room. Before I start, I wanted to tell you a quick story. Yes, I know we're at time, but it's important. Trust me, I'm going somewhere with this, so just stay with me. So this morning, my 17-year-old son's Toyota Tacoma did not start. Has 200,000 miles on it, so I guess no big surprise there. And that would have been like slightly irritating, right? Because, you know, he can't get to school and he can't drive my younger son to school, except that in addition to that, he's blocking in my husband's car in the garage, right? So now all of a sudden at 6 o'clock in the morning, we're down 2 cars and we have to pivot. And if there's anything true about life, it's that the need for change or the need for pivoting because of change is constant, right? So we're sitting here figuring out, okay, Jim has a patient at 7:30 downtown. I have to be here at 8 o'clock. This kid has to be at school and then somehow picked up and taken to climbing practice. And this kid has to be picked up at 3:45 at a different school, right? And neither one of those has buses because they're in charter schools. And so what are we going to do, right? So we quickly have to do what? Review the data in front of us. What are our options? We go through all the options, start trying to figure out what some stuff are. Okay, maybe you could take an Uber and I'll take the bus, or maybe I'll take the car and you take the bus, and then who's going to take the kid to climbing? I don't know. Call that guy that works at the school that we're friends with. So we're going through options, right? Having to pivot last second. We don't always have the luxury of time to sit there and deliberate over all the options at length. We have to make a decision because there are multiple people affected by our decision, right? And there are multiple variables involved. And so we decide, I got the car. Yes. And husband takes the bus to work, and friend that we know, the parent at school, is going to take the other one. And the oldest is going to get a ride from some other 17-year-old, right? Was it the best decision? I don't know. Maybe it would have been easier if I took the Uber. Who knows? But we had to be decisive. We couldn't keep backtracking and second guessing ourselves because the more people affected, right, the more variables involved, the harder it is to spend time second guessing, right? So as leaders, you can call yourselves master pivoters, right? That's essentially what you are because you know all the best plans in the world are great and things are going to change and you're going to have to pivot. Yes? Yes. Yes. So in knowing this, I think leadership in and of itself is not just the influence or the decisions, but it's partially the judgment of taking in all the data. Well, today we're going to be talking about a lot of data that's going to inform your future decisions, right? So that when you have to pivot, you know the information you need, right? And it's not just judgment, it's also about being decisive. As Greg mentioned last time, you have to vote. So if I this morning said, I don't know, that seems complicated, Jim, you figure it out. First of all, my husband would have been a little resentful. And second of all, he wouldn't have had my perspective to help make that decision, right? So we all have to make that decision together, as we know, right? And then once we make that decision, I couldn't have been driving halfway here and going, maybe I made the wrong one. Let me call up the guy at the school, cancel that. I'll go home and get an Uber. No, I can't start second guessing. Momentum has already happened, right? The more community lives impacted by these decisions, the more we have to learn from our choices, yes. Second guess them, no, right? So we can always make different adjustments with more data next time, right? So at the end of the day, your master pivoters, not just you as council members, mayor and vice mayor, but all of you in this room, because the staff in this room are also part of developing those options, right? All of you are master pivoters, and the community is so appreciative of it because some of us are just still trying to figure out how to get to work. Yeah? Yes.
I picked up your son hitchhiking this morning.
That's so funny. Yes, that would be awesome. So at the end of the day, yes,
Did you consider just everyone calling in sick?
it's always an option, but you have to consider the impact to everyone, right? Okay. So also be kind to yourself. You're going to have to be addressing the pivoting needs in front of you. So be thoughtful about how many changes you choose to make at the same time as knowing that all the changes you're going to have to make are still unseen and coming, right? Okay, so that being said, I am here for a couple different reasons. One, we want to call me the timekeeper, right? As you all know, I have these little reminders, 5 minutes and 1 minute reminders for your talks. And everyone gets a gold star if you can make it in that time. No, we really do appreciate it. And the staff has been wonderful at keeping to that time. So thank you. Part of my role is also to politely interrupt. The reasons why I might politely interrupt is to keep us on scope, keep us out of the weeds, and to provide balanced input and participation, as well as making sure that people online have a chance to say something if they need to or have their hand raised. And also to keep our energy up, because we're going to be talking about a lot of data and budgeting today, which is really important for your future pivoting and decision making. And so I'm going to help keep that energy up too. So last time we met, we talked about a lot of things and we accomplished a lot of things. We talked about open meeting laws and social media, and hopefully we gained some clarity around social media use and open meeting laws. We talked about the color of money, which you're going to use today. We talked about priority-based budgeting, which made me rethink my own home budgeting. And that's going to be a huge part of today. We talked about the economic outlook in our community, and we talked about council priorities, which we'll address again later. So we accomplished a lot last time, so let's be ready to accomplish a lot today. And without further ado, we have Heidi Derryberry, who's going to come talk to us about the budget timeline. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. Heidi Derryberry, City Assistant Finance Director. This is not. It's got to wake it up. We're all having a rough morning. This morning it appears. All right, give it a try now. So I'll just briefly talk about the agenda before I get into the timeline. So we will be talking, as you can see, about the budget timeline. We're going to do some discussion of the January retreat follow-up, revenue updates, available resources and fixed costs, investing in employees. We're going to have a brief bond projects update, federal funding update, a talk about resource allocations and priorities, relationship building, resource needs, and then we will have a forum and budget expectation at the end of tomorrow. So I think budget is all exciting, so we should be all upbeat all day. So budget timeline. Same timeline you saw 2 weeks ago, and Greg already stole my thunder that we added a new retreat. So that is the only change you see to this slide. So today and tomorrow we're in the second council budget retreat. And as Greg mentioned, on April 7th, we will have a full day to focus on capital improvement program and all the projects going on or needed in the city. April 27th and 28th is when the budget team and Greg will be bringing the recommended budget to the council. The 6th of June is the tentative budget adoption, and then final budget adoption is June 20th. Also on June 20th is property tax levy hearing and the first read of the property tax adoption, with the last meeting July 3rd, which is the final reading of the property tax adoption. So that is my one slide. When you run the presentation, you get to pick who does all the other. So I'm followed by Greg and Heidi Hansen for the January retreat follow-up. So thank you.
Yay. Thank you.
Thanks, Heidi. Before you go, Heidi Hansen, how's audio in the back? Are you all able to hear?
I'm having trouble, I'm just gonna be honest. But,
You're having trouble? We're all having trouble.
all right, I'll just go like this. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Heidi Hansen, interim deputy city manager, along with your city manager, Greg Clifton. We wanted to let you know that we took notes about what you said from our last retreat, and we're going to keep those in mind throughout this budget process. But we do this so that we can make sure we captured them correctly, so I'm hoping that we did. Right?
Yeah.
Here we go. Click it really hard. So we agree with you. We want to continue to invest in our employees, and we heard from you that you want us to do the same. You want us to continue to look at the retention of our employees. Someone mentioned to continue to look, I think it was Councilmember Sweet, to look at the cost of benefits. We also, lots of you talked about the increased community engagement, and we wanted to say that we hear you. You talked about having boots on the ground and actually meeting citizens where they meet. Wanted to let you know that not only does our public affairs section, but our Discover Flagstaff section can help you with that. We're here to aid you in those meetings, and if you need materials or information, we can definitely get that in your hands to help make sure those meetings are happening. You also talked about housing, that you are worried about housing, and you said that you wanted us to continue to look at solutions for our housing crisis. And then I believe that Councilmember House even said she'd like to see a diverse range of housing types. So again, we will be looking at all of that for you. You also talked about flood mitigation. You said you wanted us to continue our efforts to control the flooding. And I think that you all know that we're doing that. There will be a discussion on the Spruce Washed with our neighborhoods that Sarah Langley's put together with, I'm sure, several other of our leaders. And I believe, Mayor, you talked about wanting to look at our fire equipment needs and making sure that we aren't falling behind and that we need to prioritize the resources that they need. Several of you talked about wastewater and reclaimed, and you talked about making our resources greener and a priority. And you also talked about our water treatment plants and making sure that we pay attention to that. And then several talked about making sure that now that we have the Props 441 and 442, that we are following ahead and getting those completed. And then we had several talk about the big shift. And if you want us to continue to work on this plan, and then I believe Councilmember McCarthy, you said, please, let's take care of those sidewalks so that we don't see our neighbors walking all over the street. So we are definitely going to have a conversation. And I believe there was a fair Sweet and McCarthy, you both asked for us to look at that and have a deeper dive, and I'll be coming back before you all. So, Greg, I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
I think that's a really good summary. Thanks.
Do you feel like we've captured what you want us to focus on? I know there'll be other focuses throughout the retreat. We'll be taking notes. Do you feel like we missed anything?
I would just add personnel to fire.
Got
It's
it.
not just equipment needs,
Okay, go ahead, do it.
staffing medics.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. All right, I like the thumbs up. Thank you. All right, he's going. All right,
Heidi, you probably need to point it over there,
thank you.
I guess.
Thanks, Scott. I've been doing it wrong for like 500 meetings, but anyway, no. I'll get it right next time. I think now we're moving it on to Rick Tatter.
Rick Tatter's in the house.
Yes.
Woo-hoo!
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, Rick Tatter, Management Service Director and City Treasurer. Good to see you again. I was surprised nobody showed up that Saturday that I talked about coming and have more conversation budget, but nobody showed up.
Outside. Yeah, reading.
Oh, was the door locked?
We're sitting there reading.
Okay. Well, here we are following up from that retreat. We talked about a lot of things back then about recession, economic conditions. I gave you an update of where revenues ended the fiscal year. And so now we take it to the next step and talk about where our revenue projections are and what we see in the future for our resources available for the city. First, as we go through this, I want to make sure I explain the charts. I'm going to be walking around a little bit. On these charts, we have the actual, the blue line leads up to where we ended the conversation last week or 2 weeks ago. So yeah, my days out here. 2 weeks ago, at the end of fiscal year 21-22, the orange line represents what was our current plans, our plans as we adopted the budget last fiscal year. So those represent what our current 5-year plans were predicated on. The green line takes off from our year-end actuals and builds the projections that we've worked on over the last several months to bring thoughtful consideration what our resources are, how revenues have grown, and what we have in capacity going forward. What we'd like to see on these charts is to have the orange line below the green line, meaning we're exceeding those projections. There may be some slides that you'll see the orange above the green line, which means they didn't come in as we were considering last fiscal year as we were budgeting. So we're going to go through a lot of the general fund revenues. We'll hit about 70% or $7 million of the revenues in general fund. This is really the major resources that we have for general fund services, police, fire, parks, rec, and community development, and so forth. So we'll hit a lot of those slides with the information we have to update. And then we'll look at a couple other funds and give you some thoughts of where those may be landing, and then a summary of some other considerations. So first off is our general fund. This is a 1% sales tax on certain categories in our community. Last year when we were putting a budget together, we were concerned about many of the similar things that we talked about this year. We also had inflation was a major thing leading into the spring, the summer. So we were very cautious about many things last year. So as we went through projections last year, you can see the orange line. We were making sure those revenues were coming in where we expected to fund the services. As you can see out in the out years, I'm going to walk over a little bit. As you see the orange dips down, that's our recession plan. We talk about recession planning, making sure that we understand revenues are cyclical and they do decline. So we kind of had a plan that there may be a future recession in our plans. You'll see a similar thing on many other slides that we have. So as we got through the third quarter of last fiscal year, revenues continue strong. We talked about how the general fund really exceeded our expectations. And you can see from the beginning of the orange to the first part of the green, we were about 2.3 million above what we projected last fiscal year. That gives us a good baseline to project off and bring this year's estimates into line. In the current year, we're actually seeing about a 4% trend increase above last year's actuals. So again, it's been a favorable year so far for the city of Flagstaff sales taxes. So you can see our growth continues to go upward when we're looking at these projections for this fiscal year as we end fiscal year 22-23, the current fiscal year, at about 30 million in revenues, above what we projected in the past year. Then the recession talk. We're building in a recession conversation. This is really a lot of chatter in the economic area, newspapers and so forth. So we are really cautious. We are concerned that we will have a dip in revenues in the coming fiscal year. So I've built in about a 2% decline. They said it's going to be mild, so I think a 2% decline is reasonable and fair to put in this plan. But as we mentioned, they also expect it to be a shallow and a sooner recovery than a large recession that we've seen several years ago. So we'll see a dip and then revenues increase over the next 5 years in our plan. So as you're looking at these slides, one thing to note is that gap between the orange and the green. These are the resources that we calculate available, and we'll talk about it in the next section of what resources we have in our funds. We want to make sure that when we're projecting revenues, we stay within that ongoing resource. So when you see the gap widening, we kind of look at those as one-time resources. but we want to budget down to our ongoing needs with those ongoing resources. So that's kind of where our projections are with the general fund. The next is just a summary of where we're seeing our categories of sales taxes coming in for the general fund. Just as a high level thing here. My notes together here. Again, we're projecting to be about 4% over last year's actual. The categories that have been doing very well in the current fiscal year over previous fiscal year, the largest one is construction contracting. And that makes sense because the last 3 years, we've been exceeding over $3 million in building permits. So as the permits get issued, then the construction starts. So now we're seeing the benefit on the sales tax side here with construction contracting. The other areas are the restaurant and bars are doing very well. Our commercial rentals have rebounded nicely, and our retail taxes are doing very well at the city of Flagstaff. Now I'm going to go through a couple of our state share taxes that we get through the state of Arizona through our distributions. The first is the state share sales tax. They take a portion of the sales tax collected at the state and they set those aside for cities. And then we receive a portion based on our population. So as our population grows or maintains, the distributions are calculated off those numbers. Here you can see also that state share sales tax are also doing very well. Their categories have been growing. The last 2 years, they've been having some great growth at the state level. There's a couple factors that contribute to this. Some of it is related to the marketplace revenues. That came in effect just near the beginning of that upslope of revenues. So that was a big contributor to our states. The federal stimulus packages, the money provided to community members and so forth, adds disposable income in some cases. And that's been helping our growth in our state sales tax. We've added a medical marijuana retail tax. That's in this number. That's part of this growth consideration. So a couple measures actually created that quick bump. We don't expect it to continue on that path. We listened to the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, JLBC, and we listened to what they're projecting and what they're talking about with state revenues, because what happens there affects our allocations. So these estimates over the next couple of slides are kind of predicated on what they're seeing also. So we're listening, we're viewing, and then we adjust it a little bit based on our experience and our expectations in the coming year. Here you can see we do show that dip in revenues with a recession upon us. We don't want to project too far, even with the state share sales tax. We want to make sure we can maintain that. But overall, really good growth. We've exceeded last year's projections that we've had, and it definitely added some capacity in our general fund this year. It's quite surprising. Last year, as we were going through the state income tax projections, this is last year's chart that was in the packet. I thought it was helpful to bring this forward and talk about where we were, what we were thinking in our revenues. We saw a decline coming in the next fiscal year, in the current fiscal year. Let me get my fiscal years right. I got to walk over. In 2022, we saw a dip in our income taxes, but that was a planned dip. Just to let you know, the state shared income tax, the cities get 15% and then distributed based on population. But they made some measures back during the recession where they actually deferred tax payments and caused some ripples in how we can project. But we knew the number because they distribute 2 years after the collection of the income taxes. So those numbers were well known going into last year's conversations. when we saw the 9.8 figure. Then we did see some growth coming in there, but we had a lot of concerns around state conversations about income taxes, changing the tax rates, reducing state revenues associated with sales tax or with revenue income taxes, which is corporate and income, personal income tax. They were making a lot of changes on the personal income tax, and we were concerned about how that affects our share. So we're very cautious in putting these numbers together because we didn't want to rely on something the state may change through a legislative practice and affect our ongoing resources. So we felt comfortable with these last year, but lo and behold, the good news is there's been some amazing increases in income taxes, both corporate and personal income taxes that have come through the state. And we do see our distributions increasing quite a bit over what we've projected last year during our budget process. We will hit the target in the current year because we know those numbers. We knew those distributions coming into the current fiscal year. But going forward, we have seen what the collections actually came out to for fiscal year 22. And based on the calculation of distributions, we will see a large gain in what the city will receive. However, with caution, you can see, yes, it jumps up, but then you see this swing going down. What's happening here is the income tax cuts are taking effect over the next couple of years. It wasn't a one-year hit, but you'll see through the JLBC, Joint Legislative Budget Committee projections, they are expecting substantial declines for the next couple of years and then growth out of the projections as we go. Again, the decisions at the state legislation and what income tax cuts were affects that curve quite a bit. There's still the good news is there's still a large gap between the orange and the low point of the green. And that is where we look at our ongoing capacities. These revenues are showing about a $3.4 million increase in ongoing capacity should we meet these projections in out years. So while it's dipping, we're still got some gains on our state shared income taxes. Where you see the peaks and the numbers in there, that's those numbers that we'll reserve for one-time resources because we know we can't budget at the 20 million ongoing. So we'll see some one-time resources in our conversation in a little bit about what this means to general fund one-time resources. Oh, the other part to this, the 20 million, I missed that part. When the state decided to do the income tax changes on personal income, they also agreed to change the state shared portion with the cities. It went from 15% to 18%. We weren't sure when that would go in effect because there was triggers involved with when the state would give us the 18%. So they hit their triggers in the 1 year, and that is also part of why it went up quite drastically for next year's projections. Another general fund revenue is our state shared auto lieu or registration, vehicle registration tax that the state shares a portion with cities throughout the state. Here it's, we're pretty close to where we were at last year when we were doing budgeting. The orange and green lines are fairly close in nature. Maybe a little bit of one-time capacity brought in here, but we expect these to also have a recessionary issue as disposable income goes down. People aren't buying the vehicles, registering vehicles. So we do see a slight dip coming in this area. Building permits have been strong for the last 3 years. We've met the 3 million mark in 2020, 2021, and 2022. However, you can see the curve. It's kind of curving down. It's looking toward a downward trend. with last year's actuals. And as I'm looking at this current year projections, I still see we're not meeting the same levels as we have in the last 3 years. That's okay. We don't really budget for a high level of building permits on an ongoing basis because we know it's not sustainable. Back in the recession of 2018, these revenues went down below $1 million because of building stoppage, not growing, and so forth. So we want to assure that these are also those revenues that are available for your decisions in the upcoming budget conversation. So we generally budget around the $2 million mark on building permits. And when it's above that mark, we look at those as one-time opportunities for our general fund versus the ongoing opportunities. Franchise fees, not much excitement here. These have been relatively flat since 2012, 2013. Just kind of moving along. Franchise fees are for use of the city right away. This is for electric, gas, telephone, and missing one. Which one am I missing, Barry? Electric, gas, telephone, cable. Thank you. Thank you for adding that. So these we expect to continue on a moderate cycle within the general fund over the next few years. Property taxes. This is another large revenue for our general fund. This is property taxes are set by council. So you decide on the rates that we will issue to create a levy. And a levy is really that revenue that comes into the city of Flagstaff. So there are some restrictions on what we're allowed to do also with a levy and the amount of revenues we can bring in. We are capped at an annual amount increase of 2% over prior year revenues. Prior year allowable revenues, let me correct that. We can increase that 2% levy every year, increase our revenues. In addition, we get to increase for new construction and items added to the tax roll from the prior year. An average over the last few years for added tax value has been between the $75,000 and $150,000 a year. So there is growth in the property tax. However, our decisions the last 3 budget cycles have been a flat levy, meaning we're not going to go for that additional revenues that we could and are allowed to. We kept the levy flat, plus those new constructions. That capacity does not go away. That capacity remains. We are allowed to issue that in future years to meet the maximum revenues and levies for the city. So we have the past 3 years, plus we have the current coming years. We have about a 8% variance in allowable. That's about a $600,000 capacity should council have that decision and move forward with that. I just want to mention on this chart also, you can see where property taxes were kind of consistently down to 5 million, and then it bumped up for the 2 years. That was a decision of a previous council where we wanted to use these property tax resources to fund 6 police officers and 6 firefighters in our operating fund of the general fund. So we actually had a 7% increase per year, but that was based on a flat levy over several years prior to that. So that's how this bumped up in that period. But then you can see we're just projecting from our side just kind of a level increase, construction related kind of projections. So those were the general fund ones. That's, again, about $70 million you saw there in our projections, 70% of the general fund revenues. I'm going to go through a couple other revenues for you. First is our highway user revenues. This is a share tax that comes from the sale of gasoline. There's a tax on each gallon, and then it's distributed to cities and counties based on what is paid at pumps locally. They have a very complex distribution practice here. Here we did see revenues decline at the pandemic area, kind of really leveled off, but we saw some good growth the prior year and the year before that. So we were happy. We're glad that these rebounded well. However, as we're looking at our income that we've seen over the last 6 months, the first couple months of the year, July and August, weren't meeting our projections and weren't growing as fast as we thought they would. So that started giving us a caution of are we going to meet our projections? So this is one where the orange line is actually above the green line, which gives us a concern about meeting those resources we've had in the past. We're still going to keep watching these. We did see a slow decline in the last couple months, and we're going to keep watching this to see if it does rebound to its capacity. But this is one that will have an impact on the Highway User Revenue Fund should they not rebound like they will. Other things that can impact this is, as people go to more fuel-efficient vehicles, they don't use the gasoline as much, so they're not taxed by the gallon. So this is one of those long-term things we really need to look at with these revenues and how those will be impacted longer term. The next one is another one of our taxes as approved by the voters. It's our transportation tax group. This consists of the transit tax, the road repair and street safety tax, and our transportation tax and loan tree tax that we have approved by voters. So a few categories in here. Here I'm just noting you can't really rely on trends when you're looking at a tax source like this because new revenues have been put in place. You see the road repair and street safety added in fiscal year 2014-15. The Butler overpass and renewal of our transportation taxes occurred in fiscal year 2019-2020. These, like our general fund revenues, they sync pretty well, because they hit the same categories with the exception of use tax. So here we are projecting some good gains within transportation taxes, which is really important because, of course, construction costs are going up, inflation and so forth really affect their ability to deliver projects. So there is good news, but we are watching that cost of services also. Yes.
The transportation taxes, where is that collected? At the top or property tax? Where does the transportation tax?
It's a sales tax. Okay. It's a sales tax on goods, services, those categories I showed a little while ago.
So part of the sales tax on the retail side.
All those categories. All these categories collect a sales tax. So on here we have the 1% for general fund, plus we have 2.28% for the transportation taxes. So that's where revenues are gained for transportation projects.
And part of that was the bond in 2018 for traffic congestion, where we voted to increase the transportation tax to cover that for Lone Tree and.
Well, okay, so it wasn't a bond. I'm sorry.
Oh,
You threw me with a bond.
Oh.
It was a ballot measure
okay.
that the council put forward. And in so here's where we renewed the transportation tax package, which was the 0.46, I believe, for several areas like the PED, roads, partnerships, and so forth. And then we also added the Butler Route 66 overpass tax on top of that. So, yeah, that's the revenues coming in from those tax categories. That help?
Yeah.
Great.
Just trying to connect the dots.
Yep. Yeah, so this is a resource to do all those projects. Bed, board, and beverage tax, or BBB tax, is one we talked about quite a bit at a couple of weeks ago. How those have been affected through recessionary periods in the past. but how those also help us gain and rebound from these economic downturns, how we can invest in certain activities to grow our revenues back up maybe a little faster than maybe other communities are doing. So yeah, this was the great news we provided a couple of weeks ago. These rebounded up to the $11 million at the end of the fiscal year last year, adding resources for tourism, economic development, arts and science, beautification, and recreation projects. We expect those to continue to grow this year, just as our sales tax does. As you saw, restaurants and bars are doing very well. Hotels are doing good. Those are adding to the pot of money for our BBB services and projects. We do have the recessionary dip here, but you can see the gap. And here was that conservative estimates of our projections at this time last year, our concerns versus where we're at this year. And there is gain of one-time and ongoing capacity in these funds. So I'm going to wrap up with just some other revenue costs and considerations. One is in our general funds, charges for services have not rebounded to pre-recession periods, pre-COVID recession. So we're still watching those. We're hoping those continue to gain. These are like your parks and rec fees, your admissions, and other charges for services that we have in our general fund. Rates. Other funds. Yeah, other funds are having difficulty keeping up with compensation increases and inflation costs in those funds. Brandy's going to summarize kind of where some of the funds are struggling or so forth over the next year. So their charges for service are not keeping up with compensation as well as inflation. I am working with a consultant to bring back a comprehensive cost recovery policy for council to review, discuss, and potentially adopt to give us some guidelines of what we should be setting rates for, how much we should be recovering for services and that we provide. And of course, rate studies will follow that. We just gotta want to get the baseline first, and then we got to go back and look at rates. It's been several years since we've looked at several of our service rates that we've had. State legislative resources, I just wanted to point this out because we've heard some positive things within this year's state legislative session, but we've also heard some negative things through what we have introduced as bills. A couple on the positive side are those stormwater items. We have about $3 million in House Bill 2543 for the Highway 180 project at Schultz. The flooding out that way. And recently we had an amendment to House Bill 2286 that may, if it gets completed and passed, could bring in $9 million in revenues for our stormwater concerns in the city of Flagstaff. So, us as a city, we haven't been very proactive on the lobbying for resources and fundings. We have our legislative priorities that we definitely want to focus and make sure the state's hearing us when we're coming forward and talking about our priorities. But this is one of those areas that maybe that's somewhere, maybe we can invest more, put our time in, instead of relying on outside parties or others trying to bring things forward for the city of Flagstaff. How can we do more? How can we maybe increase that consideration? And then the last bullet and conversation are there are bad bills out there that really will impact our general fund revenues. There's one about pulling out some of the items from sales tax categories. There is one that talks about the corporate income tax and reducing that, which would be a major hit. There is a minimum wage bill to penalize cities for voter-approved initiatives, where they would allow businesses to get a 10% tax refund. I don't know all the details. A credit. But then they want to bill us, the city, for those resources, making it a wash to the state, even though all the cities benefit from a higher wage, right? We share the revenue. The income's coming in the city, go to the state, and they get shared. But they want to penalize us individually.
I just quickly note that there's a front page article in the paper today about minimum wage proposal.
Is it yesterday?
Today.
Is it today?
So.
So,
Later than an hour ago.
okay, great. Greg, do you want to add anything to this summary and close?
Did you want to take this time to talk about lobbying, or is that another topic?
No,
Now's the time.
we don't have it later.
Okay.
If you want to talk about that.
Thanks, Rick. Please stay here.
No.
Yeah, because we'll do a little tag team here. On what Rick just mentioned, this time of year, we start seeing bills at the State House and we track them. The one that Rick just made mention to is high on the radar. It is new. We will be talking about it, of course, with council. Rick was, I think, very benign in his comment that it can affect cities. I will be a little more editorial. It can affect city, as in city of Flagstaff. Tucson's in the mix. They don't have nearly as much skin in the game as we do in terms of their minimum wage. So there will be impact in Tucson should this pass. This is targeted at the city of Flagstaff, make no mistake. And if it was enacted as written, the impact would be profound. Now, we haven't done the deep dive into this bill yet, but it could fairly well deplete the shared state revenues to the city. And Rick has just walked you through what all those revenues look like. So we'll be watching that one closely. Thank you for letting me give you a little editorial on that, but these bills are important to watch. And it's not all bad. That's the one we're looking at, but going back to the previous successful bills, at least successful if they are passed as written or amended, the city of Flagstaff stands to benefit, especially in terms of stormwater. It's probably a good time to give some props to our Chamber of Commerce for their effort to see the amended bill, House Bill 2286. This all just happened in the last few days. Our mayor and Councilmember Sweet were down testifying in support of that bill in front of the committee. Thank you very much for that effort. Stay tuned on that. It has to go through the budget process or appropriation process for both. And we'll be watching and participating with interest on that. It could be very helpful to the city. So the good and the bad, these are the things we watch for. On the lobbying efforts, I sent to council, I think last weekend, a packet of materials for your consideration. On the table is the question, are we doing enough to lobby for dollars at the State House? And if the answer to that is maybe not, what can we do to bolster that effort? I will back up and say, over the past few years, we have seen tremendous success in Washington with our lobbyists. Over and over again, the last time pre-COVID that we were in Washington, we were successful, we the city, in obtaining a $52 million appropriation from the Army Corps of Engineers for our Rio de Flag project. Since then, there have been other grants that have been approved through lobbying efforts. Make no mistake, there's a lot of effort behind these grants. There's efforts internally to get the grant applications out the window. Stacy BK and many others are involved in that process. But there's also process in Washington as these submittals are considered. And we have enjoyed, I think, very good success from our lobbying efforts at the federal level to see these materialize. The most recent of which would be the RAISE grant that helped us close the gap on the Rio de Flag funding, needed funding, as well as the downtown mile. These are huge. These are, in the opinions of many, and myself included, the biggest thing in Flagstaff's history in terms of capital projects. And we will see, this council will see this project start over the next couple of years. Stay tuned on the exact timeline that's being discussed. A lot of business happening right now in real estate acquisition, getting things buttoned up with the Army Corps to precede the big contract that will then enable shovels in the ground. And these things we'll be talking about, and they are inching closer and closer. I want to give a lot of thanks to the many, many staff people internally right now who are involved in this project. Again, I can think of nothing bigger than this in terms of positive benefit for the city of Flagstaff to bring much of its property downtown and in the South Side neighborhood out of the floodplain, bringing a success to a century of history where we have seen occasional, rare, but impacting flooding in our downtown and South Side neighborhoods. Huge project, and there are many more. But back to the question, I make mention of the successes at the federal level. Along with that, we have not seen a lot of assistance at the state level, and that might not be, a criticism of the state. Rick just showed you the numbers. There are considerable revenues at this state right now that could be available for local governments, localities to assist us with some of these very important projects, especially as we talk about flood mitigation. But I don't think the conversation ends there. Wastewater is another big topic, as we have talked about, and there are others. Are we doing enough at the state level to go after some of these funds, which quite arguably we should? We should be deserving of some assistance in this regard, and our needs are very real. Perhaps, very unique when you look around the state of Arizona. Flagstaff has had more than its fair share of natural disasters over the last few years, and that's not going to change anytime soon. So what can we do to better mitigate what has happened and what we know will continue to happen? And then what can we do to proactively try to plan for and build to not prevent, but to lessen the impact of future events? Touching on a lot of things here, not the least of which include our wildfire program. Chief Gaylor, you and your team, the many efforts to manage our forests in conjunction with the Forest Service and many other partners to help enable our forest resources to better handle fire events, not to suppress the fire events, but to make the stands better handle those events, which are very much part of the natural ecosystem, especially in the Ponderosa pine ecosystem. A lot of effort there, and the council has seen updates on that, and it's very, very important. That's proactive effort. As we talk about flood mitigation, we're a little bit more into the reactive mode. Remember the little presentation we did 2 weeks ago at the retreat about reactive policy making and proactive. We're talking about both here, and we need to talk about both. In the reactive realm mostly, but perhaps a little bit in the other efforts. Could we use a little more state assistance to help us? Of course, the answer is yes. And how do we go about pursuing those resources? The materials I sent to you, Council, included background on a lobbyist who could assist us in this regard. I'll get right to you, Council Member. And you have that background. You have a proposal. That firm, and I'm speaking of the Summit Consulting Group, is probably ready to hit the ground running. The cost of this would not necessitate a lot of procurement process. I do not believe Rick Tatter has been thinking about ways to fund this. And we'd like to invite that discussion to occur quickly. I want to make an important comment on the front end of this discussion. This is not supplanting or changing the current lobby efforts at the State House. We have a lobbyist who has performed for the city for some time, and that would continue. The council has recently adopted its legislative priorities, and that will continue. I think the dividing line between the two would be policy advocacy versus appropriations and maybe executive funding through the executive offices, both. So appropriations, dollars, policy, side by side, it would not have, the proposal that is before council would not have impact on our current lobbying efforts. I had a conversation with Todd Medexa yesterday, trying to express that in no uncertain terms, that this is supplementing current efforts. And it may not be indefinite, it may not be long-term, but I think the idea here is certainly while there are revenues that could be available at the State House, and there are right now, what should we do short-term? Council member.
Okay, so I was going to go back to the natural disasters that we've been having over the last couple of years. So I believe I remember hearing that at some point there was, the governor declared a state of emergency or whatever after we had one of the floods and one of the fires. Did I remember that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Stacy BK, are you in the room? You want to speak to, I don't know if you heard that. The question is, did the governor declare a state of emergency on some of these disasters that we've had? Is that a good articulation of your question?
Yeah, that's the first part of the
Okay.
question. And then the second part of the question is that, did we receive any funds
Okay.
for that? And if so, were those funds for, the firefighters and the people who worked all the fires and everything? Did that come to the city for us to manage, or how does that work?
It's a very good question. The question, if it was not entirely audible, is what assistance have we received by virtue of a governor declared emergency? I think we're talking DEMA and other resources, and Stacy BK is here to talk to us here.
So every time that we have an event and it gets to the threshold that we have extinguished all our resources, that we've, all the staff are out, our vehicles are at the capacity, we'll go ahead and work with the county emergency management to do a declaration. That declaration gets signed by the mayor and gets submitted to the state Department of Emergency Management and Military Affairs. And then what that does, that allows us available funding at the state. If the governor then agrees to the declaration, it opens up a funding pot of 75-25 of funding. And then we're able to, everything that we've tracked, all those costs, labor, equipment, damage, that public infrastructure damage, we're able to submit to the state for reimbursement. And Gretchen in accounting and Brandy are on it. They are working right now to submit those reimbursements.
So then we get 75% of the
Correct.
total, is that what?
Correct. We get 75% of the total project cost, and then we pick up 25% match of city funds. Does that answer your
That answers the
question?
question.
Great.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks, Stacy. The answer is always in the room.
That's a mantra I
Oh, I'm
constantly
sorry.
remind myself of. Please.
I had another part of another question.
Please.
And it's, you had mentioned just a couple minutes ago about grants that we go after.
Yes.
And you had mentioned that our lobbyists, do they lobby granting agencies like, whoever we send grants to? There's a whole bunch of federal agencies that do grants. So do we lobby them?
I believe the answer is yes, but we have an expert.
I'm back.
I'm talking about, like
Just don't go too
competitive,
far.
Yeah.
like the competitive grants. Like, for example, if we send a grant to the National Endowment for the Humanities, I don't know.
Yeah. Actually, Bob.
Would our lobbyists lobby that agency if
Yes.
they knew that we were submitting the grant?
Yes, so Bob Holmes, our federal lobbyist, and I talk weekly, daily sometimes. He's a very big advocate for the city of Flagstaff, of course, and lobbying. We reach out to him. A good example is the infra grant that we just got for the downtown mile. I right away let him know that we're applying. Can we get a congressional letter? He'll start talking with senators and everybody, and he'll actually give us a congressional letter that we can attach in the application. So he's doing that, and then we do fill out a disclosure of lobbying, that we do have a lobbyist, and But he's very much on board. As soon as we know we're doing a big federal grant, he will do that for us.
Stacy, I misspoke when I made reference to the raise grant. We pursued that, but it was the infra grant that we were successful on.
Successful on raise grant, we'll talk more later.
Yes.
But, yeah, we were successful on the
Infra.
bipartisan infrastructure law. And that was the infra grant was within that bill. And that's the one we just received the word of working on.
Thank you.
We'll
Thank
talk
you,
more
thank you.
at federal updates this afternoon.
And while I turn it inward to council for some discussion on this question about lobbying, Stacy just mentioned something very important. She used the term bipartisan. Our lobbying efforts are very bipartisan or nonpartisan, however you want to characterize it. We lobby on both sides of the aisle, and we do so successfully. With that in mind, the packet of materials I sent to you, I would invite you to look at the background of Summit Consulting Group. There are partisan affiliations. I want to be fully candid with that, and I would invite you to take a look. I've done some research, but my comment here is these are not partisan endeavors. These are endeavors that are premised upon good connectivity with our delegates at the state and federal level in a very bipartisan or nonpartisan manner. So, with that, I got the 5-minute cue, but I'll turn it inward for discussion. Council member.
So, are we going to have this discussion right now about the summit?
I would like to.
Okay, good, because I was just gonna say it was just really timely and evident when Mayor and Councilmember Sweet on a whim went down and potentially secured $9 million. So, I think that just kind of shows that we do need a very focused effort in one of the most important issues that every single citizen in our town, it is such a top priority because it's not if, it's when it's going to happen again. Will the snow melt too fast? Will we have another fire? When will a fire come on the west side again, further up by the peaks? And so these are such urgent times, and I want to make sure that we're exhausting every option to get federal and state funding, and not just, we had that discussion and we're continuing the discussion on stormwater rates and stuff. And, I would feel more comfortable knowing that whatever we have to increase on rates to the citizens, it's because we're still exhausting every opportunity through the state and federal level. So I'll just say hands down, I want to do this separate lobbyist to just focus on this one, just life and death critical issue that we have in our city.
Thank you, Councilmember, please.
Greg, I studied the material you sent, and I am supportive. And then when we get done with this in detail, I have a question about shared revenue for Mr. Talley.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Other comments? Yes.
Also supportive. I think there's a lot of money out there to add, and we're losing out if we don't do this. So I think.
Thank you for your testimony this week to help. And Mayor, same comment to you. And back to the legislation that we're tracking, it's hopefully a given that we may need to rely on further testimony at the State House, perhaps throughout the governor's office, elsewhere, to help advance the bills that we're supportive of and to provide commentary on the bills that may negatively impact us. Anything from you, Mayor, on this?
I'm completely supportive.
Okay.
For all the reasons that everyone else has given. We got to exhaust every avenue.
Mayor, are you willing or at liberty to discuss how your conversation with Tom went?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for Todd. I think there were understandable concerns about bringing on an additional lobbyist. I expressed emphatically to Todd that his services to the city were intact and appreciated, and we're going to continue as they have been, and that this was something to supplement, and it may or may not be a long-term arrangement, but really it's to go after existing revenues. So.
Well, I'll share with you what I've already shared with you privately, just to summarize in public, we really do need to be turning over every rock. And this is one additional way to do that. And we owe it to the taxpayers who are on the cusp of burdening with this during an epoch and an era when everybody's already stressed out financially as maximally as possible. And so this is due diligence. It's the right course of action. It is one of the additional things we can be doing to avoid the need to go back to ratepayers. I hope it works.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you for your comments. Council member, did you have another comment?
Yeah, just to follow up, my support, which I do support, is important that this is additional and that we're keeping time and research.
Indeed.
That was a very important part of it to me.
Yes, thank you, and well stated. I think we have a direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm on board with that.
Thank you,
Can
Councilman.
I just add contextually, I think it's important that we're looking at a surplus at the state.
Yes.
And there's monies that are available. There are times in our state's history where this would have been fool's errand, for lack of a better term, or spinning our wheels, or just an exercise in theater. But it seems like there's real opportunities to secure additional real dollars at the moment. And while I've been skeptical in the past that those federal opportunities are going to continue as robustly as they have been, it's really important contextually that we're in a place here in the state of Arizona where we can legitimately pursue that, and this isn't just window dressing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I concur. 1 minute. No action items during these retreats. So what I will do, Council, is move forward with this idea, and I think you'll see it on a future consent agenda with a contract before you, and we'll work out the funding, make sure we're dotting the i's and crossing the t's. Anything else from you, Rick?
Just questions on the revenue update. I know.
Yep. Thanks.
So a quick question on shared revenue, this threat of taking the city's shared revenue. Does that include just sales tax? Does it include HERF? Does it include income tax? Does it include anything else? I mean, what are we talking about? Are we talking like $50 million threat?
Well, the one about the minimum wage and giving credits to companies, I think was only focused on the income tax portion. It's kind of income tax based and taxing. Doesn't mean they won't open it further, but yeah, it could affect.
So is the bill ambiguous and it could be interpreted by the legislature or by staff to include
Yeah,
more
if they
things?
just say state shared revenues, that opens it up to.
So it's
to
actually,
to Autoloo.
that's like $50 million.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Big dollars. Important.
Very,
Very
important
important.
dollars. Yes.
Could be a game changer.
We don't want to sell fire stations.
You got Chief Gaylord's attention with that comment.
Wait, what?
We can make them into affordable housing.
Okay. Any other questions on the revenues? All right.
Let's give them a round of applause. First of all, Rick, almost 20 minutes early on your presentation, so I don't think anyone can tease you anymore about being on time because that's been consistent. So nice work.
Right. As I write these, I'm like, oh, I can't say all that.
Randy, thank you for coming. To talk to us about available resources.
Randy.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Brandy Suda, serving as the city's finance director. So the next part of our presentation to share with you is about available resources and fixed cost forecasting for the upcoming budget year. So my presentation is mainly going to focus on general fund, but I will also be touching on several other funds throughout this presentation. So my first couple of slides are going to focus on our pension retirement rates and costs. So the city has 4 different pension systems. We have ASRS, or Arizona State Retirement System. We have PSPRS, or Public Safety personnel retirement system, one for police and one for fire. And within each of those PSPRS plans, we have different tiers. So we have tier 1 and tier 2 have a different rate than our tier 3 PSPRS employees. And then lastly, we have our EORP, or our elected officials retirement plan, which also has 3 tiers. But on this slide, I'm just reporting the average rate for this presentation. So on this slide, you can see we have 6 years of history of pension rates, plus the rate that is for fiscal year 2023-24. So the ASRS rate is increasing slightly by 0.12%. And as you can see in the graph, our PSPRS rates decreased dramatically in fiscal year 2020-2021 after we financed the city's PSPRS unfunded liability with pension funds. And while the 2 city PSPRS plans continue to be over 100% funded, we're currently over 103% on our police and over 106% on our fire, according to our most recent actuarial report. PSPRS police is seeing a small increase in its tier 1 and tier 2 by 1.56%, and fire rates are increasing by 4.51%. While this is not unexpected, PSPRS board did make some changes to our actuarial assumptions by lowering our expected rate of return assumption, as well as our payroll growth assumption, which will impact our rates. We were anticipating these changes in our actuarial assumptions when we looked at doing that refinancing. In addition, the plan has had some changes in benefits by expanding the drop program from 5 years to 7 years. And the plan did experience some negative returns in fiscal year 2022. And then lastly, at this time, our elected official retirement plan rate has not been released.
So I guess I'm ignorant, but the good news is ignorance is curable. So your y-axis, it's percent. What does that mean? Is this like
This is the percent. So this is the percentage on an employee's salary that we have to pay, that the city has to pay.
okay, so the city, if a person makes X dollars, the city has to pay whatever, 45% or whatever
Yes.
per year.
Yes.
That's a lot.
You could see, yeah. So ASRS is 12.29% forecasted for 22-23. PSPRS, you can see both tier 1 and tier 2 between police and fire is somewhere between 9.56 and 12.86 for next year. And then elected officials is at 70.59%.
So for every dollar we get paid, it's $1.65 cost to the city.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
So how do these rates kind of impact our total cost? So this next slide provides a history of actual pension contributions and the projections for fiscal year 2022 or 2023 and 24. So based on these rates for fiscal year 2023-24, citywide, the Arizona State Retirement System, we're expecting an increase of approximately $130,000. PSPRS Police is increasing by approximately $150,000. PSPRS Fire is increasing by $332,000 over the prior year, and elected officials it's increasing by $76,000. And this increase is specifically due to the increases to mayor and council salaries.
So all of us are in a retirement system.
Yes.
And for those folks that, well, I guess I have 2 questions. Do we have a number of people who are already in a retirement system, but the city is not paying their retirement, but they're paying into a state pot?
Like,
Because I'm wondering, so in full disclosure, it's my personal business, but it's okay. So I'm part of the Arizona State Retirement System. So I get a retirement plan from them already.
Okay.
Okay, but so now I'm working for the city.
Yep.
And so the city is paying retirement, but they're paying it into a pot that doesn't. So basically, you're paying the state for me to work.
yes, we
Correct.
are. Yes, that is correct.
So
Yeah,
are there other people in that same situation and?
yeah, we
and
do.
Is, okay, and
So
is,
we do have, so I would say, it's, some employees that retire and then, maybe they leave service for a year, with ASRS and then they come and return to work. We then do have to pay into the retirement system again, as well as they return to work. We have some employees maybe that go from PSPRS and they retire from the PSPRS system and they may go into the ASRS or between police and fire. We have those situations. There's not a ton of them, but there is a good handful of employees in that situation.
okay, and that's all over the state. Everybody does that. Every city does that.
Yep.
Okay, and has that been like forever or?
As far as I know, I mean, I've only been with the city 15 years, but it seems like that has been the case for the
And
last
so
15
there's
years.
no recourse for cities to not have to pay into a pot where they're not getting any benefits.
I don't know if there's no benefit, right? I mean, you'll see both, you'll probably get an elected official pension as well as an ASRS pension at the end of their service. There should be some
I'm
benefit.
talking about for the city. Yeah, I'm talking about for the city. That you get to pay it, we, not the me, but we get to pay into
Yep.
a system for an employee that's, they're not getting, the city, I mean, I don't know, anyway.
It certainly is a
That's-
benefit to the
yeah.
employee because they will have access to both pension systems in their retirement.
But the one you're paying into it, you don't get anything for it because it's already been paid by another organization. Just go ahead, we can talk
Okay.
about that later.
Yeah,
So
maybe
keep
we
going.
need to get into a little more detail to
Yeah.
that one. So now focusing on the general fund, this slide reports out various anticipated fixed costs that we must budget and fund for the next fiscal year. So first off, we have merit increases at just over $1.7 million. These are already funded in the budget as well as in the 5-year plan for all funds. Next cost is our minimum wage. While we won't know, while this number will not be known until the fall of 2023, our cost projections range from somewhere $282,000 to $331,000, depending on that CPI increase. So that's the range for somewhere between a 3 to 7% CPI increase. Again, this is just general fund dollars. And just to note, I did update this number on my slide last night as I was working on my notes. The number I previously provided was a citywide cost. Pension costs related to ASRS and PSPRS increases is estimated at $550,000 for the general fund. Anticipated health insurance increases for the general fund is projected at $350,000. And this is assuming we maintain our current cost share ratio with employees. Mayor and council salary increases with related employee-related benefits is an increase of $180,000 for the upcoming year. We also are anticipating some pretty large increases to our electric utility bills. So somewhere between $70,000 and $175,000, which assumes between an 8 and a 20% increase to electric. And again, this is just the general fund. And then lastly, at this time, it is unknown what type of increase we may see for liability, property, and workman's comp insurance.
Just a clarification question on the utility rate increase. Is that just the anticipated rate hike from, you said electricity, or because we're converting more over to electricity?
This is just the rate increases. Yes.
So now that we understand what are some of the key fixed cost increases, what are we projecting for available resources for the upcoming budget year in the general fund, and how the revenue projections Rick reported on earlier translate into available resources, either as one-time or ongoing funds. So in fiscal year 2021-22, actual revenues exceeded our projections by $8.24 million, providing one-time resources to the general fund. And while we saw stronger than expected revenues in most revenue categories, this amount is mainly due to stronger than expected growth in our sales tax, our state shared revenues, and building and offsite permits, as well as our community development user fees associated with development and construction in our community. We also had salary or expenditure savings greater than projected for fiscal year 2021-22, equaling $3.33 million. This also provides one-time resources to the general fund. These savings are mainly due to personnel savings due to the number of staffing vacancies during that fiscal year. And as Rick mentioned in his presentation, we are also projecting to exceed our budgeted revenue projections for fiscal year 22-23 based on our latest projections, which would provide an additional $5,025,000 in one-time resources. Again, sales tax, state shared revenues, and building permit growth account for the majority of these increases. Though there are several other revenue categories that are not expected to or are struggling to meet the budgeted forecasts, including court fines and forfeitures and user fees for public safety and parks and rec. The next slide is our updated fiscal year 22 or 23-24 revenue projections over our prior year projections. Are providing $5,450,000 in one-time resources, mainly due to those state shared income tax revenues that Rick reported on earlier, as we do not project those to continue at that level on an ongoing basis, as well as $665,000 in ongoing resources related mainly to sales tax and state shared revenues, especially again the growth in our state shared income tax. So overall, that provides us with just over $20 million in one-time resources and $4,665,000 in ongoing resources within the general fund. Council also has the option to consider an increase to our primary property tax by about $590,000, as the city has not increased its primary property taxes in the last 3 years and has the availability of 8% increase that is allowable by state statutes, providing a potential increase of ongoing resources of just over $5.25 million for fiscal year 23-24. And while I know these amounts are significant, only the ongoing portion can be used to fund ongoing costs and needs in ongoing programs. And the city has a significant amount of pent-up needs throughout the city's operations that you will continue to hear about throughout this presentation, as well as the challenges we are facing in several other of our city funds.
Just another clarification question. So property values have increased.
Yes.
And our property tax revenue is based on the assessed value of properties currently. So is this potential 8% increase is the increase in the levy tax, not the new assessed value, because that's the property owners are facing a higher property tax bill because of their higher assessed value.
No.
No?
No.
Yeah.
There's also the construction too.
Yes. Yeah. And so this is not new construction. We don't quite have those numbers yet, though we do project some growth in our new construction. So for our primary property taxes, assessed values are limited to a 5% increase per year by state statute. So even if your house increases 20% in value, your assessed valuation will only ever go up 5%. So we do have that cap. But we are not allowed to just increase our levy, our revenue by that 5%. We are actually limited to increase our growth on our levy by 2% per year. And so that's where I come up with that. We haven't raised our rate for our primary property taxes in the last 3 years, plus we have another 2% this year. So we could increase it by a total of 8%. But just because property assessed values go up by a greater percentage than what we increase, we can increase our levy, it doesn't.
But you can increase it by 2% of the assessed value, not just.
No, 2% over
What
the maximum allowable levy each year. Yeah, so, yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the tax levy. It's not, it's the amount of tax that's collected. So if the assessed value went up, the rate that we charge goes down so that the amount we tax stays the same. Now, you can change it outside of that, but if the assessed value goes up, it doesn't affect how much tax we collect. A lot of people think, well, the assessed value went up, so we're going to get more money. No, the rate goes down proportionally. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. I think historically, since I've been on council, there's been a lot of confusion, even amongst council members, about that little detail.
Yes. Yeah. Property taxes are complicated.
Very complicated.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think I just made it easy.
Thank you, too.
Yes. I'll write a white paper on it.
Would you? That'll make it official.
Some other considerations to note regarding our available resources include the budget team has committed to converting 50% of many of our annual ongoing budget requests that we are only able to fund with one-time resources due to the limited ongoing resources in the past budget years. So to convert 50% of those budget requests from one-time to ongoing in the upcoming year would be just over 1.7 million. And to convert all of those, we have is $3.4 million. The budget team has received numerous new personnel requests already for the upcoming budget year. So far, we have received 37 new FTE requests and 7 new assignment pays for divisions just in the general fund alone at a cost of over $4 million, as well as 13 FTE requests in all the other funds totaling $1.3 million and several reclass requests totaling an estimated cost of $244,000. So moving away from the general fund, fixed costs and available resources.
All right.
It was Rick.
It was Rick. Nice. So moving on from the general fund's fixed costs and available resources to the fiscal health of our other city funds and what available funding and resources they have for the upcoming budget year. The green circle means that the fund is healthy and has ongoing and one-time resources. Yellow is cautious. We do have some available resources and revenues, but they're limited on how we can allocate those resources. And red means that the fund has little to no available resources for the upcoming budget year. And as you can see by this slide, the funds supported by sales tax or grants are doing well, while the funds supported by user fees, as well as the gasoline tax for HERF, are struggling to meet their operational needs, as well as funding the significant capital improvement projects they have within those funds. So that concludes my presentation. Available for any additional questions.
I have a question.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to ask, so Greg, you stop me if whatever. So the other night at council meeting, several people spoke about the general fund and there being an excess in the general fund. And they were suggesting that we use that money to deal with the stormwater. What's the answer to that?
This is our available resources. So, while we may have fund balance, we also have plans for a lot of those. So we program all of that money out. So when we project our 5-year plan, we're looking at maintaining our minimum 20% fund balance. And so some years we might have a little bit more, but knowing that we're balancing those operations over that 5 to 10 year outlook to ensure we have a structurally balanced fund.
But that one-time increase of 20 million.
Yep.
That could be available for.
Yes.
So,
But as you're going to hear, there are lots of needs as well, in addition to stormwater. Yeah.
well, because the fees that we're doing for stormwater is kind of like for specific things that we want to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I guess my question still is, I know that we have other things that were in the queue before this.
Mhm.
Are those other things, and staff don't get mad at me about different departments. So are those other things, is there some leeway to put the stormwater issue above some of the others that are in the pot? Okay.
We're going to invite Rick to,
Okay.
we were prepared to talk about this a little bit later, but
Okay, well,
I
don't be.
no, I actually like, I just want to stay with the flow of the conversation. So let's talk about it now. It's a very good question. We do think there's some opportunities. While Rick is talking, keep a mind of what's in front of you, one time versus ongoing. But and the stormwater question is both. But Rick, you want to share ideas?
This may go over the time.
The way it starts.
Blame me.
That's okay. You've heard lots of gold stars.
Blame me. We'll take from Randy's time. He's next. Yeah, this has been on my mind as far as we were going through these estimates. We finally got to the figures just recently over the last couple of weeks. We finally got to what the numbers really mean. And so it's been on my mind. How do we look at this through the budget retreat lens, the general fund, and these resources we have available? So it wasn't time I was planning to work on through this meeting, but I gave it some thought. I also had some email threads with our stormwater team, water services team, about what would be a meaningful way to potentially help the stormwater fund and also have some value to reduce rates potentially in the stormwater rates we're talking about. So this is just kind of brainstorming. I just bounced it briefly off Greg this morning, stormwater team the other day. Budget team hasn't had a chance to talk about this. We as a budget team, we want to look at the entire organization. So we still want to have some deep conversation about, are these resources things we can commit? So these are conceptual thoughts that I've had. We're really seeing that there's two key drivers that's kind of in the front with the stormwater rate at this time. One is assuring that we complete the 180 corridor Schultz Creek project. While we see some funding in the state bills for that, we're thinking, how can we assure it gets done, regardless of state bills? Because we can't rely on them at this point in time, but we know we've got to do these tasks. So that's one component of it. The other component is the cost of maintaining our detention basins. That's the big operating costs that's in the rates that you're seeing, looking for adoption. It's $1.8 million annually to maintain those facilities. Over a period of time, a good clean out is about a $7 million project to clean them and bring them back to their intended use. So that's a big investment that, should we have a catastrophic event, more flooding, filling up detention basins, how do we fund that component? So those are the two that I kind of bring out in my mind. The ongoing maintenance cost would help with the rate side of things by not having to have that consistent cost. But if we can set aside and be prepared for it with potentially general fund revenues, initially by earmarking, I'm throwing numbers out, $7 million over the next 3 to 4 years to be ready to address that. And if state resources don't come through, our hope is that state resources come through, and now we've got time, resources to fund those many general fund issues that we have also for all of our divisions, parks, CD, and all those fire, police. But at least reserving it, making sure we're ready to, instead of putting it on the back of ratepayers. Eventually, it may need a rate increase in out years, but this levels it off over the next 3 to 4 years. Then there's the 180 quarter. Can we set aside a one-time funding pot to make sure that project gets done regardless of state funding? We may get some federal funding. We're still working on that. We don't know those for sure, but we want to make sure we have a backdrop of general fund resources. So are we looking in an $8 to $10 million range? I'm just throwing a concept out. We haven't talked about it as a budget team. It impacts the general fund and what requests are coming out. But you can see that could take up to half that one-time capacity out of the general fund to help manage the rates, the ratepayers, and making sure we're ready for these types of events. This comes with concerns. It takes away a lot of opportunities in our general fund. Our equipment, replacing vehicles, maintaining our facilities, may cause some delays or so forth. It's a concern. We'll have to balance that through the budget process. These are one-time in nature. This is not like we can give $7 million for every flood event. If we have to clean up these basins 3-4 times, we have a big issue, and that may be another look for outside resources. But in the end, the stormwater fund still needs a rate increase to cover those operating costs. They are understaffed with all the activity that has gone on over the last few years. They do not have any cash flow to help with pre-flood mitigation, sandbags, helping the community get ready and prepared, and several other things that are in their operating costs that are new and we need to address. And we do need an ongoing rate increase for those operations. And as an enterprise funds, you really do want to have rates to pay for operations. You don't want to be subsidizing with other resources for an operating cost. And I'll touch on this. I heard about sunset rates Tuesday. I think that's a really bad idea. I can get more thoughts when we get to the conversation, but you want to make sure your revenues are meeting your ongoing resources. And if we're trying to issue debt on behalf of the stormwater fund, especially the $16 to $20 million, we still have a real big flag. Bond agencies are going to look at that. You don't have the ongoing resources to pay for your operating costs. Why are you asking for bond funds and collapsing that coverage ratio? So a sunset clause, bond agencies, they'll find it. People purchase a bond, they'll see that. They'll see the cliff on revenues. And there's some other ideas and concepts to that. What we're asking for is ongoing operating costs, not a forward window of operating costs that stormwater really needs for base needs. So that's my thoughts. I threw those together over the last 24 hours just to be ready for this conversation. And I don't know if you want to add anything, Greg.
You said it well, Rick. I think Councilmember Matthews has a question.
And I put this in an email too, but in your projections in the presentation that we saw on Tuesday, the coverage ratio went up in year, I think 3, 4, 5, 6, well over 2 point something, 3, 4. When the required is 1.2, 1.25. Why? What was the methodology behind having such a over healthy coverage ratio when we only needed a 1.25?
I'll have to go back and look at those numbers. The consultant threw those together for us. I did not have the opportunity to pick at that 120 and how it affected. So I'll need some more time to look at
I mean,
that component.
it stuck out to me just because we have a captured audience. Like, as a lender, I'd say, wow, this enterprise, if it was a business, look at how healthy they are with their ratios. But this rate increase is non-negotiable. I mean, if you live in Flagstaff, once it's on there, you pay it in your water bill. So I was just concerned and curious why we were projecting and our rates were tied to having such an abundant reserve and current ratio or coverage ratio.
Reserves, yeah, reserves are a little different than the coverage ratios. Reserves are really a one-time focus for your cash balances as you
Right.
fluctuate through years. I'll look more into that ratio. I'm concerned about it because we'll probably be looking at, upwards near $2 million of the annual revenues is toward debt for 20 years. And that's concerning when you get that type of amount of debt. But I'll look at it more. Yes, you started this conversation.
Okay, so just a suggestion. And I'll just tell the little story, 30 seconds. So years ago, I served on a streets committee where we were looking at the pipes and all the stuff under our streets. And they took us through a whole process to explain all of this to us. It was a committee of people. And we raised some rates and did some other things to make that happen. But I was much better prepared to talk to residents about what was happening because I sat in, 6 months worth of meetings or whatever it was that we did that. You can go back and look at when you all did that, the city did that. So my point is that the way you just explained it, I get it. I totally get it. But but the rest of our community isn't here to get it. You see what I'm saying? And so I think sometimes we do ourselves a disservice when we don't figure out how to explain things to people so that they understand. Now, I may not agree with it, but now I understand the madness behind your whatever, behind the race. Yeah, So just a comment. It's back to that community engagement thing. So anyway.
And this is new information. New stuff.
I know. But I'm just thinking, because it is, nobody wants their rates to go up.
Right.
I know that, but sometimes you don't have a choice. And so if we need to keep stuff operating, this is operating costs and not just because we just want to do it, So anyway.
A very good comment and consistent with the council points of emphasis that Heidi Hansen recapped from the last meeting, which and you and others have been very thoughtful in this conversation. We need to engage the community. I want to give some props to the stormwater team on that. At the outset, this whole rate study, it was publicly stated, yes, but I think as time marched on, there was the realization that we needed to outreach more. And that has been happening. And I think we're all grateful that it has happened. There's a lot of discussion of this of late, and it's in the public light where it should be. And there's a lot of great thoughts coming into it. And, a lot of emails coming through and a lot of discussion the other night at the dais, and it will continue. I think it's all good. And then the things that Rick is talking to, we have some emerging considerations here, the state appropriation. We're so grateful again for that and the efforts of others to help that come about. The surplus revenues we're seeing in the general fund are a possibility here, and Rick just laid out that possibility in a little more detail, and I think it's an important consideration for council. Councilmember Sweet, when the motion was made to continue this matter the other night, you specifically asked for more information, and hopefully this is what you're hearing. It doesn't bring crystal clarity to things, but it gives council some additional consideration to help get through this very complex issue. I know we have one or two members of Stormwater with us. Gary is with us, and I don't necessarily want to speak on behalf of the Stormwater team. You heard my comments, but if there's anything you would like to add to that,
I have nothing to add,
okay.
but Ed's on.
I asked him to join, and I would invite him to.
Okay. Thank you, Gary. We have Ed online. I know we're going over. Rick brought us over on the time, but
No, Councilmember Harris today.
I know you're breaking some sort of golden rule there, but Ed Shank, is there anything you would like to add to this discussion? We're broaching on the stormwater issue, and we know that that's a discussion coming back to the dais, but Rick has thrown out some possibilities, and I want to invite you to enter into the discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Greg, and thank you, Rick. I did come in halfway through the discussion, but very much appreciated. We did spend quite a bit of yesterday, staff did, Rick, Gary, Lisa, myself, others, talking through some of these options. So I do think Rick provided you an option here of having the general fund as that backstop, at least in the short term. And I think he brought up some of the concerns there. It is going to have some impacts on what the city can do in terms of general funds outside of stormwater. So if this is something we want to move forward with, obviously it's something we would support here in stormwater, just understanding that as an enterprise fund, we do try to stand up on our own 2 feet as much as possible. So happy to be a team player here, happy to kind of work outside of the box, if you will. And I'm definitely here for questions. I'll actually be there in person at 12:15 as well when we start talking about some of the bond capital projects. I'll be over there in that nice crowded room it appears to be as well. But here for questions, and I'll also reiterate what Rick said. We do have some very serious concerns about sunset clauses. Those tend to be fairly clunky. They're sort of on-off switches, if you will, and I just have very serious concerns about that if we're going into an active flood season or another fire. If we're going into an on-off type switch, there's better ways to reduce a rate than a sunset clause. But with that, I don't want to speak too much. I'm definitely here for questions either right now or at 12:15. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Let the record reflect that Ed Shank will be here in time for lunch. Any other comments on this? I know we're a bit over, council member, and then Mayor, we'd love to hear any thoughts you may have on this as well. Council member?
There's a philosophical question to be answered by council and city staff. And that is, when you have something that definitely needs to be paid for, should that be associated with what's causing the need? Just as an example, and this is really a broader statement, but on stormwater, we could, the people in the city are going to pay for it one way or the other. So the question is, to use the example of stormwater, does it make more sense to charge a fee that is associated with a property owner's impact on flooding, basically impervious area, or should we just charge property tax, which has nothing to do with how much of the problem that property owner is creating? So that's the philosophical question. Now, it might make sense to take some money out of the general fund if that's the only way we can get things done that need to be done right away. And it might be that we just spend that one time and it's done. Or it might be that we, and Rick can tell me if I'm wrong, but the general fund could loan money to the enterprise fund, be it flooding or whatever, stormwater fund. And because that's the only way we can get it done now. And I understand we're looking for some state funding, which is great. But maybe we should take some of the money from the general fund this one time to do something that has to be done right away. But then long term, in my opinion, the enterprise fund should carry its own weight, because whoever's causing the problem should pay for it, as opposed to, well, we'll just have it come out of the general fund. I guess that's kind of the summary of what I wanted to say.
And thank you. And Councilmember, you have raised that before, and I will share with you, it was a robust discussion with our Citizen Bond Committee over the past year, not a year ago, talking about that. And of course, we're going to hear more about the bonds, propositions 441 and 442, which are property tax funded debt, did not involve the tax increase per se, but using the margin that we had within our tier 2 structure. And, you know, so there you have a property tax infusion into some very needed capital projects. The rate, as has been discussed, the utility rate in stormwater in this case, very arguably needs to cover ongoing operational costs, staffing costs. And, you know, I don't think it's too much of an editorial to share with you. Our stormwater team is bare bones minimal. We have a couple of full-time employees. And then you think about the magnitude of stormwater and needs in Flagstaff right now. And I don't think it's a overreach to say you know, our resources internally are not matching the community needs, far from it. But really the focus here is the one time. And that does, I think, lend itself to general fund discussions. General fund is as a tax generated fund, is used to defray a lot of governmental costs, public safety, a lot of labor costs, pension payments, a lot of commodities, collateral, what have you. And what we're talking here is one time, and we may very well have the resources this year, this coming fiscal year, and maybe the year after, to do some things that we may not otherwise have in the typical financial landscape. We're seeing some revenue surpluses in our general fund. Personally, I can't think of a better discussion to have on those than stormwater and flood mitigation specifically, because those are very real needs. Bless you. Mayor, anything you want to add into this discussion?
Can I do a quick follow-up?
Yeah.
Basically, there's three options. If there is a need, we could, in this case, increase the stormwater fee, or we can increase the property tax, or we could cut some other program where that money might have gone and not do that action and use the stormwater instead. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this has been a great conversation and a great way to get our minds started wrapping around how we're going to do this. And I think that we're going to be receiving additional information later on that will also help to inform the discussion. So I guess what I'm saying is, I think that we've covered this pretty well.
And thank you. And we typically reserve public comment for a public participation, Steve, but I'm going to deviate from protocol here, maybe check in with the mayor. I know you're here for this topic, and I want to be respectful of that fact. Mayor, are we okay taking a little public comment at this time and breaking protocol? Steve? And we have microphones up close so people can come on up. Yeah, thanks, Stacey.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. I took, if Ed's still on, I took Ed's scenario 1 and I tweaked it a little bit, okay? And I'll share it with you later on today. I have to unfortunately leave early and go down, but anyway, my quick comments are taking that scenario 1 that Ed put together in his team. What if you do $9 million out of general fund, you borrow $9 million less in that scenario. That saves you just for 6 years, $3.5 million in debt service and payments, okay? And as you mentioned, I didn't know how long the maturity was. I didn't go 20 years. But you save that and then revisit the needed $2.2 million. You said $1.7 million to clean up the basins. What are the assumptions? What's the variables? I know, Ed, there's a lot of variables there, how much rain we have, et cetera. Maybe we can cut that $500,000 a year. I took $500,000 a year out of the increase of the budget. And then you cut the stormwater fee in half. Everybody in the community gets a half rate, okay? What does that produce? Your coverage ratio is on tact. Your reserve ratio is on tact. And you save on the fees over $7.3 million over just 6 years. We saved $2.5 million with regard to expenses if we don't realize that and cleaning up the basins. I don't know the variables there, Ed, if that flies or not. That's for you to answer. But all of a sudden, we're sitting at looking at spending $9 million today. In over 6 years, you get $13 million back. I'm an investment guy. I'm getting 45% return on my money. I did present value. I know. Okay. So, but that might be something to consider. Again, a one-time situation, but really, you get the $9 million back from the state of the feds, or you float your general obligation bond you're going to anyway down the road, and you have your powder dry. So it gives you some flexibility. Something to consider. I greatly appreciate you let me comment.
Oh, but thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. A lot of numbers. I think two people in the room understood that conversation, and that was Rick and Steve. I'm joking. You obviously have put a lot of thought into this, and I want to thank you for that, Steve. I know these are public meetings and we're live streaming, but I would hope that all the things that are talked about now come back to the dais when we continue the discussion, because it's so critically important. We want to make sure everybody's hearing it. So we should be prepared for that to happen. We continue this discussion to the 14th, which is Valentine's Day. Somebody needs to bring chocolate. Yes. So we'll have that discussion.
I'll bring the chocolate.
Anything else on this? And thank you this was all a little bit unscripted and impromptu. So thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Great. How are we doing time-wise?
I was wondering if we could take a 10-minute break instead of 15 and get started at 10:45, or 10:45 instead of 10:30. Does that work?
Applause for Brandy.
Yes. 10:45?
10:45.
Thank you.
All right, we are back live.
Okay, great. So we have Randy and Brandy and an EAC representative, yes?
Yes.
Coming to talk to us about investing in employees. Once again, let's get our energy going.
Sorry. Oh, no. No, you.
Yeah. Front and center there, Randy.
Thank you. Randy and Brandy. Brandy,
That's
Brandy.
you. It's really fun on Teams meetings.
Teams meeting this kind of challenge. Ms. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members.
Oh, you're gonna have to speak up.
It's hard to hear in the back too. My name's Randy Tracy. I'm the Human Resources Director and Risk Management Director. So we're going to talk a little bit about investing in our employees.
Randy, do you want me to fill in?
Yeah. Sorry. I didn't see you, so.
Yeah. I was talking. Apologize. Nice to see you all again. So in order for us to do, we realize recruitment's been an issue everywhere. And so I think some of you know this and some of you don't. What Greg Clifton asked us to do about a year and a half ago was to figure out a way to market the city better so that we would have better recruitment. And so I got the Discover Flagstaff team together, and then later we put a subcommittee together that is different personnel throughout the city that meets every other week to talk about recruitment, to look at how we're doing. And so we did first an outward facing campaign, and we came up with something really simple, cool careers, cool people, cool mountains. So for instance, if you were someone that was outward and you were looking at the city of Flagstaff, or you weren't looking at the city of Flagstaff, you would come across some of these advertisements. And what you'd basically realize is we are a cool place to work. We also took, we had a lot of our staff come together and decide to be part of the photo shoot. So some of the ads I'm showing you aren't currently These are old ones, but every ad that you see now has a current employee, and we actually normally add what their position at the city is and all of that.
Been seeing Rose in the newspaper.
Yes, very true. And so what we also wanted to say, and we wanted to make the ads really simple, we wanted to say, what would a potential person be looking for or a candidate? And we would want to know what are the assets of working at the city that might be a little bit different working somewhere else. And so on the bottom, you see that we basically are letting them know we check all the boxes. You know, we have state retirement, we have 11 paid holidays, so on and so forth. So those are the things that we actually share. And then at the very end, we have a QR code that if they use that QR code, it goes to a video for the city of Flagstaff. And I was going to show you the video today, but again, I'm on time limit. So I think you get the.
Damn it, Susan, I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I did.
So then we also did inward facing advertising that Vice Mayor Aslan probably was just talking about. And so we're trying to also get the people that are in our community, because of course, you know, we have a competition everywhere. We want our staff to stay here, not go to the county or go to NAU or what have you. So we want to make sure people understand what we have to offer as well. So our inward facing will be a little bit different than our outward facing, where the outward was cool careers, cool people, cool mountains. Our inward facing is about, we know they're already here. We know they love Flagstaff. We want them to know we love Flagstaff, and we want them to understand that we have a place for them to actually thrive. So we share, the assets that we share are a little bit different than all of the assets that we would share with somebody that is being recruited from outside. And then we also want you to know that we track. This is what we do in our meetings every other week. We track, and HR brings us this information, and then Randy will talk more about that. But we look at where are we getting the most hits? Are they looking when they apply, or they're asking for more information because they've seen something? Are they going to the city website? Have they seen it through the newspaper and all that? Just so you're aware, we aren't expecting when we put something in like the Daily Sun or whatever to instantly get someone to say, I've got to apply. We're branding ourselves. The whole point is for people to notice that we are out there and that we are actively in our community trying to recruit the very best all the time. So the whole point is sometimes not to always get someone to apply, but for them to see that the city is trying and that we're trying to get the best people that we can. So when you see some of that, we're not always expecting to get a return on our investment right away. Some of them are just to give that branding out there and let people know that we are working on it. So when you see the tracking, when you see that we don't get a ton of hits from our Daily Sun newspaper, it's because we weren't really intending for that. We were intending just to get the message out. Other areas we're doing very well on, even employee referral has gone up. So our own employees are basically doing a really great job referring others to the city of Flagstaff. And I think that's because we're building a culture. Greg is building a culture that is making people want to say, I like my job. You should come over here and work with us too. So I'm going to turn it over now to Randy, and he can talk a little bit more about how they look at data.
Thank you. I do want to give some kudos to her team. I've worked with several marketing teams, and I'll tell you, hands down, this is probably the most creative, dedicated teams I've ever worked with. Got a great branding program. And in our business, when it comes to recruitment, there's a common saying that there's no silver bullet. There's not one single thing that we do that fixes everything. It's a holistic approach. And they've got ads on buses, they've got them in newspapers, and the branding is out there. And it's a wonderful program. The way it impacts us is our recruitments are up. From last year, we had 188 recruitments in 21, 212 recruitments in 22. And our hires are up 348 in 22 and 291 from 21. And the way you reconcile those numbers is one recruit may hire 20 positions. So police officer, that's why if you look at how you hire more people than you have recruits, but one recruitment may hire multiple people. So.
And what defines a recruitment?
So posting. So if it goes out like the police department says we need police officers and we post it out there for open position, It could have 1 to 20 or how many ever they need in that recruit.
So it's every instance that the job appears out in the public.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. And then our applications are down just a slightly, but that's to be expected. There was a lot of emphasis on the resignation that happened on people that just left the workforce, but a lot of people were moving within the workforce. And so during that 20 and 21 year, that ton of applicants, people just moving around, starting to stabilize a little bit now. Our vacancy rate in October 2019 was 10.10. It went up to 12, and then in 21, it went to 17. And then it's dropped back down now to 11, 15. So we're starting to see a little bit of stabilization in those areas, which is a good thing. Interesting point, 34.92 positions were filled internally. That means people are promoting within. They're staying here, they're promoting, and they're growing through the organization, which is a really good thing. That means people like it here. And we really look at those numbers as well. And then if we look at the next slide, we're talking about time.
Scott, let me know. It's direct right there.
Oh, okay. The time to hire, we're doing pretty good here. On our benchmarking, the average time to hire, which is from the time you open it to the public to the time you actually get somebody on board, is about 121 days. We're at about 74 days, which is pretty good. National average, government, private, everything is about 56 days. With some of the struggles we have here with housing costs and cost of living and bringing people in, 74 days is not bad. So that's a really good number. Then the next slide, I'm going to turn it back over to the team effort.
Thanks, Randy. Brandy Suda again, the city's finance director. So I know we went into a little bit of detail, or quite a bit of detail previously in my slides, so I'm just going to hit really high level on this, but my next few slides are going to focus on benefit cost changes for the upcoming year. And while these benefits affect all funds, I'm going to focus on the impact to the general fund. So as I shared earlier, we are having increases in our pension rates. Those rate increases are impacting the general fund with the following. So we have ASRS we're expecting a $95,000 increase. And that's a little bit of the breakdown between the pension and health insurance as well as the long-term disability and what those rates look like in the current year and for next year. In public safety, for police, we're seeing about a $105,000 increase. And for fire within the general fund at $305,000, or I'm sorry, police was $150,000 increase. And right now, we do not anticipate, we have no updated information on elected officials. So the increase to those rates are unknown at this time. Moving on to insurance. We are not expecting any increase related to our vision and dental insurance. However, for our medical insurance, we are anticipating an average of a 5.5% increase. And to continue to maintain the current cost share ratio between the city and the employee is at an estimated cost of $350,000 for the general fund. So in total, looking at pension and health insurance increases, the impact to the general fund is right around $900,000. Going into a little bit more detail regarding medical insurance, where we're seeing that 5.5% increase. So this slide shows what that impact would be for the city as well as employees should we continue to maintain the cost share ratio between the city and the employee. So the city currently we have 3 plans, our buy-up, base, and high deductible health plan. And within each of those plans, we have different levels of coverage. So we have employee plus one, as well as family. And employee plus one is something new that we started in fiscal year 23. And so you can see in that first part of the table in green is the total new cost, what the portion the city would pay, and the employee cost. And these are per month costs estimates. And then in the blue, we have what that increase would be to the employee per month, the city increase, and that total increase. And so right now, we base all of our cost sharing on the base plan. So for employee, we cover 100% of the cost of the employee only coverage, assuming employees participate in our wellness incentive program. So this is the $20 cost if they choose not to participate. For employee plus one and family, the city covers 72% and the employee pays 28%. That's the cost share ratio. Any questions related to health insurance? Medical insurance? I will then turn it back over to Randy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. They asked me to talk a little bit about some compensation terminologies, because those that are in the business, sometimes we just forget that everybody doesn't know what these things mean. So I'll just take a real brief time to talk about what each of these are. You may already be familiar with them, but we'll talk about them. So compensation adjustments, it's very important because you guys have done this for the last 2 years. That's what you guys focused on prior to me coming here. And I will say that you did a really good job of fixing most of that. And compression happens prior to the pandemic, right? The terminology in the industry was education plus 8 and 10. So what that really means is you have an employee who has full educational maximums, right? It requires a bachelor's degree or master's degree. And they have 8 to 10 years of experience in that position. They should be at midpoint or higher. That was the target. Now, since the pandemic, because they were driving wages, that's dropped really to 6 to 8 usually as a standard, because people are just driving wages. What happens is when you have people that are lagging, called range penetration, they're not moving through their range in an appropriate amount of time, it has 2 major effects. One, they're not keeping up with inflation, they're not keeping up with the market. But 2, it's holding down your hires, right? So let's just say you have somebody who's there for 15 years and they're only 25% into the range, and now your new hires are demanding $10,000 more than they are making. So now you create an inequity. So sometimes organizations, just like you did, is we have to move people into the range. The range don't move, the people move within that range to get them closer to that target point. So that's kind of what compression adjustments do. Moves people in a penetration. And then the cost of living, which we had talked about the last time, was a common thing for years, is you do 2%, everybody moves 2% into the range. The range itself doesn't move, but everybody gets it. Everybody in the whole place gets a COLA typically. It's a cost of living adjustment. So all eligible employees would get that, right? Market adjustments, which we're talking about for this year, is because the last 2 years we really haven't moved the range or the starting pay up through. We worked on compression and moving people within those ranges. What happens is you start getting range delay because they haven't been moving at all. So this year, rather than focusing on compression, we're talking about moving those ranges a little bit forward. Otherwise, they get stale. And all your comparators, meaning the people that you compete with, actually are bypassing significantly. So in this particular case, the entire range moves, right? So the starting range of R25 would go up X number of dollars. And then all the employees that are in that range stay on their compa ratio. Compa ratio just simply means if you were at 10% into the range, right, and we move the range, you still stay at 10%. So all the people in that range move forward just a smidge. And it varies based on position. We've also been doing merit increases, which means the individual at their anniversary date, if they get a good evaluation, right, then they also receive that 3%. Now that person moves up in their range, but the range don't move when it comes to merits. Only market adjustments actually move the entire range and then everybody with it. So that's what we're talking about for this year. And then also moving to performance-based evaluation. So, and that's very similar. The only difference between a merit and performance is that on performance, depending on your evaluation rating, will determine how much that is as opposed to a flat rating. Yes, sir.
Can you define smidge?
3%. That's a smidge. In the market where we're talking about CPIs that were in double digits, and you're talking about wage increases across the nation running 6 to 7%, 3% is a smidge. And we're talking about a small percentage of what the rest of the market's doing.
Thanks.
Sure.
Right here.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So on the market increases, you know, with Flagstaff being what, 14% higher cost of living than, let's say, Phoenix, what market are we benchmarking to? Is it just the national average for that job, or do we take into consideration, because it's all about affordability of housing here, and this ties into making housing affordable, is not just I get paid the same as a police officer down in Phoenix, but my cost of living is 14% higher, because, and housing is a big component of that. So how do we benchmark that market increase?
Excellent question. Thank you for that. We have identified 26 different comparators, right? Regional comparators. And I talked about this last time. And then it's also adjusted based on inflation. So, for example, South Tahoe is included there, but theirs is way higher than ours. So we have to adjust that based on the national average of their inflation. And then also, too, as I mentioned in the last retreat, that we're also going to start looking at what I call local comparators, right? If you can keep your house and drive to it, those are the folks we're probably going to lose them to. So we're not only looking at the 26 comparators adjusted by national inflationary rates, but then also looking at our local comparators and seeing where we fall in that particular pot as well. Does that make sense? Okay. This is, and I won't spend time because they've asked us to cut up a little time. This is just a historical document that shows what the city itself has done over the last several years in terms of these types of changes. You guys know better than I do what the impacts of those were. Just wanted to show you that. If you had any questions on them, you probably have to ask the city manager, but this is just kind of a rundown of what the historical compensation has been. And then going to this next slide, you already saw this slide before. And this is just a recap, so I won't take a lot of time to go on this. We have moved to $16.80 as the minimum wage. We know what the ordinance is that shows we have to be at CPI and $2 higher than the state Arizona minimum wage. I mentioned in the last one that the trajectory of the CPI, if we stuck with that particular trajectory, it would end up being about $17.98, so around $18 an hour would be the next one. Now, we do know that, and this is all moving targets, right? We can't really gauge exactly, but we're starting to see a little bit of softening in that. It's a little bit less than what we thought it was. And the labor market's starting to soften a little bit. Some of the latest reports coming out shows that wage increases are actually starting to slow down. So we're seeing a little bit of slowdown in that. There was discussion in any of the meetings about looking at also doing an early implementation, right? Like you did last year. You projected it was going to be $16.60. The city itself moved an early implementation in July. CPI actually ended up being $16.80, which you guys were really close. And so we had to move to that $16.80. Similar conversation that we might look at an early implementation. If we did, $18 an hour is going to be probably pretty close to what we're going to have to be at that following January anyway. So, but it puts us in a good position to recruit. It puts us in an advantage in a really tight market to attract applicants to the city if we went to an early implementation or something of that nature. So the state plans we had talked about before, anytime you have an increase in minimum wage, whether it's our starting wage, and I'll distinguish that, minimum wage for the whole municipality versus just the agency of Flagstaff, our minimum starting salary, if it went to $18 an hour, is going to have an accordion effect through the ranges above it. So 04R, which is our lowest range, through 25R, is going to have an impact. That's where we felt the impact going up through the ranges. It's kind of where it started stopping at 25R. So in order to keep those things from having compression, right? Again, going back to a different kind of conversation about compression. If your ranges start collapsing because you keep pushing up, what winds up happening, if you have a 1% difference between midpoint in this one and a midpoint in the next one, you get a promotion, you get 20-cent raise because there's so much compression between the ranges. So you have to keep those ranges moving up just a little bit. 5 to 7.5 is our target here, to give some kind of incentive to move to the next ranges, right? Well, there's costs associated with that. Every time we move that range up a little bit and beat that compression back, there's a cost associated to bringing up that range. And then we have an entire temp plan. Here at this city, temps are a significant part of our workforce, far more than any place I've ever seen. But the need for those temps are critical. And so those temporary plans are also tied to a regular pay plan. So as we move up the regular pay plans, so do the temporary pay plans to keep those compressions at a minimum. So now you saw these slides previously, but now we've been able to put numbers to them. So if you look at the proposed chart on the right side, if we went to $18 an hour at the 05R, and we brought that compression down to those acceptable levels, which is 5% between ranges, the total for the regular plan would be about $365,000. The temp plan would cost about $84,000, and the total would be somewhere in the ballpark of $449,000 to keep those compressions from happening. And that's to have a really healthy compensation plan. You can't let that compression get on you because it'll take a lot more in the future to correct if we don't keep that moving forward. Now, we're aware that the merits have already been funded, and we talked about those fundings earlier. So that's in your 5-year plan. So that's been ongoing year over year. So in order to maintain this commitment to keep this compensation plan healthy, we're recommending a 3% increase for all your regular pay plan across. And when we first started having the discussions, even I've only been here 90 days, but early discussions, potentially maybe even 5 to keep it healthy. And with your previous director, previous HR director, that was some of the discussions we had as we were doing the transition. But even in just that short period of time, the trajectories of things have started to kind of decrease a little bit. So I felt pretty comfortable recommending for it 3% as opposed to 5% because that's where everything's going. Everything could change tomorrow. But if the numbers continue to go in the decline that they are, a 3% increase against all those ranges should keep us healthy for this year. Now we'll have to address it next year because I don't know what's going to happen. Right? And that also included the step plans. I want to take just a second and talk about step plans because they're outside of the regular pay plan, police, fire, and water services. Those plans hadn't moved in a couple of years. So when I looked at the police plan, I'll give you an example of how fast the market's moving. 2 years ago, the police plan was at 50 percentile. So those comparators that we had, 26 comparators, we fell somewhere in about 50 percentile. Within 2 years, we had dropped down to 15 to 12% in just 2 years. That's how fast everybody's moving around us. And if we don't move those plans forward, they begin to slip quickly. And that hurts our recruitment, hurts our retention, and so on. And so the pay plans, the step plan recommendations for this year is to move that forward again so that we're competitive in the market. So we're going to be moving to a pay for performance on 7/1/23. It's basically going to replace merits. Right now, merits, unless you have a really low rating on your evaluation, you get the 3% at your anniversary date, right? Pay for performance is going to replace that, meaning that your annual increase will be based on your rating of your evaluation. So, for example, and this is just things we've discussed, if you get a 2, you get a 2% increase. If you get a 3, you get a 3% increase. If you get 4 or higher, you get a 4% increase. So it's really a good incentive. Those of us worked in government for a long time, it's really hard to find things you can incentivize government employees with. There's so many laws, state laws, that minimize what we can and can't get, unlike the private sector. So this really helps incentivize good performance, right? It's one of the few arrows in our quiver that we can use to incentivize good performance. The step plans will not be impacted by pay for performance. They are put on a routine basis moving up, and so that's not impacting any of them. And then the annual market review. During the year, because this is a one-time shot, right? Budget time, we give everybody an increase. But throughout the year, as we know, the market's moving every day. This is a moving target. So the city has committed to looking at 25% of our classifications, 100% over the course of 4 years. And we listen to divisions, we listen to the directors. If we have a position that is super hard to fill, like maybe out for a year, can't even get an applicant, whatever, we can look at those things mid-year, right? Go out to the market, see if we're not competitive. Now, let's just say an operator's position needs 5% to be competitive. Well, then there was a pot of money set aside that we could actually move that to a current position. And so over the course of 4 years, we will not only do annual increases, but look at hard to fill positions throughout the year so that we're not waiting an entire year, right, without trying to fix that problem. So that's also occurring. We are requesting that we fund that $143,000 year over year. That's to fix those problems throughout the year. And then we talked about these particular areas with the overall pay plan going up. So we look at it in two different things. So the minimum wage increase impacted up through R25, right? That's where it started creating compression. So we talked about those numbers, the 449,000, that fixes that particular area. Well, then when it stopped, we still have to move the rest of the ranges to keep up. So when it says R30 and up, that means that was where the compression ended from the minimum wage impacts, but we still have to address the other ranges. And so that's why it's talking about an additional 3%. Okay. So, you've all been waiting for. This is what the impact's going to be. So on just the regular plan, 30R and higher, to move those 3%, it's going to cost about $638,000. The fire plan, because remember we talked about it, had been moved in 2 years. To move it to where the market is today, it's going to cost about $665,000. Police plan, it was even lagging even further. So to get it competitive, we need to invest in that entire step plan, which would cost $1.1 million. And then the water services, still trying to get with Brad. I know we got a new director, so we're trying to loop that new director in before we finalize anything to look at what the impacts are going to be for water services. But in order to get some type of ballpark figure, we put a placeholder in here for $60,000. Again, that might change a smidge here or there depending on what their needs are, but we wanted something to be able to present. That's kind of an estimate of what we think it may cost to move that particular step plan forward. So a total of $2.4 million, close to $2.5 million, to move all of these forward for this year in a healthy manner. Questions at this point? This is to keep us fairly competitive. So the next slide shows just a summary of these things. The minimum wage impact to keep the compression out all the way up through 25R is $449,000. Merits have already been budgeted. The market analysis that happens throughout the year to keep people competitive, we got that pot of money there for about $143,000. And then the overall market plan to move everything forward, a smidge.
They're just always 3%.
In this market, a smidge is 3%. It really is. You know, I've seen some other agencies that's went as much as 7 to 8%. It gets very expensive to really move them up into positions. So this is kind of a summary of what it's going to cost to really keep us having a healthy, competitive compensation plan this year. And then my friend Jared's going to come up and give it to him for the Employee Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
Randy.
Thank you.
Morning, Mayor, Council. My name is Jared Watasic. I'm one of the Employee Advisory Committee co-chairs. As far as today's presentation, it's going to be more high level. Randy did a really good job on getting into the details, the numbers, and kind of what our recommendations are. The EAC does support those recommendations, but I wanted to give a little bit kind of information on some of the talks we had. As you guys move forward, there's going to be some important discussions you'll have, kind of give input on some of those topics. The four main areas I want to talk about today. First off, the impact of inflation and market trends. Randy did a good job setting the stage. I kind of want to give a little anecdotal evidence of the stuff that we've talked about in our meetings with specific employees, certain ranges, kind of bring it into a more personal to Flagstaff level stuff. A lot of that's going to go into the minimum wage impact. I'll talk a little bit about the pay per performance from an employee perspective. And then the last bit, kind of what Brandy talked about, which is the benefit contribution levels between the employee and in the city. All right. Everyone in this room knows the last 2 or 3 years, doesn't matter what it is, it's gone up. Whether it's housing, whether it's rent, gasoline, food, basic services like childcare, daycare, everything's gone up. So to no surprise, this has been our number one concern by employees throughout all our meetings over the last 2 years. The biggest thing is we want to make sure the city has a plan moving forward to maintain this. We get from the private sector, as Randy noted, there's a lot more things they can do. They can turn on a dime, double the cost of their product, and make that up instantly. We can't do that as a city. Things are much slower. The pot of money is much less. We get that. But to Katie's point, this is our time to be kind of quick thinkers, be able to move through this ever-changing market and be able to make these creative decisions to stay ahead of this stuff. So this does directly affect recruitment and retention. I'll kind of give you an example of where a lot of these complaints have come from. You look at our pay ranges of our 30R or our 35R classes. Right now, the starting wage is about $23, $24 an hour. But if you look at the positions that fall into this, these are our lead workers and our supervisors, frontline supervisors. They're in charge of our employees. They have responsibility of those people. They have a liability to take on that management role. Going back to 2017, when the minimum wage was passed, $8 an hour, they're making roughly $20, $21 an hour. Looking at that same position, extremely competitive pay. Fast forward now, we're talking about a minimum wage of possibly $18 an hour. They're making $23 an hour. That is no longer competitive. Because now they can take a lot of that responsibility, don't have to work weekends or holidays, come in on snowstorms, they can call in sick with far less of an impact on the work than if you're a manager and need to lead these people through a crazy snowstorm for $2 or $3 an hour less. Because of our minimum wage being so high here, the Walmarts, the Targets, these large corporations can offer $20 to $22 an hour starting. Where in Phoenix, they're offering $15, $16 just because the minimum wage is a little bit different. That's kind of a unique thing here in Flagstaff we have to deal with. So not only do we have higher cost of living, our competitors offer a higher wage, which then creates that kind of recruitment and retention issue that we're seeing here. So what they've expressed to us is it's really hard to hire and keep these extremely important positions. And again, you can move over to something kind of a lot easier job, less responsibility, and not really take a pay cut to it. The other thing kind of Randy talked on I know from the police specific realm, you look at DPS or Phoenix PD, they've seen almost a $20,000 per employee increase. Again, can't go something that crazy, but that's the kind of things that we have to compete with here in the city of Flagstaff. Other positions there, municipalities have also changed drastically. So that's something we have to keep in mind when we're looking at this. One thing we do want to do is highlight the positives the city has done. I've been here for about 17 years, and in that time frame, up until last year, these merits have never been built in as a long-term thing. It's always been, yeah, we'll kind of see if it comes in. If the money's there, we'll do it. The city made a huge commitment last year in building this into the 5-year plan. So I want to absolutely hit on that point. That is huge. That is game-changing for us, and really appreciate that, but that has to continue. We can't let it drop off now. With all those other things going on, we're just going to fall further behind on that. Getting specifically to the minimum wage impact. You guys know, we've seen these sharp increases each year. You've seen the dollar figures up there. It's $1 million 1 year, right? This year, I think it's close to $400,000 for the bare minimum. Now, if we move up to the $18, it's another $500,000. Each year, we're throwing $500,000 to $1 million right off the top of other monies that could be set elsewhere in the city for these needs just to deal with this minimum wage increase. Numbers up there are shown from 2017 when this went into effect till now. It's shown from $8 an hour to at least $16.80, possibly $18, depending on which side today. For other jobs in the city, I've seen 3 merit increases. What that means is roughly a 9 or 10% increase. Minimum wage seen about 110, 120% increase. Everywhere else in the city seen about a 10% increase those times. Some jobs will be different. Some jobs got affected a little bit more, but just kind of the rough general numbers there. Go ahead.
Jared, a comment, earlier I had some pretty strongly worded comments about state legislation pending that could have the impact of penalizing us, if you will, on our minimum wage here in Flagstaff. And this gives basis to those comments, I believe. It is part of the narrative that really needs to be shared. The first part, of course, is minimum wage here was brought about through a citizen initiative, and it was enacted through the citizen initiative process. It was not a city-born policy, but rather a community voter-approved policy. And of course, we adhere to it because of that. The second part of the narrative is what you're talking about, which is we, as an employer, are being impacted by this just like all other employers. And I know that that's not resonating, but it is internally. We are seeing this impact, and these numbers are pretty clear on it. It is very difficult these years to deal with minimum wage and its impact in the lower ranges. And as Randy just pointed out, the resulting compression adjustments that we need to make. And we're seeing it in the recruitment process. I believe you're seeing it in the police department.
For sure.
Thanks for letting me elaborate.
Yeah. So that was going to be my next point. Is now we also see things that are different than in 2017. Again, this kind of me personally and speaking with other people within the city. When the voters voted on it, I'm not sure if the CPI plus the $2 was fully understood. That's one argument. But now with this new legislation coming down the pipe, that wasn't here when the voters voted in 2017. And as far as you guys, you're the body of how we move forward with this. Again, that is a citizen vote initiative. There are things we can do to bring it back to the citizens. I just think as a budget team member on EAC, we have a public obligation to be fiscally responsible with the public's money. We need to be transparent with where it's being spent, why it's being spent, and how it's being spent. And if there are things that we can see that's going to impact these numbers, if that article is correct that Councilmember McCarthy brought up and that passes, 10% of our state share revenue isn't a small dollar amount. This is millions of dollars in 1 year that we're going to be losing if this goes through. These are large impacts I think the citizens need to be made aware of. It's something we have an obligation to explain to them and educate them on and let them make the decision of how we want to move forward with it. So EAC's big plan on that is if you were in this 30R, 35R position, over the last 5 years, as explained, you see this floor catching up to you a lot quicker and you're getting ahead of it. They want to know, does the city have a plan moving forward to address this, to help them, to keep those positions filled? And we just need to know kind of what that looks like to be able to deliver to them, to give that confidence to stay here versus moving to other agencies that may have a plan in place already. Next topic, kind of skim over and time saving because this is more of an internal topic. But as far as the pay for performance, EAC does absolutely support this. The one caveat is as long as the infrastructure is there for our evaluation system, and then we have the proper things in place, such as a appeals process if the employee disagrees with it, and then make sure the system itself is good at rating and capturing what we need to as far as below standard, standard, or above standard. And speaking with our new HR director, we are extremely confident in his ability to handle this. The one caveat is because he is brand new to this, is this the best year to do it? If everything's in place and he's confident to do it, we trust his judgment. At the same time, if he feels he needs a little bit more time to make sure we do it correctly versus rushing something like this, we fully support him on that decision as well. Last part is our benefit coverage contribution cost sharing. Brandy showed you this slide. For those of you that weren't around 2 years ago, these numbers were far worse. We were at the absolute bottom, even within our own NAPEP organization, as far as how much percentage the city did versus how much percentage they passed on to the employee. Huge strides were made last year. Thank you for that. The employee's cost went significantly down as far as percentage-wise. And this year, we understand because of that, we're not asking the city to cover all of it. All we're asking is to maintain those same ratios. I believe it's like a 91% if you're employee only, or it's like a 72% to 28% employee if you're on the family plan. As long as we maintain those same ratios, we will stay within the market and be competitive, and that's all we ask. And that's the numbers that Brandy presented to you. In years past, we've asked the city to try to take all of it just because we're so far behind the market. But because the advances we made last year, we're right there. We just want to maintain that. And I think that's it. Do you guys have any questions on those slides?
For the benefit of the newly elected council members, could you very briefly talk about the EAC, how often they meet, your role in that committee and the topic? I mean, we're seeing the outcomes of that, but I don't know if there's a lot of familiarity here with the Employee Advisory Council.
Yeah, absolutely. So EAC's role is we have members from all the divisions. We have representation numbers based on how big your division is, so it's all equal throughout. But 2 or 3 pretty much from every division. We meet every 2 weeks and we discuss any topics that affect the employee body as a whole. We try and stay away from specific things such as just police department, just water. Those things we try and refer them to HR to deal with. But if it's a topic that affects the entire city, or at least a majority of the city, we will try and discuss it to see if there's something we can do, a recommendation we could make through city leadership, through HR, through council, whatever recommendations we can do to try and give the employees a voice. I've been on the committee for about 10 years. Prior to about 3 years ago, we got very little done. A lot of it was more, a lot of complaining, things like that were going on, and our voice didn't really have an avenue. With some of the new city leadership that was brought in, we were given a seat at the table. One of those seats that I serve is on the budget team. We have other members within other leadership and other areas that are really impactful, and they've given us a voice to kind of let the employee body have a say in a lot of, obviously, benefits, but also policy decisions. And that has been huge. Over the last 3 years, we've made huge strides in compensation and benefits because of that. So really thank you guys for that. And I really appreciate the opportunity to serve on the budget team and also to present to you guys because of those things. Go ahead.
I don't know if this is a question for you, Randy, but is our employee shared benefits percentage competitive with other municipalities, or?
I haven't seen this year's numbers. Brandy, wherever she is, might be able to let me know. Last year, what we did is we matched CCSO, which was the top of NAPEP with our little organization. So we were right there with them. And as long as assuming they're staying the same.
Yes, so with our NAPEP partners, we are, I guess, number 2 of that group. So the county only has, well, in some cases, we're doing a little bit better than the county. The county has probably the best option, but there's only about $40 difference for our family coverage. But we also offer Employee Plus One, which the county does not offer. So we're right in there, right around within $40 for the county, and then everybody else is a little bit even more. They cover even more.
To put in that perspective, last year we were about $250 higher, only 40. So huge strides have been made there.
I have a question. What I'm getting at is trying to figure out the most efficient way to help our employees. So my question is, does an employee pay income tax on the amount of money the city puts towards health insurance? No. So if that's true, it's probably more efficient to give the employee a better deal on health insurance as opposed to taking the same amount of money and giving that to them as an increased wage.
Caveat on that right now, if you're on our base plan, employee only, it could be $0. So outside of giving them money somewhere else, there's going to be an argument that hasn't been made in the past, where if you give it to families or at a different rate, there's some discussion there as far as the equity.
Yeah, it's none of this is simple, is it?
Yes, never is.
But just something to keep in mind.
Oh, absolutely. We've talked about that. We've had those discussions. I think we've settled pretty good on what our kind of cost sharing ratios are right now. And there has been talk also of trying to up it a little bit, 5-10% towards the family to try and bring in some of those people, because that's where the burden really comes in. Last year, we were paying $750 a month to it. We couldn't get people coming in. Now it's lower, closer to that 500 mark. It's a little bit better, but again, those are always up for discussion of how far we want to go on those.
Yeah, just to add, so the employee share of health insurance is deducted from your taxable wages. So it does reduce your taxable wages for any more money.
Thank you. I was thinking.
Any other questions for anyone?
Jared, I just want to thank you for your representation of the EAC. You are a great voice for the employees, and you're very diligent in attending those meetings and bringing their voice to the table at the budget team, leadership team, and elsewhere, and in this forum today. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And you guys made it 20 minutes of time. Huge gold stars for each of you. Thank you, Jared, Randy, and Randy. So we are scheduled to start lunch actually in 5 minutes. Do we have lunch delivered? Lunch is ready and prepared.
Oh my.
To Sean and Doris. Yeah. All right. Shall we give them back that extra 5 minutes from the short break and take that break now?
Yeah.
Yes, Mayor, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
All right, so then we'll be coming back in our seats, ready to work at 12:15.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, thank you. We're gonna go ahead and get started. We have bond projects updates, and we have Mark, Scott, Ed, Jim, and Sarah to present to us. Who's starting first? Mark Gaylord, you're up.
Oh, it's hard of hearing. I don't think.
Oh, okay. Yep. We're ready for you, Mark. Point this over there. To make sure.
It's more.
Yes.
I bet you could command a presence if you really wanted to.
Oh, well, thanks for having me, Vice Mayor. I'm your Fire Chief, Mark Gaylord, and I'm here to update you. I'm going to be the first of several presenters on progress of the recent and successful bond issues that we currently or recently were successful in securing. For the fire department, the wildfire suppression module is really a much needed funding source for some equipment that we need to replace. It's really important to note that everything, the two wildfire engines, they're type 3 engines, those are the types of engines that we use to protect neighborhoods. And then the other two water tender pieces, in many of the areas that we need to fight fire, protect the community, there's no fire hydrants, no water supply. We have to bring our own water supply. All four of those pieces of equipment were 20 years and older and needed to be replaced. So we're very grateful for that. Currently, it's in design and specification. We'll work with procurement to go out for bids. We anticipate being in front of you in May or June. The purchases are large enough that will require your approval. And so you'll see that. And typically for trucks like this, we're seeing 12 to 18 months. We would like to have them on site before the 2024 wildfire season. That 12 to 18 months, I'll just comment. Recently, you all just authorized the purchase of a ladder truck, another replacement truck. We're getting construction times of 36 months now. These apparatus are requiring much more lead time than they used to. So just a little bit of information for that. And then that's a $2.1 million purchase, and we're very grateful. We have an aging fleet. Our fleet folks are doing a great job keeping everything on the road, but it gets tough when apparatus gets this old. So we're really we're grateful for all their efforts, and we're grateful for the community to pass this bond and provide that resource for us. That's about all I have, unless you have questions about that.
The water tenders, you said those are for when you have to bring your own water?
Yes.
In the city?
Our own firefighting water.
Water. So do we have neighborhoods in the city where they don't have fire hydrants?
We have forested areas and open space within the city, okay, adjacent to populated areas where there's no water supply.
Questions? I don't see any questions online.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you. And you just point it over here. The computer's actually.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Paul Moon. I'm the city engineer, and I'm here to talk about the spruce wash improvements. With the passing of Proposition 441, overwhelmingly by the residents, the city had funding for approximately $26 million to do improvements at the spruce wash. The city, after the approval, the city immediately jumped on the project. Really spearheaded by Public Works and Scott Overton and the Water Services Department, as well as the engineering team and a whole slew of city staff got involved. We have six projects that we're proposing for the spruce wash improvements. We immediately contacted 3 of our on-call design engineering firms. They prepared proposals. We're in the process of final review of those proposals and are putting contracts together to start that design work. We've also engaged a surveying firm, so they've been out trying to do survey work. Kind of got slowed down because of the snow, but we're doing that as well. Also have a geotechnical firm on call that's going to be going out there and doing some geotechnical work for us. So all those firms are working together as one large team to deliver this project as fast as possible. We also advertised in January with our procurement department for a construction manager at risk to help deliver this project faster. We had 5 proposals submitted. Staff completed our review and scoring of those proposals last week. We have 3 top firms that we're going to be doing interviews with in the next 2 weeks. So we're getting that contractor on board really quick. And they'll be helped. They will actually have a design phase services contract. So they're going to be a part of our overall team. They're going to give us their issues they see about construction in the area. They'll help us with proper sequencing so we can do this as fast as possible. We're anticipating design through fiscal year 23 and 24. But we're trying to make it so that we can do some of the projects early, try to start construction as soon as possible to get some of these drainage improvements done. And then we anticipate construction in FY 24, 25, and maybe a little bit into the FY 26, the summer months. So with that, be happy to answer any questions.
I don't see any questions on mine either.
Paul, you have there's an upcoming neighborhood meeting.
Yes, there is a neighborhood meeting tonight. It's at 6 p.m. It's at City Hall and also online. And it's the Spruce Wash Museum Fire Flood Mitigation. And it's basically the same presentation that council saw, I think, a few weeks ago. We're just reaching out to more of the residents if they weren't able to see it at the council meeting.
What's the link on that? Is it just through the city of Flagstaff?
I have it. I can send it out.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Gary Miller. I'm the Water Services Engineering Section Director. I'm going to give you a quick overview of the bond projects that Water Services is managing. Before I do that, I wanted to give you a brief overview or background and history on our wastewater treatment plants, because that's where a large majority of these bond plans are going. So, City of Flagstaff operates 2 reclamation facilities. One's the Rio de Flag Water Reclamation Facility, and the other is the Wildcat Hill. You can see them on the map there below. The Rio de Flag Reclamation Facility currently operates as a satellite facility, commonly called a scalping plant at times. What the Rio plant does is it removes the solids from our wastewater stream and then forwards those solids down to the Wildcat plant where we treat all the solids there. Back in September, Jim Uckel gave a presentation to council on some of the trends that we've seen over the last 12 to 14 years. In that time, there's been a lot of conservation efforts. I'm skipping over some of the history because I don't think it's that important. But those conservation trends have resulted in a significant increase in our concentration of solids loading at the plant. So we've seen a 17% growth in population, but the plant itself has only seen a 3% growth in terms of the hydraulic demands put on the plant. But in that time, we've seen a 27% increase in our actual solids loading on the plant. So overall, we're treating more solids. And that's where our projects come into play, is largely treating a lot of those capacity needs for solids treatment, as well as some of the much needed maintenance for the Wildcat and Rio plants. So the first one I'm going to talk about is Wildcat. We have 3 projects that were approved by the bond election. We have the anaerobic digesters. So this is where after the solids are removed from the wastewater, we treat those solids in digesters before it gets dewatered and then eventually put into our dedicated land disposal facility. That project is $16 million. The design consultant for that is Carollo Engineers, they're actually a national firm. We just entered, council just approved the design contract for that back in October, November sometime, and they are starting design of that. We're in the preliminary design phase for that project. What this project does is it added some much needed redundancy at Wildcat. Currently, the 2 digesters that we have run 24/7, and we don't have any ability to maintain the equipment or the tanks for those digesters. So we're going to add a 3rd digester, which will allow us to rotate and do some additional maintenance as well. The second project listed is the primary effluent pump station. This pump station is downstream of our primary primary sediment basins, primary clarifiers. That's what I'm looking for. That pump station was originally designed for different hydraulics in the plant. Back in 2008, I think, 2009, Wildcat upgraded to Class A reclaimed water. And we added what's called an IFIS, integrated fixed film activated sludge process. And that's where those pumps pump into. Again, those pumps operate 24/7. There's very little redundancy, if any, in that pump station. It wasn't designed for how the plant currently operates today, and much needed to satisfy our redundancy needs and improve our efficiency. The last project at Wildcat is our biogas cogen. So as part of the digestion process for solids, there's biogas that's generated, and currently we flare that gas off, so we burn it. But there is a beneficial use for that biogas as long as you have the right equipment. We did have a cogen unit out at Wildcat at one point in time. In fact, it's still there, but it is not working anymore and not repairable. So the last project out at Wildcat is to replace the cogen unit so we can generate power for power usage at Wildcat.
Carrie?
Yeah.
If one of those pumps went down or the digester, how much time would you have to get it fixed before it was an emergency?
Not much time. That's a difficult question to ask or answer because
It wasn't difficult to ask.
that's good. I'll give you a good example. Recently, we had a failure of some of our pumps in the IFIS, and not the pumps, the mixers, or I don't remember exactly what went on. And so our guys can get really creative by using submersible pumps to maintain operation. It doesn't work as efficiently as it would originally work, but it gets them by in the meantime. We still have equipment on order from that failure, and so we're still in this like interim temporary operating mode for the IFIS. It's not an ideal situation, but they're making it work. That's not true of all of our processes. Actually, the reason I had this other picture on here, that picture on the right-hand side is a picture of a diver who actually went into the IFIS to make those repairs or some of those temporary repairs because we can't take those systems offline, so they have to do maintenance with those things in operation. So it's not ideal.
People line up. I bet it pays well.
I'm guessing it pays really well. Any other questions on the Wildcat projects? Last, there are two projects at the Rio de Flag reclamation plant, and one is a generator. So as we're talking about our capacity needs, Wildcat was our end of line plant. If there was something that went wrong at Rio, it was easy to just shut it down and bypass all that flow and send it down to send it down to Wildcat. We don't really have that option anymore because Wildcat is maxed out. So what these generators do is allow us to operate the plant in the event of a blackout or catastrophic electrical failure within the city. And so that helps with our resiliency and redundancy out at and then the last project is the turbo blowers out at Rio. There's a bit of a story behind that. I don't know that I need to go into all of the details, but effectively, we're running our current blowers at their lowest rating, and it doesn't allow us to turn it down anymore. And it's not ideal for the treatment process. And we're not getting the full efficiency benefits of those blowers. So This project would add some smaller blowers to allow us to run at better efficiencies and add some redundancy. That's all I have. Any other questions on the real project before I step away?
Thank you. Thank you. Wastewater. I mean, not you. Oh, I'm like, I thought it was my turn. Greetings, council and audience. I changed the slide, and you could just point over here. Yeah. Thank you for that. Good afternoon. I always love talking to an audience post-lunch when bellies are full and brains are fully engaged. When budget came to me and said, hey, we want you to do an update on bond funds at council retreat, I said, but we're scheduled to go on February 14th. And so we kind of split the baby with a little bit of info now, but housing is scheduled to come in front of you on February 14th. It's a happy Valentine's meeting. And we'll do an update on 10-year plan, the incoming implementation plan for 10-year plan, a little bit of housing 101 to get everybody using the same language, and an overview of moving forward with bond funding. It's important to note that the creation ordinance for the Housing Commission tasks them with oversight of funds approved for housing purposes by the electorate. So we talked to the attorney's office and said, what does that mean? Because we think we know what it means, but we want to be really clear with the commission and with council what that means. And of course, council is the final deciding body of all of it. The Housing Commission will continue to function in a recommendations role. So it is always our goal to go to the commission and vet things with our community members on the commission and bring you their recommendations. And so that's an extra step in housing bond funds that may not exist with some of the others. So I've listed here the four, approved purposes for the bond funds under Prop 442 and the associated dollar amounts. There's some low-hanging fruit here that you will hear about more in depth on the 14th, which is expanding the homebuyer assistance program. We have a program in place. Do we want to tweak it? Yes, we think we want to tweak it. We're going to take that to the Housing Commission. We'll come to you with full recommendations surrounding those. We are anticipating budgeting, thank you, Heidi, $2 million for the upcoming year. We will come to you with the program parameters of how those funds will be spent. And there will be more on February 14th. So, any questions on the very brief outline or things you want to make sure that I include on the 14th? And it's not just going to be me. There'll be other housing staff members presenting.
I was just going to say, I will look forward to the presentation on the 14th because my math in my head about the down payment assistance with housing costs so high, making a challenge. I'm sure you guys have worked through that, worked it out.
So yes, we are actually in the process right now of going through what new programmatic parameters could be to make it effective in our current market. What we're seeing with our CHAP funds, our general funded down payment program, is that it's really slowed down. And it's really slowed down because it's just not enough. And so we're working closely with the attorney's office. We're working closely with, we will be scheduled to meet with the city manager and run things past him so that we can address making the program better reflective of our current market challenges. We do have Councilmember House that has a question.
Yeah. Hi, Sarah. So I'm just wondering, and maybe tell me if this is coming up in the presentation, but in terms of repurposing existing available buildings into rental units, is that something that would be done in partnership with or any connection with the Brownfield program in terms of, just putting up those buildings, making them developable and anything like that?
Thank you for the question. I will say I think it could be absolutely. The original envisionment coming from the Housing Commission based on recommendations in the 10-year plan was that this was more centered towards a partnership with private developers to assist them in turning those available buildings into rental units. But we would have to look at the dynamics of the Brownfield program to see how those two things can interface. So my answer is maybe. And we will follow up and look into it.
Thank you.
And we have a question from the mayor.
Any other questions for Sarah?
I have one real quick. Sarah, are you going to be touching on the incentive policy for affordable housing anytime today or tomorrow?
Today or tomorrow, no. The request from the budget team was to come talk about an update on housing bond funds. We anticipate touching incentive policy within our budget requests.
Okay.
And I can give a brief overview of it on the 14th.
Rick, I might be asking you about it later.
Yeah, it's definitely something from the parking lot.
And we'll be here.
Very good answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sarah, real quick, is there any thought or discussion about approaching some of the developers that own the student housing and all the empty retail to maybe come into some kind of partnership to convert those bottom layers to affordable housing units?
That is the discussion originally had by the Housing Commission. That is the root of that idea that then developed into a bond request to the community. So yes, will it be the city approaching them? Probably not. The goal was to partner with the private development community, both nonprofit and for-profit, to any extent possible, because while $3 million is awesome, it's not enough. It's meant to help and supplement and to make sure that if those conversions take place, that there is attention paid to providing housing units that are needed within the community. And you're going to see housing staff start to reflect your language, which is shifting from affordable housing to housing supply, because that is the conversation we're hearing council having. It's the conversation we're hearing the state having, and it's the conversation in the community, is that it's not only 80% and below, that it is a much broader conversation piece.
I have a question. So I was under the impression that that retail space that's on the bottom of some of those buildings, I don't know if I remember it being, that they were required to do that, or if it was an option for whoever built the building to do that. I don't know if it's the right question or.
I'm going to start the answer and then put to the person that knows.
Or if I should wait till the 14th to ask that question.
So we were not planning on the 14th into going into super in-depth detail on each of these categories because we need the time. We're 90 days out from election approval, where we're still researching best practices and we're researching what those effective programmatic parameters could be so that we can bring those to you at a later date. So please know we're not sitting still and not doing anything, but we are in the research phase. And as usual, as with housing and Flagstaff, we're doing things that have not been done before, which is always fun. And we've always done that. We were the first municipal land trust in the West. So we're finding our resources because we don't want to reinvent the wheel if we have to. We'd like to learn from the mistakes others make, because I'm sure we'll make plenty on our own, but if we can avoid the ones they made, that'd be great. To then bring to you comprehensive dynamics for discussion.
Thank you, Sarah. Good afternoon, Dan Folk, Community Development Director. Councilmember Harris, your question, it is a zoning question. So a lot of those large student housing projects were approved under what I call the mixed use incentive. It doesn't identify that in the code. But essentially, if you did a mixed-use building, which is defined as any two uses, so residential, commercial, even be industrial, I suppose, but basically residential or commercial, we didn't cap the density. So you could put in as many units as you could achieve, as long as you fit the development standards, right? So within the box of height, setbacks, meeting your parking requirements, meeting all the other development requirements. As long as you could meet those, we didn't cap the density if it was mixed use. So a number of those projects with all that empty commercial space, they were approved under that mixed use concept. So we really need to go back and we would have to change the zoning code. We did do a presentation, it's probably been a couple of years already on this idea. I think it's definitely on the table. I don't think we've exactly figured it out yet as a staff. Should we just waive the mixed use requirement and say you can have unlimited density as long as, and these are in commercial districts, by the way, most highway commercial. So the other issue is, at some point you don't want to use up all your commercial land just for residential only. They should be generating sales tax and other uses. The other concept with mixed use is to capture trips, right? So potentially you could have services that support the people that live there. I would say it fits in with the concept of the big shift, having mixed use as part of that. So something we can continue to work on. That's my long answer for that.
Well, I'm sure you could have been longer.
I could have been longer.
Are you done with me?
No.
No. Yes, sir.
Just a very quick comment to Dan. I think the reason that these things have not worked is that there's no parking. And I might notice at the sawmill, it's worked extremely well. Every one of those commercial properties is being used commercially because there's parking.
Hey, Sarah. Okay, Rick, I think that this is a very quick question.
Okay.
Do increasing consumer interest rates affect bond interest rates?
Yep. Can you be brief?
I made up for Dan's time. Yeah, absolutely. The bond rates and what we'll be able to issue at are affected as the feds change the market rates and so forth. So we're definitely watching that change. When we went to the bondholders, we were projecting in the 4%, 4.5% range for these bonds. So we're right there right now. If it continues to go higher, it's how you issue the debt. You may have to layer it over a different term to stay within our means and get the projects we want. Either way, we'll be able to deliver with those rates. Conversely, it's the interesting curve of interest rates right now is the earlier rates are higher than the out year rates. It's an inverted curve. So our longer term debt may actually have lower interest rates than our short term debt. So and that helps. Long term debt, that's where you're paying a lot of interest. That could be actually beneficial. That help?
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
I can add to that a little bit too, if you don't mind. We were very fortunate when we issued the bond to refinance the unfunded public safety pension. And that was during an economic downturn. And when we went to issue our bond, we landed at a very low rate, aggregate of 2.69%, which meant the city saved a boatload of money. So it was very good timing, and it seemed a little bit counterintuitive at the time to be issuing a bond during an economic downturn, but there's a good strategy to doing just that. The other thing I'll add to Rick's comments is these municipal bonds are attractive. They're attractive in our case because we have a good bond rating. So and back to the comments about revenue streams, all the investors look at that stuff. They say, okay, this city is a good investment. They have good fiscal policy. They have good rates. And even though, especially during a volatile market, municipal bonds they're pretty solid investments. So there's a strong market for them as a general statement. Yeah.
And one thing we're watching, I'm actually working with our financial advisors, is the timing of issuing the debt. You'll see an item next week's agenda about the reimbursement resolution. So we can start spending money before half the bonds. And maybe if I wait a little wrong, if we actually have a recession, rates could potentially turn the other way. And maybe waiting a little bit longer to issue those bonds may be favorable too. So those are those kind of things that we try and help manage to get the best bang for our dollars.
Hey. Hi, Stacy Recognize, I'm the grants contracts and emergency management director. I'll say something.
Oh, that's fine. You're go right ahead.
I'm just jumping in.
Yeah, you're doing great.
No, I have an hour. And I don't think I'm going to talk a whole hour. Sarah's got hearts. I got dollars.
Nice.
Rick's wearing green. I'm wearing green. I just realized we're wearing green and we've got dollars. So that's what I'm here to talk about is dollars. Hope I can keep you guys all awake. Federal grant update is always fun, right? But we're getting a lot of projects done with it. So let me see if I can figure this out. Is it? Which way is it?
Right arrow. There you go.
Okay, I'm already there. So before I jump in, I just want to talk a little bit, super quick. 1994. So I've been here 38 years, but in 94, the council came to the city manager and said, we got to go for grants. We're not going for enough grants. There was about 3 to 5 million in the budgeted grant revenue. Today is 100 million in federal grant revenue. I think that paints a big picture. And I became the grants manager in about 94, and they wanted really to focus on grants. And so I shifted my focus from contract administration that I was doing. And so, but that shows a lot for where we're at today. And that's not just me, that's a team. That's a team effort. That's just shows you what's happening in the federal level of the government and our aggressive approach to getting grants. We have an excellent funding relationship with funders. You guys go and talk with them. They love the city of Flagstaff. We have a gold star. I heard that from a few federal agencies that the city of Flagstaff has a gold star. And what I mean by that is that we actually get calls from the federal government saying, hey, we have a grant. Would you guys like to apply? We think the city of Flagstaff would be prime for this. That's a good position to be in when a federal agency is calling you and asking you and saying, and they know that our history of performance, we don't have audit findings. Go Brandy and her team. And our grants, financial, our project administration and delivering, we're performing, we're doing a good job. Obviously, you have to apply to win the grant to succeed, to get that bag of cash, which is huge for the city. We need that bag of cash, right? We do a lot of leveraging. I mean, that's what federal funds are for, right? We're to leverage our projects, and the federal government wants to help us do that. We have a very strong, collaborative, professional, and knowledgeable team. The funds, typically federal funds, as you all know, don't like to pay for operation and maintenance. They like to pay for projects and programs. They don't pay operation and maintenance, but you're starting to see a shift. I think I'm starting to see a shift where they are starting to look and know that cities and governments start to need that operations and maintenance. What I'm going to present today is really federal funds over $1 million. There's a few thrown in there, but remember that these are federal funds over $1 million. There are federal through state funds, and there are state-only funds, and there are foundation funds that we administer. So we have many funds. So there's a lot of federal funds here, but there are others that we go for at the other level. So with that, we'll jump right in. And I always want to go this way. I remember to go this way with it. So ARPA. Some of you were around when we did ARPA, and we're doing this program. The city received $13 million in ARPA, and that was really for COVID relief. Am I speaking loud enough back there too? I'm trying to project my voice a little bit so we could hear, because I know I was having a hard time back there. So $13 million in total awarded funds. We had a split of that. We had $3 million of federal, and then the government issued a notice that said that governments can go up to $10 million in revenue replacement for general governmental services. So we jumped on that right away and took the $10 million to do it for general governmental services revenue replacement. That, though, we still decided, the council at that time said we still want to meet the intent of how we originally got this $13 million. So we are doing that, and I'll show you a slide on that. And then the council budget allocations come out of that $10 million, about $6 million, and 3.8 for the revenue loss replacement. This next slide gives you kind of a real big picture. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but you can kind of see where we started making some decisions of saying, let's put this in the federal pot, let's put this in the non-governmental revenue replacement column. So that's kind of how the split is working. I actually, Morgan Mullaney is a grants and contract specialist with the city, and she's actually dedicated to overseeing this along with Clarice in finance. And they are rocking and rolling. We have kind of a core team that we review these projects and stay on top of it along with the staff. So that kind of give you an idea of where we're at with that. Kind of cheating and turning these so I'm not having to look back. So federal funds. We have congregate care services. We have 5 contracts awarded. Housing has been amazing, working a lot with the city on some of these funds. So we had $400,000 allocated. We have 5 contracts awarded, and we're 90% complete in funding and expenditures. So we're getting the money out there in that congregate care, which is great. I'm not going to go into a real weeds on these. But we do have staff on the line. So at the end, if we have housing or airport, as I talk about some of these things, if we do want to get into some detail, we've got staff on the line that can help answer. Community ambassador for mental health substance, we allocated $75,000. We're in progress in conversations. There's been a lot of Shannon's group has a lot of meetings on it. We have not done any expenditures with that yet, but we are in a lot of conversations. These funds do have, ARPA funds have to be obligated by 2024, December, and then we get till 2026 to actually spend all the money down. So we've got some time to play with some of these. The ideal thing is to get this fund out in the community, spent, and we're done with them. So housing, 1.9. And these are federal funds, and housing does such a great job on compliance with grants. It stayed in that column with federal funds because housing has some expertise there. They did a notice of funding announcement. They have 8 applications. They're in review now, so no expenditures, but we should be issuing awards soon on those 8 applications. Job training assistance, again, is in progress. We're working on a notice of funding announcement that we'll be getting out. Heidi's team and John Saltonstall is working on that, but no expenditures yet, but we'll be seeing that go out soon. And then aid to nonprofits for victim services, that's in progress. United Way is administering those funds on behalf of the city of Flagstaff through our contract with them. And they're posting that, I think this week or next week, they're posting. Sounded soon, right?
Yeah.
It sounded like this next week when we were at the board meeting.
Soon.
You were there, yeah. So they should be posting that notice of funding soon for victim services. Federal funds for local support. We ended up, the council allocated $85,000 to do to help fund permits. We've issued 100 permits, and we're 50% complete with those funds. So that's great. Support for filling vacancies, recruiting and advertising. We've really been using that one. I'm still on the same side. There we go. Now that helps. I liked Greg's signal though. He's giving me click, click. So support for the filling vacancies. We're at 100,000 for that for recruiting. We're 50% expended. And then education assistance. We've got a notice of funding published, but we're 0% completed for that. But that also is under ARPA, under United Way. So they're got that notice out and that's for early education stuff. Administration, and we've been spending a little bit of the administration on the federal funds, and then revenue replacement. So non-federal. So think about this as non-federal dollars, revenue replacement, unrestricted, general funds.
Please, can you advance?
Yeah. Staying up as fast as I'm talking. That's what's happening. I'm trying to get through things here, so we can get caught up. But revenue replacement funds, unrestricted. We have The alternate care facilities, that is 2.4. A lot of money put aside for that. Again, Shannon's team has lots of conversations. I participate in those meetings, and they're determining how they're going to spend that. And you may even have a better update than I do, Greg, on that 2.4. It's a big dollar.
Yeah, I don't know that we can get through the discussion today, but it's a good opportunity here to pause and note the 2.4 million with the previous council, and this is going back over a year now. It was envisioned that this would go into a facility, a bricks and mortar facility of some sort. We of course have the mobile component of our CARES program is working. And Chief Gaylord can speak more to that. We get updates, the council does on that, and it's all been positive. But this lingers, this 2.4 million, and specifically this idea of a facility. And frankly, I think it is right to come back to council for discussion and a little bit of brainstorming here. I don't know that a facility is still on the table, but if it is, we want to reaffirm that. Some things have changed since the discussion was last had. Other facilities are coming online. Some of our service providers have expanded their facilities. And I think the landscape is a little bit different than it was some time ago. So I think it's worthy of revisiting, and we don't have to do that now, but I think we could and should have that conversation at the dais sometime soon.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
That's great. And then small business assistance, we have a notice of funding published and 0% expended, but we do have a notice of funding out to the small business community. And Heidi might remind me how many applications we think we're going to get, maybe 40 to 50? Over 54 applications for the small business assistance, which is great. It takes a lot of effort to administer those 50 contracts, 50 plus, but it is doing what the intent of these funds are, to get them out in the community and get them out to our small businesses. Aid to nonprofits, arts and sciences, we did an amendment to the contract for $150,000 to create a Flagstaff. They did a notice of funding. They've awarded the projects and are just now entering into contracts for the arts and sciences. And then aid to nonprofits for food and other $450, that is provided to United Way to administer again on our behalf. And that notice of funding is out and probably close in the next month, and we'll get those funds allocated and out to the community. Remember this time. Aid to tourism. This was a great one that was done in conjunction with our office and with Economic Vitality and the Visitor Center, Trace Ward and Lori. And they had $150,000. They did, again, a notice of funding. They awarded 23 contracts and were 25% expended. So hopefully those are coming in fast and heavy, and they're from all over, from coffee houses to breweries to things that are helping that travel and hospitality field. Education assistance and facility construction, $350 was set aside. Scott Overton's overseeing this one along with Greg's assistance. They did a feasibility building assessment and are in discussions on how to spend that funds. And anybody want to add, Scott, anything on that? Good.
Fire Station 2, Joel McConnell site.
Yeah, Fire Station 2, and that's where that facility assessment was done, and to see what can be done with that facility for this education assistance. So we're still in discussions on that and expending that funding. And then premium pay for public safety. Woohoo! We got one 100% complete. I'm excited because there's a lot of programs here, but we've expended 100% of that fund. And then the drinking water and infrastructure cybersecurity held off $1.5 million. And CJ has that knows that is a set aside for him. He's working with ISP firms and with searching other grants that this could be a match to. So he's kind of has it sitting, but he knows it's there and looking for grants that are starting to come about soon for this cybersecurity and infrastructure.
Hey, Stace?
Yeah.
Can we pause for just a second?
Sure.
Chief, I'm wondering, Chief Musselman, if you can come up and share your thoughts as to how the premium pay for public safety has worked. This has been primarily the police department, and now that we're at 100% expenditure, I guess maybe you can give us the benefit of some hindsight here, how that's
He's running a
worked.
good color, green.
Chief Musselman.
Thank you. So yes, this money went to pay our patrol officers and our dispatch staff. Both of those sections in our agency were down close to 40%. Police officers has since rebounded, and we increased our step pay plan last year, so that's helped a little bit. So we're close. We only have 7 vacancies right now, knock on some wood. And those 15 to 20 officers right now in training should be fully trained within the next 3 to 4 months. So that's looking good. Dispatch is still struggling. Out of a staff of 30, I've got 10 vacancies and 5 still in training. And dispatch is just, it's a very tough environment to be in. They run 24 hours a day, 365 days a week. And no one really calls dispatch when they're having their best day in their life. So a lot of struggles there. We've done a lot of internal stuff, put a relaxation room in there, brought in therapy dogs. But the ad pay really did help, and we currently have another proposal before the budget team to look at to try and strengthen. But the money was a great shot in the arm, and it kept us afloat. Otherwise, things would be much worse right now. Thank you all.
Thanks, Chief.
And thanks, budget team.
Can I ask a question though of that?
Yes.
So the money, since these are one-time funds, right? Okay, so you used it to train people and to give them, I don't understand how.
We
that
used
works.
it as a premium pay because we were down 40% on staffing. We paid people an extra $2, $3, $4, $5 per hour to fill in.
Okay.
And then that was an incentive for them to sign up for extra shifts and come back. And we also did some part-time hiring. Former employees, we lured them back with some money.
It's been very effective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Thanks for.
All right. So we're going to jump into the airport, a lot of the airport grants here. And I see Barney, thanks for being in the crowd. So Barney's here if we do have questions. So Federal Aviation Administration, and I've got, I went ahead and threw in a Department of Transportation state contract grant on here just to talk a little bit about, since it is a pretty high dollar. So we had the coronavirus COVID CARES operational cost grant that we got that was $18 million. That was a great one to have show up. You know, it's wonderful to get all these dollars. What's hard though is trying to expend them in the time frame of a grant. All grants get what's called a period of performance. We call it the POP. And so this has a POP, and all grants do, and it expires on June of 2024. So we are, you know, working hard to spend $18 million. It's great to have those funds, but it's hard to sometimes spend them. They're paying for operation and maintenance of our airport. We've expended 7.7 as of December 31st. We've got $599,000 for parking lot maintenance and fence replacement. We've spent $356,000 for airfield maintenance. And then some upcoming projects that Barney and Brian are working on in the team, airport team, terminal maintenance, terminal fire sprinkler replacement, terminal parking lot maintenance, air rescue, firefighting, station maintenance, and perimeter fence repair. We feel pretty confident that these projects are going to get us to that 18 million by that deadline. So that's great that we have some, you know, enough projects on our plate that we can get this 18 million, because we all know I don't give money back to the feds. I do everything to amend and extend time extensions on grants to make sure that we're, you know, we get all our dollars spent. Sometimes I'll give them back $1 once in a while, but not much. We also, with all this COVID, so money was flying at us. You remember during COVID, the federal government was you know, with was putting a lot of money out, so we got another 1.4 for operational maintenance. That expires May of 2025. And then we got another, what they call airport rescue plan. They kept changing the names of these. I don't know why FAA did that, but there was CARES, and then they had this CRISA, and then they have ARPA, which really stands for Airport Rescue Plan Act. And that expires August of 25. So we have a little bit of time on those. And Brian and Barney, I know, have some projected projects that we're looking at to spend these funds. And then we're finishing up our airport drainage plan improvements for $350,000. That was with Mead and Hunt as the consultant, and they've presented to council, and they'll come back and present the plan. And then recently, we just received these last two grants, environmental documentation for $750,000. I think we're the only one in the state and surrounding states that have got this grant. This came from an idea with during our airport capital plan with FAA and ADOT. They said, really what you need to do is do like a NEPA, an environmental assessment on all the airport property. And you guys should just think about going for maybe one grant that just does all environmental. We went to ADOT and they funded it, and we hired Kaufman and Associates. Just recently, council just approved that, and they're working with us on all the environmental documentation for the airport. And why that's important is the runway, and Barney can jump up here anytime, Barney, if you have additional things, but on both ends of the runway, and the runway is owned, we're on Forest Service land, and the Forest Service doesn't want to have anything to do with an airport, and they want to sell us the land, and so we wrote a grant for land protection for the north end for 60 acres, and we received that grant this last month. ADOT just approved $2 million for us to purchase the land with the Forest Service. So it's going to need maybe some environmental categorical exclusion. You'll hear CAT-X is the term. Some work that our conference is going to do with us. We're going to work with the Forest Service, with our airport team, to see if we can purchase that land from the Forest Service for the $2 million that's funded with ADOT. Airport, anybody, anything else? Barney's giving me a thumbs up. Anything else? Okay, sounds good. How we doing, everybody? Good? Yeah. All right. Slow me down if I'm going too fast. Housing. Lots of funds in housing. Housing's got a great team. They're very high in compliance. Christine Pavlik's online. She can answer any housing questions on our community development block grants. We have a number of grants. You see this all the time at council with Christine and the housing team. They've got the 2019 grant is paying for eviction preventions, operational support, kitchen renovation, and Sharon Manor. Those are the projects that are under that $616,000. The 2020, and I should pause right now, is some of these grants that I've talked about are competitive grants. Some, meaning they're competitive discretionary funds where you have to apply and compete with others. There are formula funds that the airport gets an entitlement fund. So airport gets what's called an entitlement. They get $1 million entitlement, and then we go for discretionary funds because airports, the cost is so expensive. So we're highly competitive. We're always going for, these big dollar grants. I'll talk about the snow removal building that's coming up here. But we get $1 million entitlement and discretionary. And then there's formula fund grants, and housing gets a formula fund grant. So that's just an annual formula that is based on housing and urban development HUD, and they'll come up with that formula. And so that's why the amount changes over those fiscal years. So 2021 is housing as healthcare. Sharon Manor renovations again, sewing and textile employment are under that 611. 2022, we're funding under that fiscal year, after school and school break program, closing the gap, facility acquisition, owner occupied housing rehab, empowering youth for the future, and business incubator. And then they received a COVID grant. Here again, another COVID grant, $1.1 million. And that's for a number of things: closing the gap, front door, coordination, homeless and permanent housing, COVID homeless outreach, alternative sheltering for COVID prevention and caring for the most vulnerable residents. And I think, I hope you're kind of seeing the theme here. A lot of these grants are active right now. Each of these have 5 to 6 contracts underneath them. Take a lot of administration from a lot of staff on my team, finance, housing, and others that I've talked about. All right, SAFER. Fire department received 1.4, 100% grant, woohoo, for 6 firefighters, and this is ongoing. This is been year 2, I think, we're in the works. Does that sound right, Chief? He's not here, but anyway, so this has been a great grant to get, and we're spending it down pretty consistently with our firefighters. And then we have the infra grant we talked about. That's a big one. I see the smile. $56 million. That was a good one. I haven't got up to the $100 million in one grant yet, but I'm working on it. But this was $32 million from the federal government. This is for your downtown mile. Many projects within that. I know in capital talks, they'll go into the detail of those different projects. So stay high level until capital can come in and talk about that. But that is a great grant. We have been meeting with Federal Railroad, BNSF, WSP is our consultant. We have every other week meetings. We're in the NEPA and the environmental process right now with WSP. We're going through the environmental, and then they will actually issue a grant award. So technically, we have received an award letter, but we will not get an award agreement until we go through the NEPA process. And then I will be coming to council, Christine Cameron and I, to accept the $32 million grant. So
That will be a fun council meeting.
that'll be a fun council meeting. We'll have to bring some snacks or some cookies or something, or some green cookies, right? Some dollar cookies. So that'll be a fun one when we can bring that to you for approval. Environmental infrastructure. This came about through the U.S. Army Corps, and it's called the 595 program. It's really, it's kind of a quasi grant. They're calling it more of a partnership. It is a grant because they are funding us, they're giving us revenue, but they're really calling it a partnership. They provided 1.6 for the downtown flood lateral. We have had lots of meetings with them and are working to get that agreement in place. We need to do some environmental again. You're starting to see a little bit of a shift in what's happening at the federal level. They're starting to see they want this environmental kind of done up front, and then they issue the grant. But they have issued us an award letter. And then the Killip Inlet at Ponderosa Park, $2 million. And these are total project costs, just so you're, I probably didn't say that earlier, but it's total project costs. So that includes your match of 75-25, and Gary and Ed and all of us have been on lots of meetings with the Army Corps and working with them through this process to get this agreement in place that we can bring to council and get this one moving forward. Both of these are construction contracts, construction funding. It's in design process now. Gary, Ed, anything you want to add? No. All right. Community directed spending. I'm not going to say it. Earmarks. Back in my day, it actually used to be earmarks. They used to have earmarks to the city, but it is called community directed spending now. But you'll still every once in a while hear the term earmark. So those have been provided to us already. We are soliciting now for 2024 ideas. Sarah Langley sent out an email, and we're looking to staff to give us what they would like for community directed spending. We put a whole list together. We send it off to Bob Holmes. He sends it out to their constituents, and then they kind of determine what they want to fund. So in 2023, this is what was funded, was the home retrofit program for $750,000, wildfire risk for $3.5. We just recently heard we're not going to have to match that fund, so woohoo, that was great. Neil has been working, Chapman has been working really hard with the U.S. Forest Service to make sure that they were going to give us that with no match requirement. And then the museum post-fire mitigation spruce wash property acquisition. This was, came about recently, and that's 1.48. Anybody have questions on those community directed spending while I have Ed and Gary here? Oh. Hey. Pending applications. Big one. Look at that dollar amount, 45 million. We have had lots of meetings with Greg on behalf of NAH and other partners, MetroPlan. We are going to be the applicant, and we are going to deliver the project for the Beulah Widening Complete Street. There's a number of streets in there. This grant's due February 28th, so I'm a little panicked. But just because those timelines you don't want to miss, you miss a grant deadline, you're done. And so they have hired a consultant, NAH has, that's writing the grant and packaging it up for us. We're on weekly meetings, if not more. Paul, back in the room there, and Trevor and others have been very involved with this, along with planning, with Tiffany and Michelle and their group. So big project. And right now, originally it started at 28. It keeps bumping up, and we're looking at about $45 million. So big grant that is happening right now. There's some opportunity. And this is going to be a construction-only grant. NAH is doing the full design at their dime, and then we're going to do construction only for this grant because they're doing pretty good getting the design done, and it would be nice to be shovel-ready. So when the grant shows up in June 28 is what I've heard, is that if we receive the award, we could be ready to go. And we're working with Bob Holmes on a congressional letter to support this grant. He's very much aware. And so this is a big one. Yes.
Can you touch briefly on how we are having discussions now about having conformance with some of our big shift policies?
Yeah, I would actually ask Paul to help me out here. Paul, can you help me out? He's been reviewing the letters. He just read Jenny Neiman, and Nicole have just chimed in and provided some of their things. I think he probably has a better engineering kind of side of it that he can share. Right, Mr. Engineer? Sure. Thank you. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, no problem. I get these my degree. Yeah, as Greg said, we're looking at the different areas of big shift. So NAH has proposed road improvements. We're looking at those as they compare to their traffic impact analysis. And we're also reviewing them to make sure they have components for bike, pedestrian, transit. So we want to make sure that the roads are, right sized for the future traffic, potential for transit routes, connections to our foot trails, proper bike and pedestrian facilities. So as we're going along, we're making sure we're doing that, but it's moving. This RAISE grant has exponentially, fast forwarded that process. So we're trying to do it in this condensed time frame and get this RAISE grant submitted, probably write it. So it gives us a little leeway either way as we go through the process. But if we're successful, it'd be a big win for the community.
Thanks a lot, Paul.
Yep.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, this would be a big win, and the NAH can't apply. It has to be a local government. And so with conversation with Greg, we said, yes, we can be the applicant, but if we're going to be the applicant and the owner, we should deliver the project. And what we have an opportunity to do now when you're at this grant phase, application phase, you can add to the budget all sorts of stuff. And so Paul's group, he's at capacity. I'm over capacity. I know we all are here. So we have an opportunity to add to the grant for resident engineer, hiring an engineer, helping that delivery and helping the grant compliance and anything else that we need to do. So so that's a nice opportunity that we can add in there to make sure that we are covered financially as the city when it does show up, that we've covered it for delivery. Consolidated rail infrastructure and safety improvements. Chrissy, this is the Amtrak station accessibility project. During the time of the infra grant, we were in the review stage at the federal level and the peer review stage where they're reviewing our application. They did not feel like the Amtrak platforms were eligible. They asked us to revise our application and resubmit, taking that element out. That was a good sign when they asked us to revise our application. That means they're kind of pretty serious on looking at us. So we took that out and then we applied to the Chrissy grant for the Amtrak. So if that shows up, we'll be able to still, in whole, do the downtown mile with the Amtrak station. So that's good news. And I don't remember the date when I'm going to hear on this one.
Yeah, but I want to pause and offer council member, if you would like to chime in on this. I know that this has been near and dear to your heart, and that is keeping Amtrak going. And I'll bring you back in time. A couple of years ago, we were writing letters in support of just trying to keep Amtrak afloat and having service into Flagstaff because we were hearing about cutbacks and cessation of services as we now know it. And here we are in the present day, not just enjoying the service, but talking about a new platform, which is really exciting.
Yeah, from what I understand, and I went to the Transportation Commission meeting yesterday, there was talk about Amtrak moving their boarding and onboarding to the new downtown connection center.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently that's not going to happen. So, which would have been good for, blocking San Francisco and Beaver when the train stopped. But now there's talk about, and apparently this is part of it, improving the platform, putting a platform on the north side, which is the only one now, but also putting another platform on the south side so that when trains are on that third track over there, the people can get on and off the train over there. Of course, they have to cross the tracks when there's no trains coming. Yeah, and the Amtrak board for the last few years really doesn't like the very purpose of Amtrak, which is long distance trains. And they wanted to just focus on the like Washington, D.C. to Boston. But it sounds like the environment's a little better as far as keeping long distance trains. Like Chicago to L.A. is the one that comes through here. So I'd be interested in learning more details about this, what's in mind, but that's all I know for now.
Thanks for your comments and stay tuned. This is an exciting application.
Just a quick note, I noticed that 18 million is going to our airport. And a lot of people don't like Amtrak say, well, we shouldn't subsidize Amtrak. Tell me we're not subsidizing the airline industry. 18 million for a little bitty airport. Just think what they get in LA or in Phoenix.
I don't know what they got, but I'm sure they got a big amount. And this grant has the north platform and the south.
So that's really good if that can happen.
And we've submitted this application, and so when I say pending, it means it's submitted but pending award. So if you'd like a copy of the scope of work in the application, reach out to me and I can share the application with you. I don't typically share it out to the general public, but it's been submitted, and for council, yes, you're welcome to see it, and the scope of work's in there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. This next one, solid waste infrastructure for recycling, composting pilot program, new jobs, equipment, education. Scott, Evan, and Jenny Neiman, and Kaylee, and Summer, and sustainability are working on this now. This grant application is coming due here this month, and so that has not been submitted yet, but this is another great opportunity. They're looking at potentially $2.7 million and 100% grant. And then we submitted an advanced technologies innovative mobility deployment. We call it the alphabet soup acronym for fiber network extension, signal and detention upgrades for 4.3. We have not heard on that yet, and that is pending. It's been submitted, pending award. We hope we receive that one. This will be a really good one. And then the airport improvement program. This is under FAA. For construction of a snow removal equipment building. We did receive a grant for the design of it. And we are in design now with APMI. And in fact, this week, I've been requested to submit the 2 applications. They're going to fund it with bill, some of our airport bill money, bill meaning bipartisan infrastructure law bill, and then federal aviation administration funds. And so I've got 2 applications for $24 million. We did hear Bob Holmes has been very heavy lobbying for this. We did get what FAA calls a go letter for $23.7 million, 23.5. That it's programmed that amount, so that's great. We need a little bit more than that, but we'll continue to push for those discretionary funds for what we actually need. But to get a go letter or a go notice that you have 23.5, they'll get us to what we need here on the $24 million project. So that's for the snow removal equipment building. Right now, a lot of that is housed at our air fire rescue facility, and you can't even walk in there. I took our new emergency manager there last Friday. I was going to say, Councilmember Sweet's been there. It's tight in there, and this equipment that's all grant funded, because FAA pays for a lot of this equipment. They're $1 million plows on the airport. They require you to protect the equipment, but we don't have anywhere to keep it anymore. And so we're asking them to build this building with us to protect their equipment that they've purchased. And so they've been on board with us. So that's great.
Just on the line of the airport, there was just a couple comments online.
Yes.
One of them was by Heidi Hansen, I think, in regards to Councilmember McCarthy's comment on the airport, and just that some background information about why there was millions received for the airport, stating that it was and because there's commercial and general aviation happening. And then Councilmember House asked a question. Councilmember House, do you want to just go ahead and restate that question out loud for everyone?
She says that her throat is killing her.
Yeah, she's asking if we can verbalize it for her. I'll go ahead and ask. And thank you for the question, Councilmember. Has the funding been allocated? This goes to Heidi Hansen, I think, for the airport, and specifically, is there any potential to see some of that funding go toward shuttle services?
I love having the team here.
Yep.
Mayor, Councilmember House, we are not in any position to create a shuttle service for the airport. We don't have the staffing. We don't have the drivers. I'm sure Scott Overton don't even want to hear this happening. But we are still in discussion with Mountain Line about they did a pilot program for our shuttle service in the summer. It was going very, very well. Barney could probably even speak to it more. But the problem was they were having trouble with getting enough drivers themselves. So they had to end it a little bit premature. But they are continuing to talk to us about getting some other grants and possibilities to have another shuttle service moving forward. And again, like I had stated on Tuesday night, there has been discussion that with the NAH Village, that maybe another bus route will be happening in the future, and that would also serve the airport. Again, that is a possibility, but in all fairness to all of you, Barney and I have spoken about this a lot, and we really feel that a shuttle service is a much better transportation system for the airport than assuming someone's going to get on the bus with their bags and go to stop to stop. Before the shuttle service grant program allowed them literally to get picked up at their home for $2 and get dropped off. Again, if they do something in the future, it won't be $2, but we will definitely continue to have this conversation with Mountain Line. But we personally do not have the funding or the ability to create that shuttle service.
Heidi, to your comments, we just talked with the council about airport parking, and final pieces are in place for paid parking to become institutionalized later this year, actually before summer. When paid parking is instituted, I think it will give much more basis to a shuttle service and the likely success of that service. So I think, these opportunities await us, but once
Another way of saying this is that as long as parking is convenient and free out there, there's not a lot of incentive to have a shuttle service, even though we saw some success in the pilot project, but that will change.
Barney's coming up. I love
Is this Barney soon to be retired, Barney?
Yeah. Don't even say it. Barney thinks he's retiring in April. I'm still in denial.
Is this, Barney, your last retreat?
No, we've got a couple retreats before I retire.
Okay, very good.
I'll be at those. I think there's two parts to this question. One about the grant funding. The grant funding is very specific that it must be used on the airport. If we were to use it off airport for the bus system, then we'd be diverting funds and could be losing future grants, in fact. City Manager Clifton brought up about the paid parking, and I have to let Rick Tatter know, don't be scared. We have to pay your debt service off first. But once that debt service is paid off, which is about $5 million, there is a possibility that some of this could be used towards that. But that's going to be a couple years down the road. And hopefully there's going to be some other things happening with NAH, which we are working with them on some things like height restriction. We also have to widen the bridge out there at JW Powell. So we will continue our discussions because the shuttle service worked great. It's an on-call service. Our flight schedules change every 30 days. So a bus schedule doesn't really work because a lot of times a day the bus would be coming out there, not picking up anybody or not dropping anybody off. Whereas that shuttle service was great. It was like an on-call to your house. But there is a possibility, excuse me, down the road, got a little frog there, of some of that money being used towards that after we pay some of these debt service.
Great. Thanks, Bart.
Yeah.
Just a clarification, my comments before were not in any way meant to say that the funding for the airport is inappropriate. My point was that if we can give money to the airport, a small amount for Amtrak is appropriate. And I'll just point out that a lot of people get on and off that train here in Flagstaff all the time. They'll get off, they'll get a hotel, they'll get dinner, they'll go to the Grand Canyon, they'll come back, have dinner, go to our local coffee shops or bars, get another hotel, and then get back on the train a day or two later. So it brings a lot of money into the city, and it provides an alternate way of transport that some people prefer.
Can I say one thing, Mayor, Councilmember McCarthy? I agree that it does need some love, and we're wholeheartedly behind you on that. And our visitor center staff can attest to what you're saying, that they see that traffic. The reason why we got millions, we received millions at the airport was because Barney and I and a whole huge group that surround us were able to secure second airline, United, which now has left because of other national issues. But without that, we would have only gotten hundreds of thousands instead of millions. So our work and Barney's continued work with his team to secure, and my work to secure more service, is always beneficial and what they're looking for when they want to invest into a property. So we just need to find other ways to make Amtrak look more than anything appealing to be invested to. And so we can continue to share those stats. Visitor stats are really important to someone that wants to assist us in grants. So we'll continue to share this with Stacy.
So I'm completely supportive of both.
Yes.
I'll just note that last month I flew to Phoenix and Phoenix to Seattle, and then back. So I've used it.
Yes.
I've used the train. I've used the airport.
Thank you.
They're both great.
Yep, we'll continue to work on it.
Thanks, Heidi.
Okay. Airport terminal expansion. We submitted a bipartisan infrastructure grant. The airport has funds set aside. Well, the bipartisan infrastructure law has money set aside for airports, for transportation. We submitted a $3.7 million grant for airport terminal expansion, and then one for accessibility and service animal relief area for $350,000, and we're waiting to hear on that award. here on that award. See how I think I'm already got the award, right? I don't like no letters. The no letters don't work. And then the interbasin. This is an interesting. This is from the Pipeline West flooding. Our pipe, you've heard all about it. We presented to you. We just received our opinion of probable costs, and it is coming in at $16.1 million. And this is interesting because the state has the DFFM House Bill 2001 post-fire flooding funding. And then because we declared Department of Emergency Management and Military Affairs has funding for disaster recovery, there's a 75-25. DFFM's is 100%. So you know how I am. I went to DFFM first to see if they funded at 100%. I submitted that letter yesterday to the county emergency manager, Wes. He will take that and submit it up to DFFM and hope to receive notice that we received 100% funding for this project. If not, we'll default to DEMA, but it's all state funding. So, so this one's a big push. We need to see this happen to get just a formal approval on that. We did receive an energy efficiency conservation block grant notice. Bob Holmes just sent that out the other day to me for $133,000. It's not a high dollar amount, but it is a very important grant to sustainability and for their work. And then emergency watershed protection. This is the NRCS grant that we did with the basin. NRCS is Natural Resource Conservation. And we submitted that grant, got the grant to do the basins. We submitted a secondary grant within the time frame that is due to emergency watershed protection for channel stabilization on the other side of the road through museum property all the way to 180. Ed and I have been in conversations with NRCS, and we should hear soon on that information to whether we receive this grant. And that'll kind of finish that whole channel area. Not finish it because we still got to get across 180 and down to the Rio. So that's a big win if we can get that. And then Ed and his team have really been busy submitting grant after grant for hazard mitigation grant program. A lot of these grant programs open up after you have an event, after you have the pipeline fire. They open up because of the declaration. The state opens up hazard mitigation grant programs. So we've applied for the Cedar Avenue culvert, 1.8. Spruce Wash flood mitigation, 2.7. We submitted a grant application for Sunnyside neighborhood flood mitigation for 2.6, and Rio de Flag water reclamation plant generators for 2.3. Those applications were submitted to State Department of Emergency Management, oversees the HMGP program, Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. They reviewed our application, they rank them, they say, go ahead, submit a sub-application, which is good news. And we have been working and we submitted a sub-application. It goes through the state to FEMA, and then FEMA will hopefully fund that. All right. So I mentioned earlier, FY24, federal fiscal year, community directed spending. We're right now soliciting from staff. Sarah Langley's working on that with us to get requests of what everybody wants for their community directed spending. Again, it's a wish list. We put in what we want, and then the federal agencies decide what they want to fund. And what's interesting in the community directed spending, it goes to like the House and Senate. They decide, what they want to fund. And then once they say, yes, we want to fund this project, it goes to whatever federal agency that it best fits in. So it may go to U.S. Forest Service. It may go to Department of Transportation, depending on where it fits. And then it becomes like a grant, even though it's called community directed spending. And then I talked a little bit about the environmental infrastructure for Arizona. That's that 595 program with the Army Corps. And this is some of the programs they fund. And we will be submitting a notice of intent for this next funding. And we're looking at maybe the Lake Mary basins that are pretty high expensive. It was on our priority list. It was lower, but we're trying to move it up with the Army Corps to get funding this next fiscal year in the environmental infrastructure project. And we can submit 2 to 3 projects for environmental infrastructure per year. So Ed and Gary and us work pretty heavily with Army Corps to get those projects submitted and work with them to get those funded. All right, I'm doing pretty good. You guys hanging in there with me?
Yeah, that looks like a Rick Tatter chart.
Actually, that was a Sarah Langley and I from last year, and I had to change it. I pulled it from last year's budget presentation because the bill bipartisan infrastructure law was for 5 years. We're still tapping into this. So that's what your infra grant is. That's what your CRISA grant is. That's what your RAISE grant's coming. This is where this is all coming out of that. They just call them different when they do a notice of funding announcement, a NOFO. This is where they're pulling that from. So we're tackling. I just want you to know that we're still going for bill, and that's where some of those awards are coming from. A lot of this should look familiar. Mayor Daggett, appreciate your emails to me, all the council, when you see notices and funding things. It's great. I appreciate getting those. I'm tracking them along with Sarah Langley, but these are some available opportunities. These are just out there. We don't have notice of funding or anything available to apply for, but these are just some things that are on the president's budget. Is the Inflation Reduction Act for environmental justice programs. You can see what the items are that are covered under that. The Safer American Plan. This is replacing reduced gun violence and crime prevention. American Rescue Plan for mental health, wellness, and mental health funding. And then All In is a new one. This is for federal strategic plan to prevent and end homeless. And so where this is interesting is we kind of watch it and we know that that's out there. Then they'll have an actual notice of funding and solicitation that we can actually apply for. It's hard because until you get that notice of funding that tells you what that criteria is, when the deadline is, all we can do is watch and get ready. The staff that are here and then online are excellent. Housing's looking, everybody's watching. I get a daily grants.gov from all federal agencies. Every day I get an email on all the opportunities that are posted that I look through. I send it to the staff and we start applying if we can. I'm feeling tired. Of all this work, my little office. On this appropriations bill, you've heard of that for defense capability.
Question here, sorry to interrupt.
I didn't flip, so it's good.
Go back.
Go back.
I was just wanting clarification, but you went back too much. On the all-in bill or the all-in
Yeah, I'm
component?
not so super familiar with that one yet, but.
Well, it might be just a simple answer for you. I don't know, but the supply of housing with supportive services. So is that just, do you think that's just for permanent supportive housing?
I believe so. Sarah or Christine,
So not-
anybody online that can help answer?
So not in general.
Yours here still. Yeah, you wanted to stay. You wanted to give me your heart, even though I don't give you my dollars.
Can you repeat the question, please? I had it.
So I was just wanting clarification on the increase, the supply of housing with supportive services. So does that mean just permanent supportive housing, or does that have a different meaning than what I'm reading into it?
That just came out.
Okay, so
We have not even dove
that's a different animal than.
You can dive.
dive deep enough into it to figure that piece out yet. So it's on the
It's a little vague. It's like,
It is
is
a
it
little
for
vague.
permanent supportive housing supply, or just housing supply with some supportive services?
And it was released as part of a bigger statement and program with language talking about ending homelessness. How that's defined was much deeper in the document, and I haven't gotten there.
I'd be interested, yeah.
Me too. It's on the list. We will get you that one for sure.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks. And yeah, this just came out, so keep in mind available opportunities. This is stuff that we're just seeing glimmers of and that are coming out of the President Biden's office. I try to stay on top of this. I get invited to a lot of the House briefings with the President's office. I was actually was on, and President Biden got on and said hi to everybody on the briefing. It was really kind of cool. So I try to stay on top of this. I know Sarah is much better at keeping up on your legislative priorities and your updates. So I jumped a slide. Sorry, went back. So omnibus bill, and then let's talk about the House Bill 2543 for Greater Arizona Transportation Projects. That showed up. Bob Holmes sent that to me and to Sarah. In that bill on page 51, 52, he pointed out there's funding in there. I'm happy to send this bill out. Sarah can send it out. It's in the process right now, but what was identified in that bill was Lone Tree Corridor improvements, showed up at 2.6. State Route 180 flood mitigation improvements in the vicinity of Schultz Creek for $3 million, and a JWP bridge, Interstate 17, that's the airport bridge for the widening, shows up in there for $5 million to help ADOT, because right now you all know the bridge was a preservation project that was just going to stay the 2 lanes. They designed it, they helped design it to where we could eventually, if we did get the money, they could widen it. We know it needs to be widened based on what's happening with Hospital Village out there. But I did get a draft, and it's in a draft, this House bill. And Sarah, I think, might be online. I'll jump to this House Bill 2286. So if Sarah has any more information on these House bills, she can jump on. But I did, these are right out of the draft bill, these 3 projects for Arizona, or for Flagstaff that relate to Flagstaff. And then House Bill 2286, you talked about it earlier, for the detention basin maintenance and operations. You remember me saying they don't fund operation and maintenance? Well, guess what? We're seeing a shift in what the government's starting to look at. And then drainage for $9 million, and that's the one that you talked about earlier, and Rick did for the $9 million. And again, I think it passed the House, Sarah said in her email. I've got lots of projects on my mind, but it passed one level, so it's out there still, out there for hope. And I know you know about it. You already went and testified. So, Sarah, did you have anything more? Are you online, Langley, about these House bills that might help?
Hey, Stacy. Yeah, I'm here. Thanks for this super informative presentation. So just to note on House Bill 2286, which is what our mayor and council member went down to testify for, it hasn't passed the House yet. It did pass out of committee, but there are a lot of additional steps, as we all know, before it passes the House and then moves on to the Senate, to the other chamber. So we're watching it, but it's still early days in terms of the legislative session. And then there's also House Bill 2543, and I can put a link to that in the chat, but that has different priorities from MPOs, metropolitan planning organizations around the state. So that bill is about 7 pages of just different priorities listed for communities around our state. So yeah, I can put that link in the chat if that's helpful. And I'll pass it back to you, Stacy. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. All right, I have a few minutes. I'm going to do some quick closing remarks, and I hope I wasn't too boring. There was a lot of information just on federal awards. Just a reminder, this is not free money. We all know that. It's federal government money coming to states to leverage our projects, but it comes with a lot of challenges, many challenges. It comes with all the federal rules and guidelines. There's what's called 2 CFR Part 200 that I live and breathe. It is our grant guidance, administration, cost principles, financial, everything is in that procurement. So there's a lot to administering these grants to make sure we're in compliance. If we get one finding for a grant, the whole city gets it because we are under the umbrella of the city. So our office is really strict and along with finance on performance, financial reporting, eligibility constraints and requirements, because we don't want a finding. We want to have that gold star, and we want to continue to get our grants. We do a lot of certifications and programs outside of applications. We have to keep up on grants.gov, on SAM's award system, disadvantaged business enterprise, civil rights. My office is very busy doing limited efficiency program. We do all sorts of different programs that we have to maintain to be even eligible for grants. So just so you know, it's just bigger than just applying and awarding and delivering the projects. There's also I'm almost done. Then I'll take your question. Multiple applications. The government went to that they wanted to do paperless. They opened up also government portals. So every federal agency has a portal that you have to go in to apply, to manage the grant, to put your financial. So I don't know how many portals that I have. We have just grants with Department of Justice. This is familiar. You've been in the grant world before, I know. They've just got all these different portals that just you have to go in and do all this management in. So I've got an amazing team and amazing staff out there. I can't say more to thank you, Team Flagstaff, for helping and all the grants and the delivery and keeping up with all the funding. It's a lot for the city. It's a high revenue source. It's, sometimes exceeds sales tax, but it's not consistent. So, but it's a pretty busy office.
I just was curious, how many active grants are you managing and how big is your staff? Because I know it's overwhelming to manage one grant. I've done one. I can't imagine two.
It's overwhelming. I have been doing grants. I've spoken in Washington, D.C. on grants management. I've been doing grants for a number of years here at the city, over 30 years. I was the grants and contracts manager. That position is vacant. I'm trying to hire. I have 3 grants and contract specialists and a grants and contracts assistant. That's temporary, trying to get that permanent. So I'm very short staffed. We just hired an emergency manager. But it's not me and my staff. We have a team of city staff that I reach out to. I'm very much a team player. So when we have meetings, we bring in finance, legal, capital. We're all splitting the wealth and splitting the work. So yes, I always could use more staff. It's a lot of work.
I just want to say, I, for one, really appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
I've seen a little fraction of what that is, and it is huge.
And I think I'm over 300 active grants. So yeah, it's very busy.
Wow.
Can we continue with the bragging on SDK for just a minute? You're not done. Yes. By the way, love how your glasses match your outfit. Yeah.
5 minutes of compliments.
5 minutes of compliments. You mentioned at the very beginning, you've been with the city for 38 years, right?
39, February 13th, it will be 39 years. I started when I was 12.
So she started when she was 12. Going on her 39th year, we have sat and had lunch and we talked about, I think my question was, Stacy, what do we need to do to keep you here a little bit longer? And we're running with that a bit, but you mentioned your new emergency manager, Daniel, who I look forward to meeting.
Yeah.
Purple Heart recipient.
Yeah.
You also totally did not mention that you are now the emergency management director. So, Council, 2 weeks ago, we talked about some restructures we've done. And not surprisingly, one of the most important restructures that have been done of late was the creation of emergency management. That is the realm we've been living in for the last few years, and it's going to continue. So much of today's discussion and for the rest of the budget discussion will be about that. This is your manager now, your director, rather, in emergency management, and such a critical component of the organization. So to your comment, Councilmember Matthews, about all the work that's involved in administering grants, and it's mind-blowing what's involved. And then I'm tying some things together. The shortage of staffing and the challenges we've been hearing about, you have yet to fill a very important position. And that crosses the spectrum of the organization. So not only is the grant management burdensome, but it's even more so when we're a little bit limited in resources. And it seems weird to even be talking about how we've received so much money, but yet our true struggle is spending it and managing, administering it, and later accounting for it and all that stuff. It's remarkable. You also mentioned that now we're doing about $100 million a year in grants.
Revenue.
I'm wondering if you've ever calculated what you have been, even if it's been peripheral involvement, what you have been personally, professionally involved with in terms of the aggregate amount of grant funding and appropriations that
It
the
would be
city has
fun to
received?
find out. I know, Barney and I did it on airports. I was billions in airport alone. It would be fun to do.
Yeah.
So I'll have to do it sometime to see how many. My passion, and I don't want to spend any more time, but, is really, not just an application of getting that award, is getting the projects done. I love to go out and get the projects done. I love to go out there, see them, show when the SWAT truck or bomb truck or something shows up, or an officer gets a new motorcycle with the state grant. It's really, really fun. So it's been a pleasure to be able to be a part of Team Flagstaff to get our projects done and leverage it. So I appreciate it. I really isn't me. It's a lot of the
You're
stuff.
so humble, but you're up here giving thanks to everybody, and I think we're here. Giving some thanks
You're
to
welcome.
you.
I'm moving.
I've always said that, in my mind, I had nicknamed you Stacy BK, the money finder, but Sterling in the chat column said it's Stacy not giving anything back.
Yeah, I like that too. Thanks, Charlie.
Thank you. All right, we have a 15-minute break and it's a fika. Does anyone remember one of the concepts behind fika? Do you talk about business during fika? No. So socialize, get to know each other, talk about pets and whatever else you want to talk about. Try not to talk about business in this 15 minutes. Okay, we will be back at 2:15.
Thank you.
Okay, we are ready to get started, and Trevor Henry is going to get us started with resource allocations and priorities. It's a very great conversation. Thank you. Now we've had our sugar. Yay! Right over here.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. I am Trevor Henry. I am the capital improvements engineer, and I will start off our presentation. But a clarifying question I'd like to ask City Manager Clifton is with our retreat that's going to occur on April 7th to review the CIP. There will be a chance for additional questions to go over the details. Is that correct?
That's very correct. I've always thought of it like if this is the big end of the funnel and we're going to get more and more and more specific as this process goes on. So we will talk about a lot of the projects today, Trevor, and we will have an opportunity on the 7th to take it to a deeper dive.
Okay, sounds great. So I just wanted the council to understand that, and staff and City Manager Clifton. So I'll kind of stay at a high level, but we're always willing to answer questions, kind of approach it that way. So the first project is the Lone Tree Overpass project. This will provide a separated grade crossing of the railroad tracks. We do have a few in town, so this will be another one that will be provided. It is in the area of Lone Tree and Butler Avenue. So if you take Lone Tree Road, continue north, it'll go over the tracks, tie in to 66. So this project is funded with Proposition 420, as well as portions of Proposition 419. So those are the old tax and the new tax that kind of make up the new tax that make up the funding for this project. The budget itself is $82 million, and of that we have about $72 million set aside for construction. Design is expected to be complete this coming summer, and then construction is expected to start later this year, possibly in the fall. And we have estimated approximately 4 construction seasons for this project. Some of the council activities that you should see from staff in calendar year 23 will be GMPs for construction. We'll have agreements with BNSF, so that'll come before you. And we'll also look at and review what the public art component will look like and what the aesthetics will look like of the overpass. So that'll come before you in this calendar year. So that's kind of, again, that's a high level. We'll dive deeper on April 7th, but I'll continue on to the next project. The next one is the Downtown Mile Safety and Connectivity Project. We talked about this a little earlier as part of some of the grant projects that Stacy Breckler-Nags talked about. So this project is a suite of 6 projects through the downtown, through Flagstaff downtown, and through the rail corridor. So a few of those projects, starting from west going east, is the Florence Walnut pedestrian underpass. Then next will be the Milton Road Bridge overpass. That'll be widened, improved to help the railroad with their 3rd track. The next one will be the Rio de Flag undercrossing, the pedestrian undercrossing, which will provide connectivity for the Foots Trail from the north side of the railroad tracks to the south side. And then we have the Rio de Flag and BNSF drainage component, with just southwest of the Chamber of Commerce is a wooden structure that provides support for the rail. So there will be some improvements there for that drainage portion. And then we'll have the Amtrak station platform, which is on the south side of the tracks. That is another component of the Downtown Mile. And lastly, we'll have some rail grade improvements with the street at Beaver and Butler. So there are some crossing improvements that will be connected there. So that's basically the Downtown Mile corridor, the suite of projects defined there. So there will be a lot of coordination going on with ADOT and with BNSF on these improvements. The design budget is approximately $4 million, and that includes contributions from MetroPlan and from BNSF. So a lot of great work going on there. Excuse me. The construction infra grant is $56 million. And again, we covered that earlier. And there are contributions from BNSF and the city as part of that grant. But the majority of the construction is federal dollars, which is $32 million. So we talked about that again. Coming up soon, we'll be at council to present how we do that agreement. Design is expected to be complete in the early parts of 2024. And then construction will begin later that summer. We're anticipating approximately 5 construction seasons to get that completed. The council activities again for council for calendar year 23 that will come before you again is the infra grant agreement. There will also be some BNSF agreements that will provide to you for input and direction and approval. We'll also have a design change order to add the Amtrak platform improvements. And then we'll have a pre-construction agreement for the construction manager at risk. Moving on to the next project is the Beulah University Realignment Project. So council has had history with this project in the past. Just passed in December, we were in front of you. It was probably before the new council members were seated. We did award a GMP to the CMAR to deliver this project. So there has been some history with our council. Let's see, this project again will be delivered by a construction manager at risk, and that is Eagle Mountain. They are a local construction firm. And this project is funded with portions of Proposition 403, which we call the old tax, as well as Proposition 419, which is now the new tax. And we also have contributions from private development in the area. So that is basically the funding for Beulah University realignment. We are anticipating a notice to proceed for March 13th. So the contractor will be out and about doing work, beginning activities. So there is going to be some real progress made in the next couple of years. We're estimating 2 construction seasons for this project, and we'll finish up in the early parts of 2025. And for right now, the contractor, the CMAR, has told us, and we've talked internally, starting on the west side, which is where the roundabout is. So all that work will be done the first season. And then the second season, we'll concentrate on Milton, where the underpass is, to go from the east side of Milton to the west side of Milton, near Target. Here we have Butler Fourth Improvements. So this is a project that has been in the works for a little bit. Planning has gone through some exercises to look at it. Staff has researched it. Now we're moving forward with this project. This will provide new improvements it'll be along Butler Avenue from I-40 on the west side of Little America, going all the way east to the Sonawa Heights subdivision. So basically, we're trying to match improvements on the west side and on the east side to widen that road. Right now, that road is 2 lanes, and it gets to be cumbersome, and it gets to be a little traffic confusion, a lot of trees there, so we get a lot of cold weather, ice. So there's some improvements that we're planning to do there for Butler Avenue. The total budget is estimated at $16 million. And in fiscal year 23, we have 6.5 million allocated, and that includes developer in lieu contributions of almost a little under 4 million. And what that means is the developments that are occurring along that corridor, instead of them actually building the improvements, which they're required to do, they're going to give us a contribution, so that when the project goes forward, the city's project, we take that contribution and we add it to the budget. So that's just kind of a clarifying definition on developer in lieu contributions. So design is underway to what that improvement will look like. Design should be complete by next spring, 24. And then construction will take place later in 2024 and possibly lead into 2025. And again, what I mentioned is private development contributions will be part of the funding. Some council activities that staff will bring before you in calendar year 23 will be public outreach efforts. We'll provide an update, a report on how that outreach went. We'll have a project review for council. We'll take a look at, see what the improvements are. We did have some time with council at the end of 2022. We kind of gave an update, and we'll just continue that process to give the council information and where we are on that process. We will also have a construction manager award that will be before you in calendar year 23. So we'll just continue the same process that we normally do with any project that comes out of the capital improvements program. Yes.
How much, like I'm thinking right there, when you get off 40 onto Butler going that way, and you've got the gas stations and others, how much more room are we having to take for this project as far as width?
Okay.
We have a 2-lane road now, right?
Your Honor, Councilmember Matthews, currently in front of Mobile and of Little America, there are 2 lanes in each direction with a center median. So we'll keep that same configuration.
And just continue it on.
And just continue that going to the east.
Got it.
That is the plan. And again, we'll bring to you the design, we'll bring to you project updates, and we'll show you what we have in mind and what we have in store for that corridor.
Thank you.
Right, so I think we're going to move on to the next project, which is Lockett and Cedar Roundabout. So this is along 4th Street at the very northeast corner of the Sunnyside neighborhood. This is 4th Street, Cedar, and Lockett. So this is a roundabout that has been proposed to help with the traffic movements. Currently, right now, there are signals for this intersection, and we're planning to do a roundabout. And I do want to mention that this is a highway safety improvement project And so that is using safety funds to build this project, and we are partnering with ADOT on this particular improvement. So we have to do a lot of back and forth coordination with ADOT on this project, and we're working through those details currently. We also have an HSIP grant, which is allocated towards the funding of this project, and that amount is just under $2 million. So the total project itself is $4.2 million, and all of that, the remainder on top of the grant is the city's responsibility and contribution. Design is expected to be complete this calendar year. We are planning to start with some franchise utility relocations, which will occur this summer. So we're going to get all the underground franchise utilities out of the way before we actually start construction. Construction of the project, we're anticipating for calendar year 24. So ADOT in the city. After, I'm going to say later this fall, we'll plan on how we're going to advertise this and how we will get it out on the street and get that improved.
Trevor,
Yes.
on this in both the Beulah roundabout and this roundabout, for the benefit of the new council members, much discussion at the dais over the last couple of years about pedestrian and bike infrastructure at these roundabouts, and a lot of enhancements coming from those discussions, a lot of changes to the design. I just wanted to emphasize that these designs have been the collaboration of a lot of very thoughtful discussion at the council days.
Yes, if City Manager Clifton, if I can add to that.
Please.
So with Beulah University, in the past 3 to 4 years, we've had discussions with council. We've added bike pedestrian facilities throughout the roundabout. We've talked about the underpass underneath, which is going to cross from one side of Milton to the other side. There's been a lot of discussion there with council. We've had reports, we've had many dialogues, and we've just considered all those changes and requests, and that has happened. On this particular project, we did have discussions about Z crossings. Those were implemented. We talked about beacon flashings. So we added those to 3 of the legs of this intersection. And this was all vetted with the designer, and there was an added cost for that. We did approve, actually not we, the council approved the change order to ADOT to make those design changes. So there has been a lot of discussion, a lot of dialogue. We are just continuing to move this project forward. So finishing up with this project, we will be doing a lot of coordination, a lot of outreach with the schools and with the businesses on 4th Street, because when we start construction here, this is a major thoroughfare. A lot of people use this road. There's schools again. Just a lot of coordination that has to go on there. Some council activity, one activity that might come before you, and if needed, is an amendment to the IGA. So that may happen, so we'll bring that for you if that is needed. Next project, the Rio de Flag. Really nice and wonderful project. Near and dear to my heart. It's been something I've been a part of and I've worked on and continue to work with Christine and Jeremy on now. So that's, I really enjoy this project, as long as the stormwater, Gary and everybody. It's a whole city project that has been coordinated and worked on, a real team partnership.
Trevor,
Yes.
do we have any staff who's still here, who were here at the beginning of this project?
So I'm going to say Rick Tatter might be here. Rick Tatter. Stacy Breckler-Nags. They are staff that were still here. I'm trying to think. We had Rick Barrett, who retired back last June. He had been instrumental at the very beginning of that project. We've had several project managers. I'm going to start with Kim Gavigan. He was a stormwater manager several years ago, decades ago. Then I went to Tiff Miller, then to James Duvall, and then to Christine. And then I worked on it a little bit, and now we're going to finish that up with Jeremy DeGator.
So former employees, like their grandchildren,
Yes.
will be able to.
Yes.
Get to the dedication.
Yeah. And if any of those past staff members are online and they got grandchildren that are project managers, we'll happily have it. Gladly take them on board. So yeah, but this project has been in the mix for quite a while. And so I'm really happy to report the team, the city has been instrumental. City Manager Clifton, the council, everybody has worked hard on this project. But I'd say in the last 5 years, we've seen some really significant progress. And so kudos to our team and to the council and to those involved. But this is an Army Corps of Engineers project. They are the federal sponsor. And the city is the non-federal sponsor. It comprises of 3 reaches. So there's a north reach, a west reach, and an east reach. And right now, those reaches were combined. So the phase 1 is the lower reach, which we're calling the one to the east and to the west. Phase 2 is the north reach. Yes.
Question. Are we going to have enough money to finish this?
Yes, we will. Okay. Earlier, we talked about appropriations of about $52 million through the lobbyists, and that is the Army Corps share, as well as any additional appropriations needed for the project. And the city is fully vetted. I'm looking at Rick, fully vetted for our portion.
So even if production costs or material costs go up, we're still going to be able to finish it?
Currently, we are planning to deliver this project. We will talk about cost inflation. That's just something that happens. We will talk that through with our federal sponsor. And if if there are significant increases, we will strategize and figure out a way how to deliver this project.
This council will be putting the first shovels in the ground on this project.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, ma'am, we do plan to do that. So this, again, it comprises of 3 reaches, and then we're going to change that into phases. But the plan is this project will mitigate the 100-year floodplain throughout the majority of the downtown area. Right now, the budget is at $122 million. And again, the city is a non-federal sponsor, and our share is 35%. So roughly $43 million is our responsibility, and the Army Corps is the remainder. Design is set to be complete by the Army Corps. They're in charge of that. We're planning to have that complete by this summer. And then later this summer, later in the fall, we'll get a contract awarded through the Army Corps process. Then we will start construction. We will have some activities possibly at the later parts of 2023. This project, we're estimating, the Army Corps has estimated about 6 seasons. So 3 seasons per reach, or per phase, I'm sorry. Some activities that you may see in calendar year 23. We will bring agreements with BNSF before you. Council has been aware of the discussions that we have talked. We are going through with BNSF, so some of those agreements are coming to an end. We're setting to bring those before you. We'll also have a change order to the design consultant for the city. So as we're gaining speed and getting traction on the project, we're figuring out things that we need done. We need to consider, we need to add to the project. So we are going to have additional work by our consultant. So we'll have a change order before you in calendar year 23. There's also going to be some ordinances and some resolutions related to real estate acquisition. So those will be before you for your consideration. Okay, I think we're up to airport, and I believe Ryan will come up and be there.
Thank you, Trevor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Mayor, Council. Brian Gall, Airport Programs Manager, here to talk to you today about some exciting capital improvement program projects going on at the airport this year. To start off with, we're going to talk about the airport snow removal equipment building. Snow removal at the airport is a major operation that is handled by the airport operations and firefighting staff. This year, for example, in January, we had 65 inches of snow, and the airport staff was able to keep up with that with our fleet of snow removal equipment and keep the airport runway open every day this winter so far without any weather-related closures. So big kudos to that team. Actually, since we've been in this meeting today, the Arizona Daily Sun posted a video with some interviews and information about the snow removal efforts at the airport. So I encourage everybody to go check that out if they get a chance. It does include some shots of the equipment bay that we currently use that Stacy talked about with the vehicles being so closely packed in there that this building will hopefully help us mitigate and move forward with a much more efficient and safe operation for our employees. The snow removal equipment building is proposed to be adjacent to our existing airport rescue and firefighting station. Half of that station is currently used to store snow removal equipment, with other equipment being stored to other areas around the airfield, including in hangars that we could otherwise be renting to aircraft owners to store their aircraft. The design of the building would include 12 bays for storage of snow removal and other airfield maintenance equipment, which is enough to support the airport fleet, which is currently 8 pieces of snow removal equipment, plus our airfield maintenance equipment. And that equipment is fairly sizable. They're very large trucks and tractors, and they have a number of large attachments that need to be moved around with cranes within the building. So it is a pretty good sized building. The estimated construction cost for the building is $24.8 million. As with many projects right now, that's been a bit of a moving target with construction materials constantly having price changes. So as we get further into the design, we'll really nail that down. As Stacy Breckler-Naggs mentioned in her presentation, the funding for this has not yet been awarded, but we feel that we're in a good position with the federal grants to fully fund this project. She also talked about the funding breakdown for that. I show 90% here, but it's actually 91.06% federally funded, with the remainder being state and local match. The federal funding comes from a mix of federal grants. That's FAA entitlement grants, discretionary FAA grants, plus funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law that's allocated to airports, along with those state and local matches. Design of this project is ongoing, with construction expected to start in fall of 2023 if everything keeps on its current schedule. So Stacy also talked about the CARES Act grants and the shift that we've seen in some federal funding from traditionally capital projects to maintenance projects. And these next 2 slides I'm going to talk about some projects that are by definition more in the maintenance realm, but they're large enough in scope that we decided to talk to you about them during our capital update today. One of those is our parking lot maintenance projects. This goes hand in hand with the discussion we had in the special work session earlier this week about the airport's paid parking program. So that program is going to allow us to open up that economy lot, which is the main parking lot at the airport. The reason that's important for these terminal lot maintenance projects is that our current airport parking lot, which was built in 1993 and expanded in 1997, is so close to capacity that it doesn't allow us the freedom to get in there and conduct any maintenance operations. So we really need to get that economy lot open so we can start shifting vehicles out of the terminal lot with good open spaces for our customers to park that will let us get in 3 phases to update the terminal lot. So that work is all scheduled for the summer. It'll be a 3-phase project, probably starting in the north half of our current terminal lot and then shifting to the other 2. It's estimated to cost $2.2 million and is 100% covered through those CARES operation and maintenance cost grants. Another series of projects that we're planning on funding through those CARES grants are updates to our airport terminal. So the airport terminal was constructed in 1993, so 30 years old this year. And it's important to consider that the terminal operates 365 days a year. And in 2021, we saw over 115,000 passenger enplanements. So an enplanement is a passenger departing on a commercial aircraft. So if you consider that for roughly every departure, there's an arrival, we're seeing several 100,000 passengers pass through our terminal annually. So it does see a lot of wear and tear. So first off, starting any time now, we're expecting to get the go-ahead on a project to conduct some maintenance activities within the terminal. The first phase is going to include roof repairs, replacement of all of our main entry doors, repainting of the exterior of the terminal, plus some miscellaneous repairs to our airline offices and TSA office. That project is expected to cost right around $850,000 and will be followed up with a second phase of a maintenance project later this summer that will replace the flooring and do some additional interior repairs to the inside of the terminal. Concurrently with those projects, we also are undergoing efforts to replace the fire sprinkler system within the terminal and update our fire suppression system. So that project is currently in design with construction expected to start in May.
Brian, can you touch on the new flooring? I think council might have an interest in what you're doing out there.
Sure. So flooring at the airport right now is carpet squares, not too different from what we see in this office here. But it does see a lot of traffic, as I mentioned, and we see a lot of spills. People going through an airport are often carrying beverages, or we see pets in there. So it's a challenging material to maintain. So we're working with our design consultants and contractors on some additional flooring options. We've done some research about what other airports have done, especially airports in similar climates to Flagstaff. You might go to an airport like Phoenix, for example, and see shiny terrazzo floors, which look really nice, but here in a place with snow and ice potentially being tracked in, or maybe not the best option to avoid things like slips and falls. So we're looking into options for different types of rubberized flooring that are non-stick. They actually have some nice acoustic qualities where you can dampens noise within the terminal. Also is very easy for spill cleanup and should wear pretty well. So we're working on the specifics of that replacement, but we are excited to see the change that'll bring to the terminal. And that'll be included in that phase 2 that I talked about previously.
Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. So yeah, this is a snapshot of some of the activities that we're using for the remaining portion of that CARES maintenance project. And I think it's going to result in some needed and hopefully appreciated and exciting changes to the airport facilities that hopefully make for a much better experience for our customers. Be happy to answer any questions anybody has at this time. If not, I think Gary Miller's up next with some water services updates.
Yeah, so we've been chatting totally off script here, but you mentioned the video and we're just wondering if we can watch the video, and we might have the technology to do that. CJ says that it's 2.5 minutes, but I thought maybe I'll check in with you, Mayor, and see if you're up for a little video. We have no idea what's on the video.
That makes it even more fun.
I've watched it. I got an insider view.
Is it a good video?
I thought it was really good, but I might be biased. So.
Of course you are. Could you bear with us a minute? Good. We're taking time out from the airport, not from your discussion. I'll be quick. Oh, no worries. Thanks, CJ.
Might not be able to hear the sound online, but we're just gonna go with it. First. Skip back.
Yeah, it's remarkable to see that. And we just heard last time that this is the third snowiest January and you've never had a closure.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Pass on our gratitude.
it's a great year for our team. Our runway surface changed a couple of years ago, and so we had to change our equipment to match that. So they've really spent the last couple of years getting that dialed in, and I think this year shows the results of that work.
Yeah, great, thanks.
So what do you got for us, Gary?
Actually, I wanted to take a step back. I forgot to update you on the projects I introduced earlier, the Wildcat projects. So the Cogen and PEPs, we actually had those at nearly 100% design. So we've re-engaged those consultants to finish those up and move those forward. And then the Rio project, neither one of those projects, the bond projects I referred to earlier, we hadn't started design on either of those, but we've started to engage some design consultants to start working on those. I apologize, I forgot about that. Oh, and then I wanted to make reference to something Stacy presented on earlier, and that was the Inflation Reduction Act. Both the Cogen project and the Digester project are projects that we feel likely will qualify for those federal funds and are looking to apply for those federal funds on those projects using those consultants. All right, where are we at? All right, so under the partially funded category, Water Services has, I think I have 4 slides. Trevor's going to talk about one. But we're going to start with the Rio plant digesters. So this is a project that we identified as a need last year, middle of the year. We quickly engaged a design consultant to start design on that. We're currently at 60% design. And the reason we're getting moving with this project so quickly is because there's an imminent need for capacity increases for our wastewater treatment. I alluded to this earlier. Our solids treatment capacity is at capacity as it stands today, or very near capacity. And the projected need for additional solids treatment capacity is expected by August of 2024. I have been tracking our additional or our increases in our wastewater flows, and fortunately, when we do calculations for treatment flows, it doesn't always match what we see or what comes in after development has come in. So our hydraulic capacity hasn't really, our hydraulic demand hasn't increased a lot, but we're obviously still in need of that solids treatment capacity. So we're at 60% design. We actually received 60% design plans last week. Our staff is reviewing those right now. I haven't personally had a chance to crack open those plans yet, and we're working through that. On the right-hand side, you'll see an image of the site plan that our designers put together. Basically, it's 2 new. Is there a pointer on this thing?
I don't know that can we point on this? I don't think we can.
Here, you know what? Do you guys mind if I talk over here?
Yeah, just talk loud so we can get you on the microphone. That's a great idea, and you can use the mouse.
All right. So can you see my mouse? Yes.
Yes.
All right. So you can see the existing facility. We've got the operations building, the primaries, clarifiers, aeration basins, and the secondary clarifiers. That's what exists out there today. And then the solar fields that you see out here. This project that we're working on includes the 2 new digester buildings in the southwest corner. It includes some odor control units as well as a dewatering facility. And so once the solids are dewatered at Rio, those the byproduct of that, the solids are then going to be shipped to Wildcat for final disposal. The other blocks that you see on here are for future expansion of Rio. So right now, Rio has 2 trains that we utilize for treatment. They're identical in nature,
And the final build out for Rio includes 3 trains for a total of a 6 million gallon capacity. And my computer keeps going to sleep on me. I should have changed that. Any questions about the Rio project? I think I hit on all the highlights I wanted to touch on. We are working on a CMAR RSOQ right now. The design consultant's drafting that. We're hoping to get that advertised as quickly as possible with 2 separate GMPs. A lot of the projects that we're trying to get delivered quickly, and this includes stormwater projects, it includes the Rio project, we're going with a CMAR process, primarily because of procurement issues. It's a lot of the equipment needed for this project is at least a year out. So we need to get a lot of that equipment ordered now so we have it available to us for construction and final completion. And I'm going to turn it to Trevor here to talk about interbasin.
Thanks, Garrett. All right, so the Interbasin Pipeline Project is going to repair a pipeline, a water line coming from the Interbasin that has been damaged by recent wildland fires. And on January 10th and 17th, I believe there was a presentation before council, as well as a design build services contract that was awarded. So there was a lot of detail given there. Project team consisted of the Forest Service, the designer, the contractor, staff from the city, and they provided all that information more in depth there. So I won't go over too much of the details. But the preliminary estimate for this project is roughly $10 million. The design costs will, through the design process, the actual cost of the project will be vetted. We'll look at more information. We'll gather what details need to be as part of this project, but that final cost will be vetted through that process. And we will be before you with additional information to give you that update. The design process, again, is in progress. Construction will start later this summer. There might be some activities. Right now, the mountain's covered with snow, which is a good thing, but just hampers any investigation that we're doing right now as far as the design. But we'll finish that later this fall, get that through there. And then construction start again, maybe at the end of 2023, and then kind of roll into 24. So it'll be a quick project to try to get that water line repaired. Council activities that staff will bring before you, again, will be more GMPs related to the construction. And then we do have a contract for inspection services. So with any construction project, we have to do our due diligence to inspect and test. And if we were to allocate a resource currently with the city, our inspection services and inspector, that would take a full day, if not longer, more, whatever the contract duration is. Somebody would have to be assigned, and that takes away from the projects that are down here. So the plan is to do a contract for inspection services, so we will have somebody out there, not a city resource. So that kind of frees that up. So that should be coming before you sometime in 2023, but we'll get that information and then we'll get that on the working calendar. But again, that's kind of a quick overview. More information was presented on January 10th and January 17th.
Thought you were getting rid of me with that applause. All right.
Welcome back.
Thank you. All right. The next item under the partially funded projects are NORESCO projects. So let me explain a little bit of what NORESCO projects are. NORESCO is a company that comes to the city of Flagstaff and looks at all of our treatment processes and says, is there anything we can do more efficiently from an energy perspective than you're doing today? And What they do is they fund that project, and then with those energy savings, they get the money from those energy savings to fund that project. So they fund it up front, and then we pay them back through the energy savings of that project. And the projects that NORESCO's identified are one, the Wildcat Septage and Grease Station with Greasezilla. What this project, and actually it's just the Greasezilla project that they're primarily interested in, but in order to make this happen, we would have to upgrade our septage and grease facility. This is a huge benefit for Wildcat because right now, the septage and grease receiving station sends all of that waste directly into the head of the plant. It's got to go through the primary clarifiers, through IFIS, through the whole process. Ideally, that waste would go directly into our digesters. And so by installing that septage and grease receiving station, it would help how the plant operates. And then Greasezilla, which is what NORESCO is interested in, basically takes that waste grease and turns it into a fuel. I'm not real familiar with how the system works, but there's a beneficial use as a result of Greasezilla that the city could then sell or distribute in some way for fuel.
Can I just ask, what is a digester? A digester?
A digester?
Yeah, what is that?
So a digester is what treats our solid waste as part of the wastewater treatment process.
What kind of digest, if I think about it in that term?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's actually a bunch of bugs in there that help break it down and yeah.
Yeah, and council member, at our April 7th capital improvement retreat, you'll know everything you ever wanted to know about wastewater treatment and digesters.
And more.
So excited.
I'm going to walk over to the screen again because I want to point at a couple more things. So the next project on this list is the Wildcat mechanical dewatering. So this picture on the right is an aerial image of our Wildcat treatment facility. And currently, so after solids digestion, which is in these digesters here, that waste gets pumped into our current dewatering facility. So Wildcat was originally designed and constructed with these solids settling basins, which are not functioning and don't meet, well, shouldn't say they're not functioning. They're not functioning at their full capacity. There's needed maintenance for them. And when they were functioning at 100% capacity, it doesn't meet our current needs. And so I don't remember when, but a little while ago, several years ago, we built a temporary solution with these geobags. So again, these geobags help with that dewatering process to remove much of the liquid. And then once the dewatering process is done, it goes into the dedicated land disposal, which is this big field that you see here. So the mechanical dewatering replaces the solid settling basins and those geobags. And again, it's another project that NORESCO is interested in. There's a lot of time, energy, and costs associated with the geobags in particular, because those are not a reusable product. So we have to buy those geobags on a regular basis. It's a heavily intensive staff process because they have to get out there with equipment, move stuff around, and take care of all of them. So that's why NORESCO is interested in this. Next is AVAC aeration. So as part of the treatment process, you aerate your waste so that bugs can do their work. And one of the things that you look at when you do your aeration is your ammonia levels. And currently at Rio, we just put in air based on what our blowers can do. I talked about the turbo blowers earlier. That project has to be completed first because right now those blowers are operating at the lowest level possible right now. So once we get the turbo blowers put in, then we can include this AVAC aeration or the ammonia controlled aeration, which would be more efficient in terms of the energy it takes to aerate those basins, as well as putting in the right amount of air for the treatment process. And then finally on this list is future solar drying. That is the image on the far left. So after you go through the dewatering process, you can put your waste into solar drying, and it dries it even further and improves the quality of your solid waste, and it becomes a valuable product after that. It increases the classification of that waste.
Two questions real fast. To the point you just made, we would be at a Class A biosolid, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So from an environmental stewardship standpoint, and this is why sustainability is involved with this along with many other people, you have an energy saving component here, but you also have
beneficial reuse.
Beneficial reuse of a product right now that's just being applied to land with some noxious effects. The other question is, what is the likelihood of NORESCO moving forward with these projects from what you can see right now?
I haven't been involved in the process with NORESCO. If there's someone from sustainability, I know they're interested in all of these projects, but I don't know what level of interest or what the plans are to move forward with those projects at this time.
Okay. We have somebody here who can help us.
Hi, folks. Jenny Neiman, Climate and Energy Manager. I'm sorry I can't be there with you today. So what we are looking at right now, and Rick Tatter, feel free to jump in as Rick has been deeply involved. We're looking at essentially a two-phase project with NORESCO. There are many, many other projects that are related to all City of Flagstaff facilities and really capitalizing on energy savings that can be essentially financed, and then we get money back because of all the energy savings of upgrading a lot of equipment, also lighting, etc. What we're looking at right now in terms of financing is a first kind of phase of a project, which would really focus on weatherization and lighting. So some of those lower dollar amounts, but really impactful investments, just the same as in your home in upgrading to LED light bulbs. The second phase of the contract would be these bigger projects that would be mechanical, big equipment changes at our water plants as well as other facilities. So Rick, I'm not sure if you can speak to what the timing of those two would be, but this would essentially be after we get through the first phase.
Thanks, Jim.
I haven't been involved in much with the wastewater side. I know they're just developing the concepts and so forth. We're really focusing on phase one, which is the lighting, weatherization, and such. You'll see that before council in next month. We're going to bring a contract and hopefully move those forward. But that puts us on the path to do the next phases with water services. We also have a water meter replacement program that we're looking at with this team. So the concept is the cost you save long-term can help finance the upfront cost of getting these types of projects and get an impact early on for making these changes. But we haven't set schedules yet for this phase.
Thank you. Thanks, Gary, for the deviation. Yeah, absolutely.
Gary, ask you a question. What is the reusable product? I mean, what do you do with that product?
I can speak to that.
Okay.
You go first.
As far as I know, it can be used for agricultural purposes, for fertilizer. Yeah.
And then the food we eat?
I don't know the regulations on the agricultural use of waste for Class A waste. I think there are some rules as to what agricultural purposes you can use it for, but I don't know what those are.
I will share with a Class A product, which is entirely innocuous. I mean, it's like anything you would buy at a greenhouse, frankly, in terms of fertilizer. There's a market for it, and I've seen this level of processing of biosolids before, and there's a demand for the product.
to be used. Mostly, my experience has been is residential usage, and it's great. And it is just a wonderful reuse of a product that right now is just being land applied. So just have to open your mind.
Well, this isn't anything new. I remember when I lived in California, which was before 1957, if any of you remember that year. It was used back then.
Yeah.
I remember my parents using it was called Malorganite, and they used it like on the landscape.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the code, just so I can watch for it if I'm buying fertilizer?
Malorganite.
Yeah. I'll go to my horse's pen.
So I was going to give you an overview of the cost of these projects as well. The current estimates for just the septage and grease receiving station is about $5.5 million. Again, that's probably a project that Oresco would look for us to help contribute towards, since they're primarily interested in the grease-zilla project. The dewatering facility, I'm looking at the budget sheets, is roughly $6 million. And then I don't know if I have budgets for the Rio aeration. I don't see that here. But then the solar drying facility, current estimates for that are about $3 million. So, any additional questions on this slide? All right. The next project on the list is the Lake Mary raw water pipeline. So this pipeline is what takes our water from Lake Mary and feeds it to our Lake Mary water treatment plant. This line is 60 years old. Definitely fits in that aging infrastructure category, and it's it's a critical piece of our infrastructure. As you know, and as Trevor presented earlier, we had some damage to the interbasement pipeline, which takes away one of our significant water resources. And so to have a secondary failure of another one of our critical water resources is not good. So we need to upgrade this facility and make sure that it is more resilient than it is today. I want to say the statistic is we've had 7 breaks in the last 10 years. And that is not a good track record. So we're looking to do some replacements. Actually, what's funded right now, we were trying to finalize our capital budgets, and right now, the only thing we have funded for this is the assessment. We had, because our capital revenues don't have the capacity for the construction of this, we're doing an assessment so we can try to prioritize which segments we work on first and start to pursue some funding. So I'm sure I have budget numbers on that. I forgot to put them on the slide. I apologize. And I believe that's all I have. I'm trying to see who's next. I think Trevor's next.
So is this the final applause then?
This is the final applause.
Right, so this project is the last slide in this portion of the capital improvement project presentation. And this project, or this section of the presentation, we have as partially funded. So this project fits in there. So it's the John Wesley Powell alignment or realignment or road, or however you want to describe it. It's been on the books for quite a while, not as long as the Rio, but it has been there. It's been in the regional transportation plan. It's been a line drawn in there, but basically it's going to provide an arterial connection between 4th Street and Butler, all the way down to John Wesley Powell, which is near Pine Canyon. So that will be a project that is coming up. And the reason why we say this is partially funded is the city is responsible for 40% of the improvements, with the land development or the landowners adjacent to this arterial are going to be responsible for 60%. So that is how this project will be funded and will be delivered. In the picture, it is shown as a yellow line. And last summer, I'm going to say May or June, we were before you, the council, we gave a presentation, and then council gave us direction on this alignment. Previously, it used to go through some of the other parcels a little further to the east, but this is the alignment we were given direction on and we're moving forward with. Budget for this project, again, like I had mentioned, is 40% city, 60% adjacent landowners. The city's FY23 amount currently is just over $9 million. So the landowners, the adjacent developments will provide their percentage, and I don't want to do math, but I'm going to guess it's possibly 11 million, maybe a little over 11 million. But we're right now, currently, staff is working on a specific plan that will define how this area will be developed for land use. So that's currently in the works. This effort will take approximately 1 year, and then we will jump into the design. So the design itself will go through what this road's going to look like, how big, all the connections that are needed that will be described and defined from the specific plan. So all of that will be developed into the design, and that too will be about a year. So we will have design going possibly in 2024. So we'll kind of work through that process. And then when the design is done, we'll jump into construction, which we are estimating to be about 2025. And that will be coordination with all the landowners, all the developments that are going on out there. We'll work with them to figure out how we're going to deliver this project. So it is some work in there. There are some agreements in the works, and we will bring that before you. And those will be some of the items that you would see coming up, possibly this calendar year, maybe next calendar year, have those agreements, those development agreements on the council agenda for review.
I will add, Council, we're having very fruitful meetings with the landowners on this. We meet on a fairly regular basis, many of them flying in from out of state. And it's exciting to watch this come together. So there's a lot of positivity happening right now. People are excited about the project, and it just seems like things are moving along. I want to give thanks to, there are so many staff members involved in this, and I won't exclude anybody, so I'll just say in general terms, we have members from community development at the table. We have members from the engineering and capital projects team. We have legal representation. Our office is sitting in, and others, right? Did I miss anybody?
I think you have everybody in general, yes.
And the meetings are great, and we seem to be making good progress. So just wanted to share that with you.
So that will conclude our presentation for the capital improvements project portion. But I just wanted to remind council, maybe just convey that we take the capital improvement project summary, which is the 5-year. So that covers the current fiscal year plus the next 4 out years. And on those projects for this current year under streets and transportation, we're roughly at about $90 million that are budgeted. So in the next year, this year, and possibly next year, there are going to be tons of money, millions of dollars spent on construction as we move forward. There's going to be design that will be implemented and started that will be part of this program that we are starting to move forward. And council's been really instrumental on helping us, directing us, giving us guidance. And so we're moving forward with that. And I just wanted to make sure that council was aware of that and that the public is aware of what we're doing. And we're planning to move the city in a good direction and keep this program moving forward. That is it. Thank you.
Thanks, Trevor. Is there more, or?
No, that would be the end of the agenda for today.
Shall we wrap up?
Yeah, it's time for public participation.
Want to keep going?
Let's go to 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Mayor, we had one public comment earlier today, and I think it was very generous to accommodate Steve before he had to leave, but I want to make sure we don't exclude anybody who might be online.
I do have one commenter online. We have Adam Shimon.
Hey, Mayor. Shall I go ahead?
Yes, you can go ahead, Adam.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everybody. I know that I am probably one of the last things holding you up before you all can part on a wonderful long budget retreat that you had today. It's great to be here with you. Wish I was there in person. I actually tried to get there, but went to the wrong location. But that's okay. Wore my best green shirt to stand in solidarity with Team Flag and the budget team. But great retreat you had today, and it's been a pleasure tuning into your conversations. Lots of very important topics being addressed, and I just want to say I appreciate all the efforts of city staff and leadership and the council. You all are doing amazing work for the city of Flagstaff, and I appreciate that. My name is Adam Shimoni. I'm actually speaking on behalf of the Flagstaff Biking Organization today, FBO, which has about 2,500 supporting members. I'm here to advocate for the consideration to fund the letter of recommendation that has been shared with you all, and the 3 new positions and the program funding. You all had a great update just now from Capital, but not much was discussed in regards to those 5 projects that Council outlined last year, and also the big shift ideas in the positions. But hopefully, in that upcoming Capital retreat, that might be something that will be dived further into. So looking forward to that. The positions and funding will help the city better address the community and policies needed, outlined within the ATMP, Vision Zero, Regional Plan, Climate Neutrality Plan, and other documents. The community and the council has put the policy documents into place, and now it's time to see action, is what I'm thinking. The other funding components to be considered are the 5 projects that have been outlined in the ATMP, and that council funded design work to 15%. We were hoping that some of those projects might be able to be funded through grants, and Stacy BK, you crush it for the city, and we appreciate you. But I do wonder if you have any updates on this front. If you look for grants for these projects, we can circle back to that, or if you want to contact me, you're welcome to. But I do wonder, Trevor and team, if funding has been looked for these 5 projects and applications have been submitted. Perhaps likely 419 funds might be able to be utilized. We're using 12 million for the Beulah alignment. I wonder if a couple million could be found for this. And the key projects, as I'm running out of my time, that I really want to highlight are along Butler, which are some of the most dangerous areas of town for a cyclist or pedestrian. And so the elevation of the bike pilot is desperately needed to be funded to the height of the sidewalk, creating foot trails on both sides of the sidewalk or the street, and also those intersections. I'm out of time, but really appreciate your work and your attention. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Adam.
Thanks. Thank you.
We do have one more public speaker. We have Joe Galley.
Anywhere near the microphones. Thanks. This okay? Yep.
Great. Mayor, Council, Joe Galley, 101 West Route 66, Senior Advisor of Public Policy at the Greater Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce. Thanks so much for a few minutes of your time. I've been watching throughout the course of the day. Kudos to staff and kudos to you for your good questions of staff. I think we're in a really good place in this community. I'm really excited for a lot of the subjects that I heard, and I just want to highlight a few things. I want to start from the business community's perspective with a thank you to Heidi and her team, specifically John Saltonstall. To hear that we have 54 applicants for the ARPA funds, Small Business Assistance, is really a big win. We did a very small part in pushing that notification out for applications, and we were happy to do it and work with the city and getting the word out, and we're really excited about the fruits that will bring. I mean, the capital improvement projects we just heard, from Rio to Lone Tree to Beulah to Butler 4th Street and on, including J.W. Powell. what a transition that'll be for our community, a tremendous investment. We're excited for that too as well. A couple items that I think are interesting. One is housing, of course, remains the number one priority for our employers. And as you tackle that issue moving forward, we want to be engaged with you and figure out how we do that. One thing I've been suggesting, I know that you have no short list of items with the county to figure out, but please have that as a priority as you have joint work sessions with the county moving forward, because I think the solution will come collectively, and we won't be able to solve it all ourselves, but the county hopefully can find some space for us on the housing issue, and we can get further down the road there. Exciting news about HB 2543. I think that'll be heard in approves a couple weeks from now. I signed on in support of that bill. Just had a great conversation with Rick Tatter offline. I just want to thank Rick and Brandy Suda. I had a chance to meet with them in December to just go over some general budget stuff. And the news on stormwater as it was presented today is very positive from our position. We're excited, and we want to be before you in a couple of weeks with support for a funding package that gets our needs done and, of course, is in the best interest for the community. I had a number of other things. One of the big elephants in the room, obviously, is the city's wage and how that impacts our businesses and our communities. And interesting bill that was introduced earlier this week. And I have some thoughts on it. I know that you all have thoughts on that too as well. I would look forward to engaging with you offline on that so that we can figure out how we work best in our community's interest to solve some of the challenges that currently creates for our business members. So with that, Mayor, I'm happy to stand for any questions. I did, and I'll say thank you, but I'm upset that Councilman Aslan is not in the room with us today.
We can see to it that he gets that.
I'll leave this with the city manager. Give this on to Councilman Aslan. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Joe.
We do have another public speaker, Eric Winston.
Thanks for everything. Yeah, you got it. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, city manager, and city staff. Each year, you have got the daunting task of creating a huge budget to serve the needs of Flagstaff's community. I respect this process and the hard decisions you need to consider, though I wanted to bring one item to your attention. For over 10 years and for 9 Habitat home construction projects, Habitat has been able to decrease the purchase price of each home by utilizing the incentive policy for affordable housing. This particular fund was supported by the City of Flagstaff general fund allocations in past fiscal years and offsets city fees associated with affordable home construction, including model building plan review, building permits, title report, concept plan review, water sewer capacity and tap fees, along with solar permit fees, equaling $13,671 for our first starter home construction. Last week, it was brought to our attention that this fund now has a zero balance, and more unfortunately, the recently passed housing bond for $20 million did not include any monies to support this existing fund. As you know, Habitat recently received a generous donation of land valued over $2.7 million to host more than 40 more Habitat starter homes. This particular incentive fund is critical to keeping the cost of homes down, so those savings directly benefit the low-income home buyer. Let me be clear, these incentive funds are never gifted directly to Habitat, but can be used with a formal funding request. In other words, this fund is another tool for the city to address the self-proclaimed housing emergency. Also, keep in mind, Habitat is simply a conduit for the city to reach their housing goals. As a nonprofit, every home we create is funded through small individual gifts, corporate sponsors, foundation gifts, events, and yes, you, our local municipality, because the true benefits of every home that Habitat builds for the families that we support and the mission of the city's 10-year plan. During our homeowner application timeframe for the first starter home, we had over 650 families apply for the opportunity to buy a home. I have the unfortunate duty of letting 649 families know they were not selected for this Hand Up into Wealth Savings Program simply because we are not building fast enough. You all have heard and seen our starter homes create wealth through equity savings. Each starter home will support multiple families, and our permanent workforce affordable housing units for also our children and grandchildren to benefit from. I firmly request that each of you thoughtfully consider allocating a generous amount of funds to the Initiative Policy for Affordable Housing. This fund was depleted because it was working and supporting the creation of affordable housing inventory. So let's keep it up for families struggling to get into housing continuum services and off the street.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Do you believe that was our last public commenter? Okay, not seeing anybody else jump up.
How about you talk right after me? Great. Katie will offer her wrap up. I'll offer a couple of very quick comments. And Mayor, we'll turn it back to you to offer any comments you have before you close the meeting. I want to chat briefly, looking at tomorrow's agenda, another exciting agenda, and it won't be as long of a day, as full of a day. It will be full content-wise, but we should have you out of here by around 2 p.m. tomorrow, so you can enjoy your Friday evening and your weekend. Today was great. I hope you would agree with me when I share an opinion here that these retreats just get better and better over time. I don't know why that is, but my hunch is because they are so collaborative. We have good engagement. We have good questions coming from the council. We have wonderful presentations from a multitude of staff. All of you are experts, and to present in the short time frame that you have and to cover the ground that you did is very remarkable and, quite frankly, very interesting. It's easy to sit here. I get front row seats, of course. It's easy to sit here and listen and watch as you present. It's an exciting story that you're sharing on all accounts, whether it be revenues, Rick Tatter. How do you make revenues exciting? I don't know, but you do. But then as we talk about all the projects and the airport and stormwater and wastewater and streets and the transportation and the Rio de Flag, it is remarkable. Thank you, Randy, for walking us through an excellent discussion on compensation. Thank you to the budget team, and in particular, again, Heidi Derryberry, accompanied by Brandy, with all the great information that they have provided. Tomorrow is a continuation, and if you look at the agenda, we'll talk about resource allocations and priorities. We will have the all-star team of Sam Beckett, CJ Perry, Jenny Neiman chatting with you. We'll talk about that, carbon neutrality, operating capital, facilities, fleet, information technology. Then what's really exciting for the council, I hope, after the morning break, you will get back into some relationship building, facilitated, led, coached by Katie. Thank you in advance for that. After lunch, back into resource needs. We're going to circle back on the CARES unit funding. So we broached that today. Expect a lot more elaboration of that tomorrow, and we will be interested in your thoughts. A little bit more on the NAH development, which is central to so many of the things we're talking about here. We'll finish up talking about the service partner contracts, another all-star team leading those discussions, Chief Gaylord, Tiffany Antall, Michelle McNulty, Paul Mood, Rick Tatter. And then, like we did last time, Council, we are going to end with a discussion amongst yourselves about your expectations, about your outcomes from this retreat. What have you taken away? All of this, of course, setting the stage for what comes your way in April 7th and then later in April. This is such an intense process, and there's so much work happening behind the scenes. You get a nice summary of it at these retreats, and we so much appreciate your attention and your thoughtfulness, and frankly, your engagement. So
on behalf of the entire staff, we thank you, council, for being a part of this. It's a great presentation. It's the first time that we have seen pretty active public participation in this. Let that be an indication that these retreats are seeing, I think, a little bit of an elevation, perhaps. I would attribute that to the interesting subject matter that we're covering, but also the hybrid nature of these meetings that allow for people to attend near and afar. But it's great to have public participation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Katie, for any nuggets of wisdom you want to share before we turn it back to the mayor. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Let's give a round of applause to our city manager. So he stole all my major talking points. And since we're about to end, I'll just say, you know, I started the day sharing a personal story of a citizen struggling to figure out how to pivot in the morning, having to be decisive, how to take in all the variables, and how to make a decision with a short period of time, right? And this is what you're called to do constantly. And the more community members we can get in here to give their opinions, you're getting those impacts as well as all those interactions you're having out in the community, as well as all the budgetary constraints, the legal constraint, all the things that having to take it all in. So I'm just going to close by saying, just in watching how you work, the questions you ask, I'm very proud to be a citizen in this community, and I look forward to watch how you pivot to meet the needs of all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Sorry to steal your thunder. Mayor?
Back to you, Jane.
So before we adjourn, I just want to say that I know and appreciate the amount of work that goes into putting these on and to distilling all of this information into something that we can digest and work with. And I just appreciate all of that work that goes into helping us make these decisions. Thank you.
And council, thank you. This has been great. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Shall we?
Yeah. All right. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks all.
Thank you.